to welcome you all to the March 22nd, 2022 meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. And we're glad for those who are joining us in the chambers and those that are joining us via cablecast. And before we get started, we'll do a couple of items of announcements and read into the record, do our Pledge of Allegiance, and then we'll get started. I know we have some off-agenda speakers, and we also have a pretty full agenda today. So with that, good morning, and Flo, I'll turn to you to go ahead and call the roll, establish a quorum, and we'll make some announcements and get started.
Okay, good morning. Supervisor Cerna?
Here.
Kennedy?
Here.
Desmond? Here. Frost?
Here.
Natoli?
Here.
And you have a quorum. This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and is webcast at metro14live.saccounty.gov. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, March 25th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14.
Okay, thank you. Could I ask Supervisor Kennedy to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, if you would, please?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. So with that, some other announcements you want to put in?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So the Board of Supervisors fosters public engagement during the meeting and encourages public participation, civility, and the use of courteous language. The Board does not condone the use of profanity, vulgar language, gestures, or other inappropriate behavior, including personal attacks or threats directed towards any meeting participant. In compliance with the directives of the county, state, and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the meeting will be live streamed and open to public attendance pursuant to health and safety guidelines. The practice of social distancing and wearing of face coverings, mask, or shield is recommended for the health and safety of all persons participating in person during the meeting, although it is not required. Seating is limited and available on a first-come, first-served basis. Members of the public will be given 3 minutes to make a public comment and are limited to making one public comment per agenda item or off-agenda matter. Please be mindful of the public comment procedures to avoid being interrupted or disconnected while making your comment. To make a comment in person, please fill out a speaker request form and hand it to clerk staff. The chairperson will open public comments for each agenda item or call for off-agenda matters. When the chairperson calls your name, go to the podium and make your comment. To make a public comment by phone, dial 916-875-2500 and follow the prompts to be placed in queue for a specific agenda item or off-agenda matter. Please refer to the agenda or watch the meeting to follow along to determine when is the best time to call to be placed in queue to make your comment. Clerk staff will transfer calls into the meeting accordingly. Each agenda item will remain open until the public comment period is closed for that specific item. You may be on hold for up to an extended period of time, and your patience is appreciated. You may send written comments by email to boardclerk@saccounty.net. Your email will be routed to the board and filed in the record. If you need an accommodation pursuant to the Americans with Disabilities Act or for medical or other reasons, please see clerk staff for assistance or contact us at 916-874-5451 or send us an email at boardclerk@saccounty.net. Thank you in advance for your courtesy and understanding of the meeting procedures.
Thank you, Flo, and appreciate you reading that into the record. Okay, with that, then we're going to start into our agenda, and as we've noted from our last meeting, we're going to start our meetings now with public comments related to matters not on the agenda. I do have three persons in chamber who I'll call upon. Do we have others on the line?
We do. We at least have one or two.
Okay, so we'll take those in chamber first. So in the order I have here before me, I have Davi Rodriguez. Davi? There he is. Good morning, Davi.
Yeah, thanks. I'm coming to you today, again, bring up this missing persons case as a relative of ours. And also want to tell you that we actually have two missing persons involved in this. This guy, Francisco Taekwenko, goes by Frank, 30-year career Army man. Second person, he's a middle-aged white guy, looks well-fed, carries a badge. His name is Scott Jones. I thought he would help us. He is no help. We are not getting any cooperation from the sheriff's office at all. Our uncle has been missing for almost 4 months right now. And we have no access to records of his because the power of attorney that my wife has for him says if he's dead or incapacitated, and everybody doesn't recognize missing as incapacitated. He hasn't accessed his money, his medication, no family relatives for, like I say, almost 4 months, but they consider him perfectly fine to make his own decisions. The bank, the VA, anywhere we go, his phone records, all we want to do is look and see where he was last. Who cashed the $2,000 check a few days before he allegedly disappeared? Things of that nature. But everybody is telling us we can't give you any information. Go contact your sheriff, he can get that. And I mean, we've heard that, again, from the VA. Contact the sheriff, he can get his records. Contact the bank tells us that. 5 trips to the bank taking I don't know how many hours of my wife's time, and each time they find a new reason and say no. The final reason was, sorry, we don't recognize missing as incapacitated. But I can say everybody wants to tell us to go through the sheriff. He's the stumbling block at this point, and we don't get anything from him. They have cut off communication to us, and I don't understand why. I've written to his detectives who are assigned to his case, and it just doesn't come back. And I wrote to him as well. It doesn't seem to make any indentation in his mind about this missing person. Now, you look on his Twitter page, and he'll go put up missing persons on there. Frank's case is not on there. You can go on to the CHP and look for silver alerts. He never authorized anything like that. Again, you need the sheriff to do that. All these things keep coming back to sheriff, to sheriff, to sheriff. And God, I wish we had one. Now, this guy's running for representative for Congress, and right now I feel quite underrepresented. I need some help to get interest, at least somebody in authority to come back and take a look at this and speak with us. We have all these records that we have in his house. We've got control of his house, but we don't have the information outside of that, and no one will help us. There is a guy that was living with him who was the last person to see him, allegedly. And the situation that he, is that it is so suspicious that it just boggles the mind that the sheriff hasn't looked into this. He barred himself inside Frank's house and wouldn't let anybody in, would not participate in the search for Frank with all of the rest of relatives. He didn't contact anybody in the family and say Frank was missing. We didn't find out until we went there a month later. And it's just, we're stymied.
Let me ask you to conclude. I wanted to follow up with you, though. I did reach out to the sheriff after I spoke to you last week, and actually the sheriff's secretary got back to my office yesterday. We sent the information over that you and I had talked about relative to following up with you and your wife and the information that we had. And so I trust you're going to be contacted by someone from the sheriff's department here very shortly. But after you and I talked, I put a call in. I got a call back yesterday from the sheriff's secretary. And so we'll do, again, diligence on that part. But I understand your frustration, and I know you and I talked last week at some length about the circumstances, and I think the need to try to get some assistance if possible and where possible. So I hope to have more for you today. I didn't know you were going to be here this morning, but I know we spoke, and the sheriff's office did get back to me yesterday. Sheriff's secretary got back to me yesterday. So. All
right. I appreciate your intent there, sir.
Yeah. And we'll see if we can help. And again, you put the pictures up, and so folks have got a chance to see this. So hopefully maybe somebody watching this broadcast.
Wait a minute. You're going too fast for me. I haven't learned how to read many lips yet.
I was going to say, hopefully somebody watching the broadcast that sees the pictures might help with this. And I think, obviously, spending some time here this morning expressing concern for Frank's whereabouts. So.
Yes, we want to get that out into the neighborhood, especially see if anybody has cameras.
Yes, right. Okay. Supervisor Frost? Yeah, you were punching.
Thanks, Chair Natoli. I didn't realize you had been following up. I was going to suggest if our Inspector General was still around, he could possibly assist with this.
Right. Okay, Davi, we'll follow up with you, Davi. Thank you for being here this morning. So, all right. With that, then next we have Dan Aderholt. Dan?
Good morning, board members.
Good morning, Dan.
I'm sorry, I've been away for over a year. I've been fighting cancer, but I've been dealing with my American River homeless crews, and I had brain tumor removed out of my head.
I'm sorry to hear that,
for a while. But I'm here today because there's an injustice going on with my American River homeless crews again. I've been before you guys before. Now my homeless crews are being attacked again. This time by American River Parkway Foundation, I found out. Is now trying to make you guys make a plan to get rid of the homeless on the American River by March 31st this year. They come up with a plan. I'm against this because we all need to work together. Until there's adequate homes built for the homeless, we all need to work together. And until it's certain, I sent you guys the email, and I hope you guys got it. I sent it yesterday.
Yeah, we got the email. Yeah,
Okay,
we did get it.
Thank you. We really need your help. I reached out to several organizations. We got some. I've been working together with other organizations and Sacramento SPCA. We're out here every week helping the homeless, and I'm out here every day fighting to keep the American River clean, which you guys know this already. I've been doing this for a long time with my American River Homeless Cruise members, and they're doing it out of the kindness of their heart. They're not being paid or promised anything. They're fellow veterans and everything else who are just trying to make the best of the situation they're in. I know I said this before, but we really could use you guys' help. We need trash bags to keep cleaning. It's getting to be ridiculous with the prices for trash bags. I know it sounds crazy, but I'm doing this out of the pocket of my own, out of my own pocket with the help of next door members, and we really could use you guys' help, especially you, Phil Sterner. We're doing mostly work in your district area here, and I need your help. You gave me help before, and it just didn't pan out. They never contact me. You gave me the one lady, then the other lady contacted someone else, and it turned out to be I don't know, never-ending story of them not helping. I really could use some help with my American Homeless Cruise, and also I want to fight against this thing about the movement of homes until we have adequate homes, because to me that's against the Boise versus Martin Supreme Court ruling. Until there's adequate homes built, we just need to help each other and make the best of the situation and keep our areas clean and safe. That's the priority with me and my American Homeless Crew.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Stern.
In addition to the email that you sent yesterday, can you do me a favor and send us an email, send my office an email with an accounting of what materials you need, and we'll see if we can find some resources for you.
Thank you, Phil Sterner. That'd be greatly appreciated.
Great, thank you.
Good. Thanks, Dan. Good luck to you as well. Thanks. Okay. Next off-agenda speaker, Ryan Harris. Ryan.
Good morning. So before I begin, I want to give you guys this. I'm sure you're aware of what it is. I sent you emails on it. It's a lost warrant affidavit because you guys claim that you sent it to me. Would you be able to give this to them so I could get my pay? As mentioned, I was terminated on the 23rd of last month. You still haven't issued me my last pay. A gentleman out in the hall, he said that he has it for me. However, I wasn't too trusting of him, given what Kennedy Patrick had sent me through with the HR department and having the police called on me. There was 2 officers out there in the lobby, so I was not trusting of that. That is why I'm delivering it to you today. In addition to that, it doesn't make sense how you were going to send a $5,268 check without having it in certified mail. I've gotten less documents, that don't even amount nowhere near to this, and it was sent certified mail. So that's kind of irresponsible on your guys' part. I see you've already started my time, which I tried to ask not to, but that's okay.
We can go ahead and we'll pause. I'll reset it for you, Ryan.
Can you?
Yeah,
I appreciate
just give me
that.
1 second. Okay, go ahead. All right. You tell me when you're ready to start, and I'll start the clock.
All right, you go ahead and start it.
Okay, there you go.
So this video, I understand you guys cannot respond. So for this, I'm going to ask after I play it for a response, or that you permit a response from Ms. Edwards, as it has directly to do with her.
And Ryan Harris. Oh, I'm sorry, Ryan.
So again, that did happen kind of quick. So I want you guys to watch Ann Edwards' hand in this video as she signifies not to allow me to talk.
Ryan Harris.
Couldn't have asked for a better background, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, Ryan. I had number 61 written on here, but
61.
that's not 61.
That's not 61.
I had number 61 written on. So I'm sorry. We'll get you in just a second, Ryan.
So again, I'm gonna leave that picture up there. That's at 28th Street. That's where my senior was allowed to duct tape my hand to the phone to tell me to answer the phone faster. Again, this is the type of treatment you guys allow and permit. Nonetheless, and Edwards, if you could you please explain to me why you didn't allow me to speak in regards to a officer that had lost his life?
Ryan, you need to address the board. We're not.
Okay, board,
the back board. Go ahead.
Well, in addressing the board, you said you were unaware of it last time we spoke on the phone. You said you had no answers as to why she did that. So, I mean, if you can answer now, I'd greatly appreciate that too.
I don't. People move their hands. I don't. Just as I just did this. So I don't know. And again, I don't think we're not. This is not a back and forth, Ryan. So I mean, you posed the question. The county exec could choose to respond if she so chose, but that's not the purpose of
Does she choose to?
On that particular day, there was confusion about which item we were speaking on, and that was the only issue that was at play.
Okay, she's responded.
There was
Right.
confusion. It was very clear that the item was 61, as Sue Frost said in the video. I even slowed it down for you.
Okay. So Ms. Evers has responded. Ryan, is there other things you want to add this morning to your
Today, that's going to be it today. I'm
Okay.
just waiting for an answer because she treated me like this while I worked for her. Now she's treating me like this and I don't even work for her anymore. And you guys are continuing to allow it.
Okay.
I'll have more questions at the next meeting.
Okay. Ryan, just you'll
Thank
note.
you for my time.
You're welcome. And I would say your check is here, and we have the form, so your check you can receive it this morning if you like. So
I greatly appreciate that.
Okay, good.
Supervisor Natoli,
Yes.
I do know that Joseph Shea is in the lobby too,
Okay.
but he does need a copy of that form himself in order to release the check.
I have an extra one here
Okay,
for
if you'll
him.
just give it to him, Ryan, he can exchange that, and you can take your check.
I
with
will
you
do
today.
so.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, bye. Thanks. Okay, those are the off agendas that we have this morning. Public comments. Anyone else in the chambers that wanted to talk on an item not on the agenda? If not, we'll go to the phone. Okay, so seeing none, then Flo, we'll turn to the phone.
Please transfer the caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Sean Buck. As a steward of Local 39, I come to you as a voice for over 100 drivers of the Department of Waste Management and Recycling and roughly 900 members of Local 39. As you may know, we are coming up on the end of our contract on March 31st. In an effort to avoid action that many of us are contemplating, I hope that I can make our voices be heard. Year after year, contract after contract, we agree to a 2% cost of living increase with a promise that the county will make it up to us at a later date on another contract. Year after year, the cost of benefits goes up, effectively negating a portion of the increase we just got. Year after year, the members of Local 39 show up to get the job done, whether it is making sure traffic signals are working properly, airport operations are running smoothly, county vehicles from various departments are running safely and efficiently, or simply making sure every resident in the county of Sacramento has their trash serviced every week. We work rain or shine, dense smoke or pandemic. Year after year, many of our jobs become more dangerous with a dramatic increase in distracted drivers and an even more alarming increase in the homeless population. Year after year, many of our jobs become more difficult due to increased workloads, mostly due to being understaffed, some due to new state guidelines. Our bargaining unit members have worked through the pandemic in person, exposing ourselves and our families to the virus. Many of us have contracted the virus. Some of us still have lingering effects from the virus, but all of us got right back to work as soon as we were able to. Our bargaining unit members are the boots on the ground and a face to the name, as we are the ones who interact with the citizens of our county on a daily basis. All we ask is that you give us the recognition and appreciation that we deserve for our contributions. I humbly ask you to direct the administration to come to the bargaining table with a wage increase that demonstrates respect for the valuable work we do. Give us a reason to support you, to canvass and phone bank for you in the next election. Finally, we don't want to hear how we are in the middle of the range for wages and benefits. Given the size of our county and its population and the value of the homes and businesses within it, it's time that we become the leaders. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Brian.
Okay, that concludes your off-agenda comments. I will close that queue now, and I want to just double-check before you move on that no one is stuck in between. Okay, so no other callers, and that concludes your public comments for off-agenda.
Okay, thank you, Flo. Okay, thanks to our speakers this morning. We'll then move to our consent calendar, and I will ask that Flo, any items that we need to continue from the consent calendar?
No. So for consent matters, items 2 through 44, we do have a resolution for Grajna Dalowicz for 27 years of county service and thanking her for 6 years of service as a retired annuitant in our very own Clerk of the Board of Supervisors Department.
Okay.
But I don't have any other notes.
Okay, and we're going to have you come forward on that item in just a moment, but let me go to my colleagues here. Do we have any items that anyone wishes to pull off the consent calendar? Supervisor Cerner?
I had a question on item 12. It's an airports issue. I understand our airports director is holding on the phone.
Okay, so we have item 12. Any other items we want to pull from the consent calendar? Okay. All right. Seeing none, I do have a comment on item 25, but we'll pull. Let's call forward item 12, if you could, Flo.
All right. Item 12, authorize the Director of Airports to execute the First Amendment to the agreement with Daifuku Airport Technologies doing business as Elite Line Services for baggage handling system operation and maintenance services at Sacramento International Airport for a maximum payment of $34,017,537.
Okay.
Cindy, are you there?
I am, thank you.
Good morning. So I had a question about the amount of this increase relative to the fact that, my understanding is this is for Terminal B, correct?
That's right.
So given the fact that the new Terminal B is about a decade old, I'm just wondering what is the useful life of these baggage systems, and are we going to be revisiting another 7-digit, 8-digit figure increase in as many years going forward?
Yes, so, this technology actually evolves very rapidly. It's now actually 13 or 14 years since this was bid as part of the original contract for Terminal B. And, the nature of the technology is very different, and here's how I'll explain it. First, to answer your question, it takes about 5 to 7 years for the replacement to age. So that's really it's really kind of think of it as the server of the complex system. Its life is about 5 to 7 years, what the system currently does, it's like a string of Christmas lights, where if the old-fashioned kind, where if one light went out, the entire thing went out. So what we want to do is replace it with a system that has kind of more parallel functioning parts. So if one part goes out, you know which part that is, and you can fix it.
So does that mean that we should not expect to have the same order of magnitude expenses for this system in the future?
I wish I could say certainly not going with this more modern, I don't know what that word is, with this more modern structure where you have kind of the parallel functions of the different parts. And, you know, I would hope that it would last longer than 5 to 7 years. It's really hard to know with how quickly technology is changing these days.
Okay. It doesn't really address my concerns that much, but, you know, when I see a $21 million increase in anything, it's gonna raise my my concerns here. Lastly, with regard to Terminal A, are we going to be visiting the same issue anytime soon?
Yes. Yes.
By how much?
No, and I don't have an estimate of that number, but it, you know, that's an even older terminal.
Right, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah. It's smaller though. It's much smaller. So I don't believe it'll be of this magnitude, but we have not done a cost estimate of that. It is on our radar to look at this system and fix it in the next 3 to 5 years.
Okay, and are we measuring the success of the systems, both B and A, in terms of time down?
Yes, we do. Yes, we absolutely measure the time up and time down, and we can provide that information to you if you'd like. We are, I will tell you that in Terminal B, the airlines have really been pressuring us to do something. And by the way, they're the ones who pay this cost. They pay 100% of this cost.
So they're paying directly. This is, I mean, I assume it comes out of the enterprise fund, but is it a special account where it's a direct payment?
Yes. The way it works is that we've agreed with the airlines what costs are in their rates and charges. And this is one of the costs that's in 100% of this cost is in their rates and charges.
Okay.
And they vote, by the way, to approve any project that's more than $10 million. They vote on whether we can proceed with it, and they have on this matter.
Okay, that's an important nuance to understand, so I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Those are all my questions.
And I'm
Mr.
sorry,
Chair.
you know. Okay.
I had a follow-on question, though, Cindy. So I looked at this item as well. I didn't bring it in my briefing yesterday, but what I guess got my attention, and I appreciate your explanation and analogy of the, you know, string of Christmas tree lights, but this is a pretty expensive string of Christmas tree lights. And I say that because when I see this project is just for the computer hardware and software, servers, wiring, and programmable logic controllers. So all the belts, all the operating systems, motors, and everything else that goes into this are not a part of this. This is only the, I guess, the intelligence network behind this, which is obviously key and critical. But I guess I'm just curious as to what would it cost to replace the system altogether?
You know, I would have to look at that. I think it would be a lot more. And as you've mentioned, it doesn't make sense to replace things that are working okay. It's really, again, as you just mentioned, it's really the central nervous system of the bag handling system.
But Cindy, but,
And, you know,
but so you have a system, ever how well maintained it is, that is aging in place. The, you know, the electronics behind it obviously are you know, out of date, I guess, and we're seeing these number of downtime hours that are accumulating in large numbers. But it says, and that's why I asked you to pose a question to you, that is that the other stuff wears out as well. Maybe you replace it as you go, but that system will continue to age in place. And it is the analysis then is that for whatever time we're going to expect that the software and the hardware that goes with the software will be put in place, that the existing hardware for all the rest of the system is going to be is going to match the expected lifetime?
Mm-hmm. So the contract that we have with ELS under Daifuku is to, on an ongoing basis, replace those parts as we need. So it would not rise to a high level. You know, it's under their contract to replace belts as they need to, or replace other, you know, functioning motors, that kind of stuff. So I do not expect to see a large increase that's going to be needed for those other items.
So if this upgrade that's needed is performed, it will continue to match the expected lifetime for all the remaining hardware. I say all the remaining, but basically the system that it serves.
You know, I'm going to say yes, and the reason is this contract goes through September 30th of 2024. And the value of what we're investing in right now will continue beyond that, but we will have an opportunity at that time in 2024 to rebid this. And you know, your question is, will we have large expenses at that time? I do not expect to have. I mean, I think this will help with the longevity of the system.
And I appreciate your response again, you know, responding to the question here today, but has that analysis been done?
You know, I don't know. I don't think, I wouldn't characterize it as analysis. What I would characterize it as is our ongoing dialogue with ELS as they maintain our system. And we can certainly go back to them and ask them what they think. I mean, you know, there's a little bit of a question if we rebid it in 24, you know, they may have interest in responding one way or another, but
okay.
I would expect them to give me a straight answer.
Yeah. Okay. And again, recognizing that we're talking about an integral system here, I ponder on it for the moment that I'm asking you this question is that we have a system that, you know, is functional, it's well maintained. We need to do the electronic upgrades behind it. But
yeah.
Will that match the, and again, you've answered my question, you think it will, but obviously this contract will come back and, you know, I hate to see some, you know, 2, 3, 4, 5 years now, somebody's, well, the rest of the system's pretty worn out, can't get parts for it anymore. We did this $21 million upgrade 3 years ago. Right. It was nice that we did it, kept it running, downtime was minimal, but guess what? We got to replace the entire system.
So I do not expect that to be the case. I do expect that this change will enable the software and hardware to match the useful life of the remaining of the other functioning parts of the bag handling system.
And last question for you then, do you have any, again, going back to the explanation you offered Supervisor Cerna about how things have progressed rapidly and the way the systems function and so forth and are served, what is that expected lifetime? I guess when I said analysis, what do we think? This is going to be good for another 10 years, another 15 years, 20 years?
Well, I think so, 15 possibly.
Okay.
That would be my outside guess. But, you know, just if we think about how often we have to replace our computers, this is kind of akin to that for the central nervous system. But I do expect that this change will enable us to go for at least 15 years.
Okay, that's good. Thank you very much. Appreciate you responding to questions.
You're welcome.
Any other questions by members on this item? Oh, we have Cindy on the phone. Anything else? Okay. All right. That remains on the consent calendar. If you just call item 25.
Yes. This is the AC Overlay Project SB1 2022 Phase 1 award of a bid in the amount of $8,219,439.60 to a Teichert & Son Incorporated doing business as Teichert Construction. The environmental document is a categorical exemption.
Thank you for reading that into the record. I just wanted to thank our Department of Transportation staff for their work. I know that they had spoken with me on a number of occasions about some of the needs, certainly in District 5, both in the rural areas, but some of the suburban neighborhoods, the older suburban neighborhoods. This is a contract that will begin to chip away at some of the deferred maintenance and some of the roads that are actually in very poor condition. And I just wanted to note the good work. I know that our staff had to scramble to get all the components here, and I appreciate the fact that they've put this together. We look forward to the work, and I know there'll be some excitement in the neighborhoods where in the rural areas where the roads will be repaired. There'll also be, I think, will be an additional call for how come not my road and that one. So, but nonetheless, this is good work, and it's $8 million to invest in our roads. So again, thanks to our staff. Okay, that's all the items we had then, and we have a consent item. Do you want to take that item, take the vote first, and then, or do you want to do the?
You're the Chairperson.
Okay.
It's up to you.
Well, why don't we call item 39? Let's do that, and then we
Okay.
can demo.
This is a resolution recognizing Grajna Dalowicz for 27 years of county service and thanking her for 6 years of service as a retired annuitant. And I will have Grajna meet me at the podium.
Okay, very good. Good morning, Grajna.
Thank you for allowing this time. I'm reading a statement on behalf of Grajna. She's asked me to do this because of her shyness, although she's a comedian undercover. Hello, and thank you for letting me share a few things about my life and work history. I was born in Poland. I graduated from college with an economics degree. The circumstances were turbulent in my country as well as my personal life, and it pushed me and my daughter to leave Poland in July of 1981. I spent the next 6 months in Austria awaiting a visa to the United States. In January 21, 1982, I ended up in Colusa, California. I did not speak English, had 60 cents in a package, a suitcase in one hand, and my 8-year-old daughter by my side. It makes me emotional to read this because I've heard her life. I was not afraid, but rather curious of what would be next. I spent 5 long years learning English and struggling to find a job, any job, not to be on welfare. I started cleaning houses, painting houses, driving a John Deere tractor on the rice field, driving a school bus in Colusa School District, and working as a hairdresser. I was surrounded by many friends in Colusa who will stay in my heart forever. Later, I moved to Rancho Cordova to work as a waitress at the McClellan NCO nightclub. And shortly after, I moved to Oxnard, California to work as a drill presser for ABEX Corporation. I worked with good people and made good money, but I decided to come back to Sacramento to ask the government for financial help to become a full-time student at American River College. I was lucky. I got the support for 1 year, during which time I received an office certificate and found a job at the U.S. Small Business Administration. My life changed in May 1991 when I started my first dream job with the Sacramento County Mental Health Treatment Center. For 1.5 years, I was an admissions and discharge clerk on the night shift in the crisis unit. I could not thank so many people enough who helped me during that time. Bonita McElmurray, who was my supervisor and who trusted me to do the job, Rose Bohr, the program coordinator who helped me cope with my personal life, and Bert Bettis, who gave me the motivation to graduate from American River College in 1995 with my AA degree. I then went to the Oak Park Multi-Service Center for 3 years and then promoted to Senior Office Assistant at Adult Services. And from there, I promoted to Deputy Clerk at the Clerk of the Board of Supervisors. From 1998 to 2012, I have been learning all about America. It has been a lot of work, a lot of hard work, but a wonderful experience. I retired when I reached 21 years and spent 14 of them in the clerk's office. And then in 2016, I was offered another job at the clerk's office, and without hesitation, I jumped back into my duties. Now it is very hard for me to say goodbye to all of my friendly co-workers and management, especially Flo, who has always shown me her friendly side, gave me her honest feedback, and shown me how much she appreciates my work, and I hope I do not disappoint her. So now these are my words. And Grajna, you could never be disappointing. Grajna is one of the most interesting persons I have ever known and has a fascinating life story, as you've just heard. It has been an absolute pleasure working side by side with her over the last 11 plus years. She is smart, hardworking, honest, fiercely loyal, and a comedian at heart. You have no idea if you haven't heard her jokes. Grajna has worked every desk in our department, processing agendas, summaries, and material to recording maps and releasing subdivision bonds. She has probably researched and provided every person in this room or their staff with at least one executed document, and let's not go there with her meticulous handling of your records. If you're not concerned, you should be, because no one knows as much as Grajna about the business of the clerk's office.
So you better not retire, Grajna.
Right. I will forever be grateful to Grajna for returning after she retired, because at that time it was a new beginning for our department, and we desperately needed her institutional knowledge and joy-filled spirit, which undoubtedly touched many coworkers and helped transform the department's culture. I consider her a confidant, a wise counselor, a colleague, a friend, and a class act. There is no doubt that Grajna's departure will have a huge impact on our hearts and our departments, but thankfully, she leaves you, her peers, and I with a beautiful legacy and trail of fond memories. We wish you well on your second retirement and hope you enjoy spending time with your husband, Henry, your daughter, Beata, and furry children, Gunnar and Kuba. Now you can visit Poland for as long as you want, go camping, and continue traveling and learning America stress-free and not worrying about the board's agendas items.
Thank you so much. Maybe I should stay.
Go ahead, Graza. Go ahead, Graza. Yeah.
No, thank you very much. I'm not a public speaker, not a good one anyway.
You're doing fine.
But I'm really enjoyed the life I spent here. Actually, 26 years, 7. That means a lot. Thank you again.
Thanks, Graza.
Thanks, Raja.
Thank you, Flo. Graza, before you sit down, Graza. I would just say I've had the good fortune, certainly, of knowing you and working with you for all the years you've been in the clerk's office. And I had no idea, though, that in that first 10 years in America, you did more in that amount of time than probably most folks would do in their life. I hear that you drove a tractor, drove a school bus, ran a drill press, waitressed, and did painted houses, and still raising your daughter and so forth. I think it not only exemplifies, obviously, your intent to support your family, but the hard work ethic that you bring, and I think the initiative, and your work here, though, has been exemplary, and I know that Flo certainly pointed that out in her comments, and you're surrounded here by friends and colleagues in the clerk's office, and certainly many in the county family as well. And I just say, I know you have that very gentle sense of humor, and you when you giggle, it makes one smile. And I know we've had a chance on occasion to talk. And I just want to say that it's really an honor to work with people like yourself, and there are many in this room that I've had the honor of working with. But when you hear your life story and the fact that you came to this country basically with little to go on, but just your mindset and your desire and that perseverance that you've demonstrated throughout your lifetime, and then to have been successful and now obviously be in a place where you can retire from county service. But I just want to thank you for your public service and for your collegiality and your attentiveness to the business at hand, but wish you every blessing in retirement, and I know you'll find a lot of enjoyment. You do have that great sense of humor, and so I just want to wish you well. I know that the board, certainly the current board members, but certainly the board members in the past have appreciated it. A lot of times you work behind the scenes, but you always were there to be supportive, and I think have really exemplified the best in all of us, and your love for your colleagues and for your family, and again, your passion for your work have served you well. So God bless you, Garza, and good luck in retirement.
Thank you.
Flo, did you want to get a picture with you and Graza and all your crew?
Oh, yeah, if you don't mind.
No, I don't.
Is that okay?
If you want to do something, you have board members here too, so she can got something to remember us by. So we want us to come down here in the well. Let's do that.
She deserves a picture.
Let's do it.
No, I think we should all be in the picture. No, wait, we should all be in the picture. Let's go. Okay, that's not accounting. This is her memory. Okay.
Lisa, we get her? Come on, your picture. It's for Grod. Grod's been doing for years.
If you want to take over the clerk's office, now's the time.
I know. That's right. So hopefully I'm going to be over here. Okay. Okay, Ms. Flo,
Are you ready to take your vote?
we're ready to take the vote. So we'll entertain a motion on the consent calendar.
So moved.
Okay, moved by Cernan, seconded by Desmond to approve the consent calendar. We have no other callers on the consent calendar, Flo?
No.
Okay. All right, if nothing further, then please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you very much. Okay, next item.
All right. For item 45, this is County Service Area Number 1, Zone 1, public hearing on the benefits category changes and levies of increased service charges for the Cortez Estates and Gerber Creek subdivisions.
Okay. Good morning, Cheyenne.
Good morning. Chairman Natoli and members of the board, I am Cheyenne Raymond with the County Engineering Division. County Service Area Number 1 provides street and safety light services throughout the unincorporated county. During the entitlement process, the Cortez Estates and Gerber Creek subdivisions were conditioned to provide full funding for street and safety light maintenance. In response to these conditions of approval, both projects submitted applications to initiate the benefit category change process for County Service Area Number 1. Notices and ballots were mailed to the property owners, notifying them of today's public hearing. The Cortez Estates project is located northwest of the intersection of Martin Luther King Boulevard and 41st Avenue. The property currently is one parcel and is in the street light only category with an annual assessment of $2.56. The proposed project consists of 17 single-family units and is proposed to be in the enhanced street and safety light non-residential category. And the non-residential component is because of the housing density. And this is to ensure that each property is paying their fair share for the maintenance services. And this is accomplished by utilizing the frontage length of each lot to determine the annual service rate. Therefore, using this methodology and our current rates, the annual assessment for the entire project is $683.94. The Gerber Creek subdivision is located just west of the intersection of Elk Grove Florin Road and McCoy Avenue. This property is currently a single parcel in the street light only category and is assessed $2.56 annually. The proposed development consists of 115 single-family residential units. And the proposed benefit category is in the enhanced street and safety light residential category. Based on current rates, each parcel will be assessed $54.46, with a total for the entire project of $6,262.90. If your board has any questions, both the Department of Transportation and myself are here to answer or to provide a response.
Okay. Thanks, Cheyenne. All right, any questions by board members? I don't see any one punch up to speak. So with that, then we'll go ahead and open the public hearing, and we can consider any written or oral objections.
We do not have any public comments.
Okay, so we have no public comment. And so then we'll go ahead and, with no one in the chambers, address item 45. I will close the public hearing and then turn to our clerk to then follow through with the procedure relative to the ballots and tabulation.
All right. Here's one ballot from the legal owner, Leonel Gomez Cortez. I hope I did not butcher your name. Parcel number 037001105500000, and the address is 6012 37th Street, Sacramento, California, 95824, and they are in favor. And we have a second ballot. The legal owner is Lennar Homes of California, parcel number 065-0070-061-0000, and the address is 7450 Elk Grove Florin Road, Sacramento, California 95829, and they are in favor.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. So Cheyenne, then, with the ballots having been tabulated, you want to read into the resolutions, the fill in the blanks, and then we'll have a motion before the board.
Absolutely. So I'll start off with the Cortez Estates resolution. At the close of the hearing, the board had received 0 written protests. Section 3, and sorry, that was for Section 2. For Section 3, at the close of the tabulation, the board had received 1 protest ballot totaling 100% of the total service charges to be levied, of which 100% was in favor of the change of benefit category and 0% was in opposition. Now for the resolution for the Gerber Creek subdivision, Section 2. At the closing of the hearing, the board had received 0 written protests. Section 3. At the close of the tabulation, the board had received 1 protest ballot totaling 100% of the total service charges to be levied, of which 100% was in favor of the change of benefit category and 0% was in opposition.
Okay, thank you for putting that in the record. So well, the resolutions are complete. I would entertain a motion. We can take both of these at the same time. Lisa, you can take both of these?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Move staff recommendation.
All right. Chair would second. So it's moved and seconded to approve the resolutions, noting the information that was read into the record. If there's nothing further, then please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, next item.
Okay, the next item is County Service Area Number 10, Benefit Zone Number 3, public hearing to establish a service charge with Gerber Creek Subdivision.
Good morning.
Good morning, members of the board. Joe Grassick, Senior Civil Engineer with County Engineering Division.
Good morning, Joe. Is this your first presentation before the board?
Yes, it is.
Oh, good. Well, welcome.
I was here virtually, but with a black screen.
Okay. All right. Well,
it's good to see you in person.
Right. Likewise. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. And so I'm here to present the item that was just read into the record by the clerk. And we also have some members from DOT here to help answer questions if there are any.
All right.
So the Gerber Creek subdivision, as Cheyenne just mentioned, is located approximately 1,500 feet north of Gerber Road, adjacent to and west of Elk Grove Florin Road, and proposes 115 residential lots. In response to a rezone condition of approval, a request was submitted to initiate the establishment of a service charge for County Service Area Number 10, which provides trip reduction services. In response to that request, a notice and ballot were mailed to the property owner on February 4th, 2022. This item proposes the levy of an annual service charge of $116.42 per single-family residential lot. And if there are no questions from your board, we recommend that the board open the public hearing, consider written and oral testimony and objections and protests, close the public hearing, and then direct the clerk to tabulate the returned protest ballot.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Okay, with that, then I'll open the public hearing. I don't have anyone signed up to speak. Do we have anyone on the phone?
We do not.
Okay, one more call here for anyone on item 46, wish to address the board. All right, seeing none, close the public hearing, and I'll turn to the clerk to tabulate the ballots.
Okay. We have 1 ballot. Okay. We have 1 ballot from the legal owner, Lennar Homes of California Incorporated, a California corporation. The parcel number is 065-0070-061-0000. The address is 7450 Elk Grove Florin Road, Sacramento, California 95829, and they are in favor.
Okay. All right, with that, then we'll turn back to you, Joe. You can help us fill in the blanks in the resolution, and then we'll...
Thank you. Yes, since there's no majority protest, we request that the board adopt the attached resolution to establish the service charge on the Gerber Creek subdivision, and I will read into the record the fill-ins in the resolution.
Go ahead.
Okay. So at the close, Section 2, at the close of the tabulation, the board received 0 protests, which the board has duly considered. Section 3, at the close of the tabulation, the board received one protest ballot totaling 100% of the total amount to be levied, of which 100% was in favor of the service charge and 0% was in opposition to the service charge.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Supervisor Cerna.
If there are no further questions by board members, I'd move the item.
Okay. All right, it's moved and seconded then to approve the item with noting the information read into the record relative to the tabulation of ballots. And if there's nothing further, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Very good. You're 100% today, Joe. Thank you. All right, next item.
Here, item 47 is a resolution of necessity authorizing eminent domain actions to acquire real property for the American River Parkway as part of the Two Rivers Trail Project. Ada H. Carlson as to an undivided 1/4 interest. Ada H. Carlson as trustee under the last will and testament of Louis D. Carlson, deceased, as to an undivided 1/4 interest, and John Sandberg, as known as M. Sandberg, as to an undivided 1/2 interest, located at 0 Seward Court, Sacramento, California. The environmental document is a categorical exemption.
Okay. Good morning, Peter.
Good morning, Chair Natoli and members of the board. I'm Peter Hannon, Program Manager, Acquisition Sections of our Real Estate Division. And I'm here today to introduce this item, which recommends board approval for a resolution of necessity authorizing the County of Sacramento to take eminent domain action to acquire real property in cooperation with the City of Sacramento's Two Rivers Trail project. On January 25th, 2022, the board authorized execution of a memorandum of understanding between the County of Sacramento and the City of Sacramento regarding the acquisition and use of real property within the American River Parkway as part of the Two Rivers Trail project. The city's project will extend the existing Two Rivers Trail multi-use path by providing a new 2.4 miles long segment between Sutter's Landing Park and 8th Street. The extended trail is planned to eventually connect this along to the Sacramento River Parkway as part of a continuous trail system along both sides of the Sacramento and American rivers. Construction for Phase 2 is currently expected to occur during the summer of 2022. 2 properties are needed to be acquired for the project and are the subject of this board item. The subject properties are located within the American River Parkway and will be formally maintained by County Regional Parks following the proposed acquisition. The subject parcels are located on the west side of the American River, just north of the 8th Street Bridge. The 2 parcels total approximately 1.26 acres in size and are currently consisting of open space, riverbank, and the levee. The county seeks to acquire full fee title interest in these properties. The county has authority to acquire by purchase property located in the county for public parks under Public Resources Code Section 5157. Additionally, Government Code Section 25350.5 authorizes the board to acquire by eminent domain any property necessary to carry out any of the county's powers or functions. The county obtained a title report for the property and determined that all of the listed property owners are deceased. The county also obtained an appraisal for the affected property from an independent appraiser for the purpose of making a fair market value offer. The County Real Estate Division staff members have identified and contacted potential successors in interest to the deceased property owners regarding county acquisitions of the parcels. To date, however, none of the identified individuals have taken any steps to resolve the title issues. Statutory offers have been sent to the presumed successors in interest. However, these individuals are not currently able to legally complete a sale. The county is thus unable to secure the necessary fee title interest in the subject property under the current circumstances. Today's resolution of necessity and anticipated eminent domain action will provide for possession of the property and construction of the project while the county proceeds to acquire the property through eminent domain. Information to support the required statutory resolution of necessity findings is contained within the staff report and included with this with the agenda packet, along with a history of potential party of interest contacts. Notices of the intention to seek approval of the resolution necessity were mailed to the respective presumed successors in interest by registered mail and standard U.S. mail at least 15 days before today's hearing. If you have any questions regarding the project or any of the properties in question, I or other project team members currently present are available to address those concerns for you. Thank you.
Peter, I know we have one supervisor punch. I just wanted to ask you, how far back does the ownership with the Sandberg and Carlson families, that wasn't included in here, how far does that date back?
That dates back to the 1960s when the properties were subdivided and the River Park subdivision was created. So that ownership, back then the parcels were effectively non-paid. The property taxes were not paid. The county took steps to go through and take the property for non-payment of property
Back in the
taxes.
60s?
Correct.
Okay. I don't know, I don't know if that was included in the staff report or not. So we've taken possession of the properties since the 60s based on non-payment of taxes?
That is correct. And then the state of California was also involved.
I thought I recall when you came before us here some time ago, not too long ago, with this matter. So somehow the state of California got involved because they went to
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think Keith Floyd, County Counsel, can help further explain your.
Okay.
Good morning, board members, Supervisor Natoli. As to your question, the process that was in place in the 1960s under the Revenue and Taxation Code for delinquent property taxes was a two-step process. At that time, when a property went into default, the first step was known as a actual tax deed to the state of California. It didn't really accomplish anything, but for purposes of the assessment role, the state of California became the title holder, just for assessment purposes. And then if property remained in default, there would be a sale and an actual deed to a purchaser. And what happened in these particular parcels, with respect to these two particular parcels, it appears, is that because the value was so low and essentially they were effectively remnant parcels that couldn't be developed, they were forgotten about and a sale never took place. So step two didn't occur.
Okay.
As a result of that, they've remained in what would really be a limbo state for decades. In 1984, the state law was changed so that that two-step process, which formerly involved a deed to the state of California, went away. And at that time, as part of that legislation, the legislation also stated that title in those instances where the state was on title would revert back to the property owners who were on title at the time of the default. That didn't happen either. Again, these were forgotten parcels. So the state of California remained on title, and it wasn't until fairly recently, within the last couple of years, primarily as a result of the city of Sacramento's project, that this title problem came to light.
Okay, very good. Thanks, Keith.
Oh, and so as of today, title is in the name of the deceased owners. It has reverted to their names, but we don't have living individuals who have stepped forward to go through a probate process to acquire title.
But there would, at the end of the day, we still would pay for acquiring these parcels, or because they default? Okay, so
yes, that's still required under the condemnation law. Regardless, it's just a question of whether or not individuals will come forward and assert themselves as a party of interest. In which case, then, if they are able to obtain title through probate administration, they would be eligible for compensation. If that happens while the eminent domain action is pending, that would be part of a judgment and final order of condemnation. If it doesn't, money that is put on deposit, which is part of eminent domain requirement as well, which represents the estimated compensation, remains on deposit with the state treasurer. And at any point after a judgment and final order of condemnation, an individual may still come forward and go to the court, have the court recognize their status as a title holder, and then get an order to receive the compensation.
How long does it have to remain with the state? If no one comes forward, does it issue to the state, or does it come back to the county ultimately?
A few instances where I'm aware of, it stays with the state. It could stay up 30, 40 years. At some point, that may change, but yeah, it stays there.
So the legacy of this parcel started in the 60s, and it could be in 2060 or later when it could be 100 years and never be.
Correct.
Okay.
As Mr. Hannon noted, in this instance, real estate's made exhaustive efforts to contact parties of interest, and there are a few individuals, I think a grandchild and some grandchildren, maybe an uncle as well, who have been identified as potential parties of interest. So as this process moves forward, if the resolution of necessity is adopted today, as part of an eminent domain action, the county counsel's office will be in contact with those individuals. There will also be, as required under the eminent domain law, publication of the summons in the action, and there will be named as defendants the heirs and devisees of the deceased owners. Okay. So anybody who has asserts an interest in the property may include themselves in an eminent domain action by filing an answer. So the individuals who are identified as potential heirs to the deceased owners will have notice of this action, and I will explain to them their rights if they wish to assert them and the process for being part of it and going forward. And I will keep them advised of it all the way through.
Okay, thanks, Keith. Supervisor Cerny, you've been patient, thanks.
Thank you. This property resides in District 1, and the chair beat me to many of the questions I had about this, which is fine. But I did want to follow up with regards to the whole question of successors and their disposition. So what I understand from your explanation is that I assume it's a state escrow account of some sort?
Yes, it's known as the State Treasurer's Condemnation Fund. That's the fund that the county, in all eminent domain cases, makes an initial deposit into, which represents the estimated amount of compensation based on an initial appraisal that remains with the state until either it's paid out as part of a judgment, or in the case where ultimately the compensation is more than that initial deposit, typically the county will pay the property owner the higher amount, and then the county will get a refund of the deposit.
Okay. So I'm assuming that our attempts to communicate with successors was, we followed the letter of the law in terms of what's required by certified mail and whatnot. But did we, because of the kind of the uniqueness of this situation, go over and above in any way? Did we try to telephonically contact them, or is there other electronic means of attempting to get a better understanding of their interest in being the recipient of the fair market value of the property?
Mr. Hannon can speak to that better at this stage or up to this stage through real estate, but there has been actual contact with individuals and dialogue with them in real estate, with the real estate division, and that will continue, as well as if we identify anyone else as a potential party of interest upon the filing of the eminent domain action.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Cerna. We did talk with the individuals on several occasions. I believe they were the great-great-grandchildren, the uncle that Keith mentioned. So we had a couple telephone conference calls with those folks, just explaining the process and what we were trying to do, and try to figure out if they knew of anyone in their families that were successors or named individuals who would have some sort of authority to act on behalf of these entities that own the property. So we had several telephone conversations with those folks, emails. They received all the offers and sent out letters or notices as well to parties via email, so certified mail, regular mail, email, notifying them of this proceeding.
So they had a clear understanding of valuation?
Yes, we talked that over with them. Again, we have an appraisal, And, unfortunately, none of the parties that we have spoken with are able to act on behalf of the
So it's not a matter of them contesting the valuation?
Not at this moment.
Okay. I appreciate, again, the chair's questions, and I had many of the same ones. Anytime I think we act, whether it's this governing body or others that we serve on, to exercise eminent domain, I think we take it extremely seriously. It's pretty obvious what the greater public need is here in terms of the extension of the Two Rivers Trail. But I wanted to make sure for the record that I had a clear understanding that we did make every concerted effort to resolve, the ability for the successor owners of the property to, have a benefit from the prospect of condemnation here.
Correct. Yes, we took all available steps. We had fairly exhaustive research needed to even identify the individuals that we have spoken to. And again, they're great-grandchildren of, the deceased original owners. So.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
I would just one other note. We've done a number of, certainly right-of-way acquisitions and eminent domain actions over the years for different public works. We rarely do it for parklands. Obviously, this is a very unique situation. I think Supervisor Cerna's point, I think doing everything that we can, certainly within the framework of the law, but I think even going beyond that to reach out to folks. And I think all of us are aware that, that development of that neighborhood bears both the Sandburg and Carlson names on the streets that, serve those areas. So obviously they were pretty prominent at the time. And, as this got put on the shelf somewhere and, only has come to the attention, and certainly appreciate the work that you, Peter, and Keith and others have done to reach out to folks, because I think it's, irrespective of how many generations down the line, there is value, probably more value in a property than at the time in 1960. But you got 11 plus acres here of land that, sits adjacent to the American River. So, I don't know what the appraisal valuation was. That wasn't mentioned in the report. Is that held in confidence, or? Is there some reason why that wasn't in the report, the appraised value? Go ahead, Keith.
It's typically not part of the discussion
It's not,
for
okay.
the resolution of necessity, but in this instance, I don't think there's any harm in saying it just for purposes of informing the board of the appraisal value that was obtained by the county.
Yeah, $35,000 was the appraised value.
Okay.
And again, because of the way that splits out between the entities, it's cut up. But that was the total valuation. $35,000 was the independent parties.
Okay. And under normal processes, assuming you had someone who would either contest that or want to have that valuation challenged, there is a process that is provided for they can get an independent appraisal, and we provide up to $5,000 for that and so forth.
That is correct.
Once, though, we pass those markers along the road and actually put a deposit on, assuming no one comes forward that can actually, execute the claimed money and do it, through probate or whatever process they would use in the courts, I guess. Then is that all in the rearview mirror in the sense that once the money's put on deposit, that's the fixed price. They could never contest whatever evaluation, or if.
No, I believe they could if, again, they figure how to get themselves involved and entitled, and they could contest the valuation.
So that stays open then, that particular appeal route, Keith?
Again, Supervisor Natoli, as part of the eminent domain process, any person that asserts an interest in a real property can assert themselves into an eminent domain case. So in this instance, they could do that. However, they're going to be able to participate as named defendants, the ones that are living today, the grandchildren and great-grandchildren. If they don't respond in the action, eventually what would happen is, and there's no response to the publication to the heirs and devisees of the deceased owners, eventually what would occur is there would be an entry of a default judgment.
Okay.
And that would reflect the appraised value, which is also the deposited amount. And then that, upon entry of a final order of condemnation, becomes the set amount. And
Okay, so that
it doesn't
closes
change
that
after
chapter. The money's there available
Right.
for them to claim, but they can't come back at a later date.
No, they would need to assert their interest in the action and then claim that there's a higher value that should be attributed to the properties.
Right. Okay. Very good. Well, thank you, Keith. Thanks, Peter. Thanks, Supervisor Cerna. Any other board member have any questions? If not, I'll turn to Supervisor Cerna for comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Clerk, we don't have any public speakers on this.
We do not.
Okay, then I'd go ahead and move the item.
Okay. All right. We have a motion. Let's move a second. This requires a 2/3, correct? So it requires four out of 5. Okay.
4 out of 5.
All right. Nothing further. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, very good. Thank you, gentlemen. All right, next item. I believe we have a number of folks who want to weigh in on this, so
Yes.
go ahead and call it, please.
The presentation queued up. This item 48 is the fireworks enforcement presentation.
All right, and I know that once we've had the presentation, questions by board members, I believe we have probably some folks on the phone. I know we've received quite a bit of written correspondence on this as relates to items for this board to consider potentially. So
We have about 5 in queue.
okay, all right. I don't have anybody signed up to speak, so if there's, other than the presenters, but all right, very good. Troy, I'll turn to you to start.
Great, thank you. Good morning, members of the board. I'm Troy Givens, the Director of Economic Development for Sacramento County. I'm here today to introduce item 48. Item 48 is a fireworks presentation that provides historical statistics, educational information, and mitigation efforts related to illegal fireworks. The presentation will also cover enforcement activity and the 2022 fireworks safety campaign. This annual presentation has come about as a result of inquiries that your board has made over the last several years and a desire to combat the use of illegal fireworks. There will be 2 PowerPoint presentations today, the first from Chief Wagaman from Metro Fire and Chief Barnes from the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office, and the second set of slides will be presented by our Public Information Director, Kim Nava, and this will cover fireworks safety campaign as we approach the fireworks season. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Troy. All right, Chief Wagaman.
Good morning, Chairman of the Board.
Good morning.
Board members, County Executive. Tyler Wagaman. I'm a Deputy Chief of the Support Services Branch for the Sacramento Metropolitan Fire District. It is an honor to speak before you for the second time today regarding fireworks once again, and as it relates to safe and sane fireworks, illegal fireworks, the task force and our mitigation plan, at least the plan that we initiated during 2021. To my right, I'll go ahead and introduce her now. She can come on up and support me. This is Deputy Fire Marshal Christiana Fields. She's going to be taking you on the journey today through the PowerPoint presentation, as well as our Public Information Officer, Captain Parker Wilborn. As you can see, this is why I was not elected the Public Information Officer. He's a far better looking person than I am. But with that being said, for the folks that are in the audience, as well as the constituents that are live here today, I just want to do a brief overview of the Sacramento Metropolitan Fire District. We are a county fire organization. We're a special district, and we cover just over 400 square miles of Sacramento County in the unincorporated area, as well as the city of Citrus Heights and Rancho Cordova. We're a very busy organization, comparatively speaking. In 2020, we ran 97,777 calls for that year. And in 2021, we upticked that to 105,500, a very significant uptick, almost 8%. So we're already a very, very busy organization. Then when we add the 4th of July, it becomes even busier. And the 4th of July is historically very predictable. We know we're going to have fireworks. We know we're going to have illegal activity, and it's up to us to come together to put together a solid plan with the resources that we have available. So with that being said, I would like to pass the floor over to Deputy Fire Marshal Fields, and she's going to take you on a quick journey through the PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, great. Good morning.
Thank you, Chief Wagaman. Good morning, Supervisors. Chair Natoli, Christiana Fields, Deputy Fire Marshal, Metro Fire. I'm just going to go over our 2021 fireworks enforcement. If you can switch to the next. Our fires on July 24th, as Chief Wagaman mentioned, increases our activity throughout the year. You'll see here the last 3 years of fire activity, we've had some increase. We had about a 31% increase in 2020 from 2019. Some of that can be attributed to the fact that there were no public fireworks displays due to COVID in 2020. We see last year we had 76 fires on the 4th of July, a 7% decrease from 2020, but still overall increase in fire activity on the 4th of July. Of those fires that you saw on the 4th of July, we are completing the fire investigations. This is our statistics for the fire investigations completed. You also see an increase comparable to the fires of investigations from 2019 to 2021. Last year, we had and completed 120 fire investigations. Of those 120 fire investigations, 7 of those were due to legal, safe and sane fireworks, and then the remaining 23 due to illegal fireworks.
One off here. Pause just for a minute. We have Supervisor Desmond and Supervisor Cerna have some questions maybe before you leave the slide. So, Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. And we may interrupt you a few times here to help us understand some of the components of your presentation. Just so I'm clear with these statistics, these include all of Sac Metro's service area? Okay, so this includes the unincorporated area as well as Citrus Heights and Rancho Cordova.
This includes Citrus Heights, Rancho Cordova, all of unincorporated Sacramento County.
If necessary, could we break those out at a later date or work with your okay.
We can get that information for you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to reference the previous slide. I don't know if you can go back. Do you happen to have at your fingertips here the breakdown of the fires, wildland versus structure?
We can get that for you also.
Okay, I'd be interested to understand that.
Okay, you'll be back with another slideshow, I trust. No, I'm kidding. No, again, good questions. All right, anything else, Phil, at this point?
Yeah,
okay, all right.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
So for our fireworks enforcement, we start with education and outreach. We work with our regional partners to make sure that we are providing consistent messaging to the public about illegal fireworks use and proper disposal of safe and sane fireworks. We also provide handouts and education to the operators of all safe and sane retail booth displays. You'll see there, our fireworks stands at retail booths. Our inspectors are completing those inspections every year. Last year, our inspectors completed 159 inspections of our fireworks booths. That was up from the year prior, also due to COVID, slightly down from overall in 2019, but 159 inspections where our inspectors are making sure that those booths are located safely and that they're actually presenting and selling legal fireworks in the booth. In addition to our inspection of the retail booths, we have inspectors that are on site to display all of the public fireworks displays. So last year we had 4 displays at Del Paso Country Club, at Hagan Park and Rancho Cordova, at the Lake and Rancho Murrieta, and then at Northridge Country Club. Our inspectors are on site as the fireworks are brought to the site for the public's display, through the setup, through the loading, through the actual show, and all the way to the end of an all clear. And in addition to our inspectors that are there for the public display, as well as the inspecting the retail booths, we work to increase our capacity during the 4th of July period by cross-training of our inspectors with our fire investigations unit. So last year we trained all of our fire inspectors on cause and origin investigation for vegetation fires. Having our inspectors trained to do vegetation fire investigation allowed us to free up some of our arson investigators for enforcement, as well as structural fire investigation. Our fire investigators were responsible for the enforcement, which included the illegal fireworks buy busts, additionally the fireworks confiscation and citations where appropriate. Having our 4 investigators, One of our additional increases for capacity, in addition to the inspectors that were assisting with cause and origin investigation for vegetation fires, we added a pilot program where we were able to bring one of our fire suppression personnel that had law enforcement background also into our investigation unit to increase our capacity there from 3 to 4 investigators that were on duty during that time period. During that time period, those investigators partnered with our regional law enforcement partners. So they partnered with Citrus Heights PD, Rancho Cordova PD, as well as CAL FIRE and their explosive detection K9 unit. This here is an example of some of the illegal fireworks that we confiscated in some of our illegal buybacks and fireworks activity. Just a reminder that illegal fireworks are any fireworks that go into the air or explode.
Can I ask you on the illegal fireworks for a second? When you confiscate or do the buy bus, and you show some pictures here, are some of those items manufactured by the same ones that manufacture the Safe and Sane that are offered for sale here?
That is correct. Some of these are fireworks that are offered for sale in other states that we're seeing here in Sacramento.
And has there been any discussion that you're aware of, either through the Association of Fire Agencies and the manufacturers? Because I know we're going to hear today relative to illegal fireworks and a proposal for potentially a social host ordinance and so forth. Because I'm curious as to what at least from the fire department's perspective, I may ask this of Dennis as well, what the industry is doing, because the importation is often referenced that may come from offshore, but actually the importation is coming. Do you have some sense about coming across the borders from Nevada or other states where they're being sold legally, but the same manufacturers that are manufacturing Safe and Sane for sale here are the ones that are manufacturing for sale in states where it may be legal, but that is I say compounding the problem. So I guess I'm curious as to what your sense is about that as it relates to the industry and certainly with the fire service here, obviously Metro, but maybe more nationally or regionally as it relates to the issue we're facing here in California. So
I defer to Chief Wagaman for that.
Yeah.
So you're spot on, Supervisor Natoli. Couldn't agree with you more. This is a state and national level issue. We continue to bring some solutions to the table, which I believe are just solving symptoms at the group, at the bottom level, literally the boots on the ground. So it's very challenging for us to chip away at this problem. And I can tell you that Metro Fire alone can't solve this issue, but we can certainly give all of our resources and do the right thing just to get through yet another year. But we do need to focus top down. We need to have a 50,000-foot level at the fireworks industry and start making some changes there. I'm not one to throw issues out on the table without some potential solutions. So this is something that I continually think about. I recently recovered from a back injury. I broke my back. And each day that I went through that process, I obviously had some pain management that I had to deal with. And each time that I showed up to get my pain medication, I had to swipe my driver's license. And on the little prescription had my name on it. I was responsible for that. Something along those lines might be very effective in the fireworks industry. If fireworks are allowed to be sold legally out of the state, and the person that's buying those is legally responsible for where those fireworks go, that might be an option to look at. Because trying to combat this every single year through all of our highways into the state of California is a daunting task. And I really don't know how we can solve this without starting at that high level and starting to look down. I think we're doing a pretty good job with the resources that we have available with the firefighters and the law enforcement officers on the street to combat not only this challenge, but all the other calls that we have to deal with on this specific date. We're doing everything we have with the resources that we have available.
So, just maybe back to my question. Thank you for responding. Is it as you confiscate these or even identify them in the field, maybe they've already been set off? Are they largely then the ones that come via intrastate versus from offshore? I guess because a presentation I remember we saw here a few years ago. They had cargo containers that were coming from outside the country, I guess. And, more recently, though, and again, probably anecdotally, that's why I asked the question, it's my understanding that, maybe this is all being, a lot of these were manufactured stateside and are coming in to our state because we have, regulations, restrictions relative to the use and possession, I guess, of those types of fireworks. And yet, as we work with the industry, and that's why I asked the question. So what's your sense about maybe percentage-wise that which you find in the field? It may vary versus, what comes in via either, shipping containers or from out of country maybe versus those that are being manufactured stateside.
Sure. I certainly don't have a percentage for you,
yeah.
but a majority of the fireworks that we see are available just over state lines.
Are they?
And that's why we see so many of them. They're very easily accessible.
And what are those? Those are the M80s, or the ones that are the bottle rockets? Is that what we're talking about here?
Correct.
Or?
And comparatively speaking, one of the draws for illegal fireworks is, in a lot of cases, they're less expensive than safe and sane fireworks, comparatively speaking. So, as you can see, people want to get their hands on them. It's a cheaper solution. They're a little bit more bang, and there's a big draw for them, and that's a problem for us.
Okay, good. Okay, thanks to you. I don't know if anybody else saying. Oh, I see Supervisor Desmond. Yeah, and then Supervisor.
Thank you, Chair Natoli. A lot of the same questions. So this slide here with all these illegal fireworks, and you mentioned the majority of them, you're able to trace them back to sites in Nevada or where? I mean, have you been able to zero in on a specific location where the majority of them are coming from?
Yeah, we have not zeroed in or done the research to figure out exactly which state that they were coming from. However, the California Highway Patrol probably has. I know they have done some pretty large busts in years past with shipments of illegal fireworks across state lines. I think that question might be better answered to them. Again, we as Metro Fire, we're solely focused on the county of Sacramento. We did have one felony arrest this year. It was a gentleman that came up from the Stockton area. He was not willing to provide any additional information as to where he got those fireworks from. However, they were made by the same manufacturers that supply safe and sane fireworks.
That's interesting. That's very interesting too, because it seems to me it makes it easier maybe to commingle legal fireworks with these illegal fireworks, which makes it much more difficult. And something you mentioned, I mean, it certainly strikes me this is a larger, federal legislative issue, really, because you're talking about interstate commerce. So these, if you know, these sellers of these fireworks in other states, do they actually require that identification you were speaking of? I can't imagine. I'm
not to my
assuming
knowledge.
They don't. Okay.
Not to my knowledge, no.
And then the other question I have, because it also occurs to me that because you kind of have this commingling and illegal fireworks can kind of be hidden among legal fireworks, which makes it probably more difficult to detect them. And how many booths does Sac Metro approve? Because every fireworks stand, I'm assuming, has to have a permit from Sac Metro Fire if it's in your service area.
From Sacramento County too.
For the entire for
the unincorporated area.
The unincorporated. So I'm getting. So just specifically, can you tell me how many fireworks booths are approved in unincorporated Sacramento County and how that number has changed over time? Because certainly, anecdotally to me, it seems like it just keeps growing and growing and growing.
Right, and I know that as a part of this presentation, I believe it's 146 that were inspected by Metro Fire Prevention staff, and which was a slight uptick.
But okay, so that's every one of them. I was assuming that was just
that's just within our jurisdiction.
Okay.
Yep. So slight uptick from the previous year, and definitely down from the year before that. So COVID definitely had an impact on the sales of some of our nonprofit organizations with respect to safe and sane fireworks.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that, because I thought the inspections weren't every single stand, but the inspection is on every single
there's
stand.
A permitting and inspection process on every single stand before they're allowed to open.
Yeah, and they require business licenses from Sacramento County. That's what I was referring to. So I think from city jurisdictions as well, they require a business license in any of those jurisdictions, if I'm not mistaken. So just maybe for Dennis, while you're thinking, I'm going to ask about if the manufacturers that are manufacturing fireworks that are problematic here, and we're trying to deal with this with safe and sane. I guess I'm, be thinking about that, Dennis. I don't want to catch you off guard, but I just, it occurred to me that that's an issue that needs to be dealt with maybe in a broader context, and maybe the industry is dealing with that. So I know you're going to present a little later on. So anyway, Chief, go ahead.
Any additional questions I could answer for you?
Nobody else up at this point.
Sure, there's more coming.
Yeah.
All right. Chief Fields.
Okay, Chief Fields, back to you.
Thank you. And just the last slide that we have here, every year we take a look back on how the year went and what we were able to accomplish. So for the year 2021, we had received 363 fireworks complaints. Out of those, we had 94 contacts, and contacts may be the confiscation, it may be arrests, it may be educational opportunities. So out of that, we had 94 contacts. We confiscated a total of 575 pounds of illegal fireworks. Like I mentioned before, we completed 120 fire investigations. Of those, 7 being caused by safe and sane, and then 23 being caused by illegal fireworks.
Chief Fields, on the confiscated, and I know this was presented to us a few years ago too, that there was problems because working with the state fire marshal used to be a way to destroy that material, and then it was being held, and you were having to, hold it in a secure location because there was some backlog in the state system for actually destroying or destruction of material. So does your department destroy that material, or how does that? What happens with the 575 pounds?
We are still working with the state to dispose of those.
So you're still holding it. So you're bearing the cost of having to store it securely somewhere in Metro's inventory.
And so we're able to work with CAL FIRE to dispose, correct.
And how long do you have to hold it?
The time can be varied. So we don't have an estimated or exact time I could give you. Go ahead, Chief.
Yeah, that's highly dependent on the money that's available at a state level through the state fire marshal's office for disposal. As you could imagine, in some cases it costs more to dispose of these fireworks than it does to purchase them. So Metro Fire does not want to be in the business of storing explosives or illegal fireworks, and nor do we want to have to dispose of them just purely due to the cost. However, we have worked with the State Fire Marshal's Office with success over the past few years, and I can tell you they're constantly fighting to ensure that there's adequate funds in order to properly dispose of them.
And maybe it goes back to the earlier question I asked, that if this contraband material is being manufactured, at least in good part, by the same folks who are selling safe and sane fireworks, marketing them here in California. I guess I'm curious, are you aware of any discussion with industry about the fireworks industry actually paying for confiscated contraband materials, either law enforcement or fire officials, for them ponying up for the destruction of that material? You go through the effort of taking it off the streets. It's problematic for all the residents that we're hearing from and others, both from a nuisance but as well as a public safety standpoint. I'm just curious of whether industry, the fireworks industry, are you aware of any conversations between CAL FIRE and the industry to fund the destruction of illegal materials that are brought into the state, obviously via folks that have purchased it or are bringing in for sale? And actually helping with that, because otherwise those costs are being borne solely by public entities, whether it's the state, you folks, us, somebody else. So,
yeah, Supervisor Natoli, no, not specifically. However, I have heard potentially through some Senate bills an option to either give back or buy back some of these illegal fireworks back to the fireworks industry. Again, Metro Fire would not be in support of that. We would not support, in essence, giving drugs back to a drug dealer. It just doesn't make sense to me. They need to be disposed of. We need to get rid of them so they don't get resold and brought back into the state of California. But as far as the fireworks industry paying for disposal, I think that would be best answered by Dennis Revelle or one of his colleagues.
Okay. Supervisor Cerna.
Thanks. So I note on the last slide there, the component parts of the after-action review. There's a notation about civilian injuries, but do we actually have an accounting of how many firefighters get injured?
So we do take that into consideration. I'm happy to report in 2021 we had no firefighter injuries associated with the 4th of July and any of the activities surrounding that event. However, I will let Chief Fields continue. She does have some additional talking points related to injuries.
I assume that I think the split is still about 70-30. Correct me if I'm wrong in terms of medical response versus fire response. But I assume, especially if it's a structural fire response associated with fireworks, the likelihood of injuries to firefighters goes up exponentially.
That is a true statement.
Thank you.
Yes, and on the 4th of July, it's a slanted value. We see a lot more fires historically than we would normally see. On any given day, we run about 85 to 87% emergency medical services calls, with the balances being fire and other types of incidents. On the 4th of July, we run a significantly higher number of fire-related incidents compared to EMS calls.
Great. Thank you.
Supervisor Desmond.
Real quick, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Chief Fields, maybe on that, or maybe the stat you mentioned, 363 calls to Sac Metro specifically for reporting illegal fireworks in 2021.
Correct. Those are complaints for illegal firework activity.
Okay, and I didn't see. So, I don't think that's in your presentation. How does that number compare to years past, over the last 3 years?
I don't think we have the exact number that I can give you for the previously. We started a new reporting process this year, so we're able to track those complaints a little bit better.
And so maybe a little apples and oranges too, if you're capturing it differently. Well, I know I was one of those calls myself and was contacted directly. So thank you for your prompt response. Okay, thank you.
Good. Okay.
Thank you. And just the last couple of items on the slide. For the civilian injuries, as you mentioned, injuries, Supervisor Cerna, we did have one civilian injury this year. Unfortunately, that person succumbed to those injuries, so that resulted in one fire fatality. Chief Wagman will speak into that a little bit more. In addition to the injury, we saw about $1.3 million in loss as a result of fireworks activity last year. So with that, I will turn it over to Chief Wagaman.
Thank you again, Chief Fields. As Chief Fields indicated, $1.3 million, and it's probably underestimated because our firefighters we don't assess values very well, but we can certainly put a price tag on to what we feel it might be worth to replace damaged houses or other types of items. With respect to the fatal fire, I think this is a good opportunity to speak regarding this specific incident. This 4th of July was a little bit different than the previous. Our weather was very mild. We had mild temperatures. The wind was very calm, and we had high humidity. In the fire service, high humidity is a good thing for us. However, what we saw was typically an uptick in fires between that peak hour of 6 and 3 a.m. It really got pushed until after midnight that we saw some of our significant fires. In our North Highlands area, we had 3 working house fires in very close proximity to each other, roughly all at the same time. An exorbitant amount of resources to combat those fires, 27 in total. So as you could imagine, the resource drawdown for that area, including Arden Arcade, the city of Sacramento, they helped out, as well as Citrus Heights. One of those specific house fires was reported by a neighbor of a well-involved garage fire. It was during that point we dispatched resources, and we immediately started to get some information from one of the occupants that had self-extricated, saying that her father was still inside. So as you can imagine, our firefighters are prepared to make a rescue. And they did that day. Being exhausted from already being incredibly busy, they hit the ground running. They experienced very heavy fire involvement in this relatively small single-story house. They were able to get in there, hold the fire back, and pull a victim out. The victim was under CPR. We were able to revive him, transport him emergently to the hospital, but unfortunately, he did not survive from his injuries. So that's the very unfortunate part to this story. The fortunate part was the 13-year-old, the daughter. She was also home at the time. She was sleeping in her bedroom with her door closed. She woke up to the smell of smoke. She went out to go into the hallway, noticed there was smoke in the hallway, shut the door again behind her, obviously experienced some heat conditions, and she exited out of her window. For the people that are listening here today, please sleep with your doors closed. Closed doors save lives, and smoke detectors save lives. She was there standing in the street and were able to tell firefighters when they arrived that her father was still inside. So we were able to risk it all, if you will, to save someone who was savable. And our firefighters did everything they possibly could. So a very unfortunate incident, but also a very heroic incident at the same time. This specific fire was caused by Safe and Sane Fireworks. Improper disposal. They did everything right. They went out on a family event. They went to a display, I believe up in Folsom. When they got home, they set some of their own fireworks off. They were safe and sane. They purchased them right. They did everything right, with the exception of the way that they disposed them. That was it. It was just a simple mistake. So I think we as a fire agency, we have a better job to do. We need to continue to communicate and communicate better the importance of properly handling safe and sane fireworks. So that was the end of our presentation. I would be happy to answer any questions before I invite Chief Barnes from the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department up.
Okay, thanks, Chief. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. Chief, when you have an incident, as you described, where you have multiple structures in close proximity to one another, does that immediately give you a clue that you're dealing with aerial fireworks, perhaps?
Yeah, not necessarily. However, when we have an incident where we have multiple structures involved or significant impingement on exposures, that typically tells us the fire likely started outside or it has been burning for quite some time before somebody reported it. In all three of these incidents in North Highlands, they were all caused by fireworks. Two of them were caused by illegal fireworks, and the one that I spoke to, safe and sane.
Thank you.
You bet.
Chief, before you leave the podium, and I know we're here from Chief Barnes from the Sheriff's Department, as you're well aware, we've been receiving quite a bit of feedback from citizens throughout the county, both in the unincorporated as well as incorporated areas, some that have enacted social host ordinance and so forth. And some of the information we received has been related to the city of Sacramento's, and again, obviously, you're not administering that, but their approach, and then obviously more recently, I guess even a couple of jurisdictions you do serve, Rancho Cordova, I don't know if Citrus Heights for certain or not, but enacted social host ordinance, I think, latter part of last spring, and so maybe didn't have the same data information that would be available through the city of Sacramento. But I'm curious, is that something that again, we're going to hear from Chief Barnes, we'll hear from Mr. Ravel, and but as we with callers that are on the line, folks that are advocating for that. But I'm curious, any information you would want to share, volunteer. Otherwise, we can, I'm sure we can get more questions here this morning from several of us on the topic. But maybe weigh in if you've given the opportunity. So.
Supervisor Natoli, yes. Yeah. Contrary to what some of the communications has been, Metro Fire has not voiced a negative interest towards social host. In fact, I spoke before you last year in support of anything that would help chip away at this problem. I do know that the city of Sacramento was their first year, as well as Citrus Heights and Rancho Cordova. And what I expressed before you was an opportunity to get feedback from those agencies to see if, in fact, it made a difference. And I know it will take time to determine that. And my suggestion would be not to specifically look at the revenues, but rather a decrease in the use of illegal fireworks. And I know the revenue piece is important because it does cost money to implement new programs. And that is a concern for Metro Fire as well. If you're asking Metro Fire to participate, I can tell you that it will be a challenge, but we will do anything and everything we have to do if it's the right thing for the constituents of the county. We are strapped. We have many vacancies right now. We have 44 firefighters in the academy, and we're trying to fill spots just as quick as we can. And that's why this last year we tried that pilot program and training some of our folks to give them some additional resources out on the streets on a very busy day. So I think organizationally, we're doing everything that we can, and we're not here to support. I don't have enough information yet to support a social host plan, but I think there's enough information available around us to give you the information that you need in order to make an informed decision. Now, with that being said, we still have some questions if that's going to be an adoption of the county, which, again, we will support you in that. As far as resources, that will be still in question. Right. What I noticed year after year is the majority of these fireworks get let off in the middle of the street. That's a county public-owned roadway. People like to commingle in parking lots, private parking lots, and set off these fireworks. Is that going to be a responsibility of those property owners, not knowing that those people are even there? I don't know. That's a question, as well as some potential levy types of issues within the county of Sacramento as well. So we have lots of questions as it relates to a social host, what that means for the county. It's not really specific or not specific to the city and what they have produced over the last several months. We're looking at the statistics as they're coming forward. We're very interested in those as well. And if we could take a stance on either side, we certainly will.
Okay.
We just don't have the information yet.
I'm just curious. I know in years past, in fact, again, as some of the fallout feedback from the frustrations folks are feeling during the holiday periods is not exclusively July anymore. A lot of times around the New Year's and maybe even year long in some cases as people decide they're going to celebrate with illegal fireworks at different junctures in the year. But I guess the question I wanted to ask is, it doesn't all fall to Metro. We had a fire task force, advisory task force, and I never saw. I mean, we saw I guess a brief summation, and again, it wasn't on your table to have to do that. I know Lisa was involved at Barsdale, but whatever came of that, is that the group that's been meeting? Because that was supposedly involving both the municipalities and certainly the fire agencies, and then industry representatives, law enforcement, and I guess that would be the forum where information would be shared about how folks are enforcing, what they're seeing, any noticeable results, what's coming of it. I mean, we've heard from many citizens about a social host ordinance, using the Nail 'em app application to identify areas where you have a high preponderance of activity of illegal fireworks. Bless you. But I guess I'm curious, what's the status? And maybe you're not the one to answer this. Of the Fire Advisory Task Force that was meeting. I know some of the chiefs of staff even participated at the table, or at least observed in that. I'm curious. That would be the group that at least would be assimilating the data, I would assume, but maybe not.
Yeah, so the Fireworks Task Force is still very much a group that exists. Metro Fire does participate in that. We participated in it each year. Depending upon staffing levels throughout different organizations that participate, that will certainly affect their level of engagement for that specific year.
Okay. So did that group meet anytime recently, anticipating the presentation to this board, or do you know?
I will have to look over my right shoulder to our Chief Barsdale. Chief Barsdale is our fire marshal. She's tied in with that specific group, and she could certainly answer that question.
She was sitting up there so quietly thinking that she
thought she was going to be off the hook.
Her fellow chiefs to do the presentation. Good morning, Lisa. Morning, Chief.
Good morning. We typically meet towards the end of April or May. We meet with our regional partners along with the fireworks industry to come up with an education and outreach plan, make sure that everyone's on the same page. And then closer to the 4th of July period, we would meet to go over in a separate operational type group. So it would be law enforcement and fire to discuss what our plan is for enforcement and follow up through that 4th of July period. So we're a little early. The agencies are still gathering information and statistics on the social host side. So we should have a better idea of that in the next month or so.
Okay. And Lisa, so I mentioned three. Are the 4 jurisdictions, cities of Sacramento, did Elk Grove adopt a social host ordinance?
Yes, they've had one for several years.
Okay. And then Rancho Cordova, Citrus Heights, and Folsom. And Folsom, but Folsom, you don't serve it. And Folsom. So we actually have 5 municipalities that we're aware of that have adopted that. Okay.
Correct, and it's my understanding from all of them, they've done criminal enforcement in addition to the social host. So they were providing dual enforcement during this last 4th of July season.
Okay, very good. Thanks. Okay, that's all questions I had. Any other questions of our Metro team here at this point? If not, Chief Wegmans and Chief Hills, stand by. We'll get back to you. We're going to hear from
Certainly
Chief.
will. Thank you for the
very good.
opportunity.
Thank you. Okay, Chief Barnes, Sacramento County Sheriff's Department.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair,
morning,
Supervisor Natoli, Supervisors, Madam Clerk, Council, and County Leadership. Jim Barnes with the Sheriff's Office. Kind of to echo what Tyler talks about is, this regional problem is a bigger problem. I think it's already been explained this morning, but I think last year when we took a different approach, more on the educational side of it, we in the Sheriff's Office took a three-prong approach. It was educational, it was prevention, then there was enforcement. On the educational approach, we had our problem-oriented police officers. We created an email, reportfireworks@saccounty.net. So as these aerial fireworks were going off prior to the timeline that we're looking at, we were able to try and take some proactive measures. What we did learn was the community was confused on what constitutes safe and sane versus illegal fireworks. When you talk about commingling of fireworks, right now, when you pull onto some streets towards the end of the night, you will see some neighborhoods who get together and they want the largest grand finale. A lot of those are made by ladders, boards, mixture of safe and sane with illegal fireworks. Very rarely do we come across an aerial fireworks display that would rival one of the displays that are approved, but you'll find some intermittent there. And why is that? Is because people have gotten smart. They let off one or two aerial fireworks. It takes us time to respond. By the time we get there, that information, evidence is gone. So for us to be able to be in the proactive side of it on the education, we seemed it to work out once we were able to put out information on flyers on what is the difference between safe and sane and illegal fireworks. We seemed to get positive feedback from the community. Then we went to a prevention. And so what we started to do, which was different than most years, or previous years, I would say, was mid-June. We had our problem-oriented police officers working with some task force members to really look at some of the back channel communications on platforms where they trade, where they purchase. And once we identified those, then we worked ways to be able to maybe identify who's responsible with that, and then work with our regional partners to effect an arrest. Those efforts were successful. At one point, we recovered over 100 pounds of illegal fireworks. And when you talk about disposal, it makes it difficult for us. So when we recover them, it's our explosive ordnance detail that really takes the measures on how do we get rid of those fireworks. They're dangerous. We don't know how they were maybe either manufactured and or stored. We don't know if they're going to go off as we collect them. So the hazards are there not only for the law enforcement, but for the firefighters who respond. On the enforcement side, as we talked about, there was 100 pounds. We did make a felony arrest. But what I did want to note also is when we were traveling through the pandemic, when aerial fireworks displays were canceled because of the pandemic, we saw a large number of increase of illegal fireworks. When we look at years past, and I'll give you some statistics for the Sheriff's Office, just for the month of July in 2019, we'd had 905 firework calls for service. In 2020, we had 716. Last year in 2021, we had 494, which was a 31% decrease in calls to the comm center regarding illegal fireworks. Through the period of July 3rd through the 5th, in 2019, we had 597 calls for service. In 2020, it was 345, and last year in 2021, it was 202, which was a 41% decrease in calls for service. So in all the attention that this is getting, I think there were some positive measures that we took with our regional partners on trying to be proactive, educate, and then even on the prevention side that we were successful. But it goes to the bigger problem. We're an hour and a half to 2 hour drive time to anywhere that you can buy illegal fireworks and bring them back. And so as we continue our efforts regionally, when we meet as regional partners, that's going to continue to be our challenge. When people commingle fireworks to get that biggest display at the end of the night, and how do we catch them in action? We talk about the social host ordinance, again, with the Sheriff's Office. Similar to our regional partners, staffing is a challenge for us. And to identify individuals to be a part of a task force and a response team, we're open to conversations, but as we get closer, we'll have to talk about that because the Sheriff's Office has its staffing challenges as well. But from a law enforcement official, I do have concerns sometimes of putting administrative people in to go cite individuals that might be part of large parties, been gathering all day. Sometimes there's drinking of alcoholic beverages. And if they're lighting off illegal fireworks, then we can say that most likely their level of decision-making has diminished. And so we want to make sure if we're going to send individuals in that everybody is safe in doing so. And again, beyond the monetary value of it is I like to look at deliverables and looking at the task force in previous years. What we don't want is personnel to show up, take assignments, report back how many fireworks that they saw. We want to make sure that we're making an impact. So as we move forward strategically, we're open as the Sheriff's Office. How do we put that team together where there's deliverables and it's really making a difference? And that's our commitment to you.
Good. Thanks, Chief Barnes. Okay, we have some supervisors. Supervisor Cerna, Supervisor Desmond.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chief, for the explanation from your perspective of kind of the nature of the challenge here. I'm going to ask what it's going to sound kind of like a dumb question, but it comes from someone that's, a layperson, not law enforcement. But what constitutes evidence when there's a report of, let's say, illegal aerial fireworks? Our deputies respond. Do they actually have to see someone lighting off the firework, or are they looking for spent bottle rockets? I mean, what's kind of the threshold where a citation can be issued based on what's witnessed in terms of the actual activity of deploying a firework versus maybe coming upon a pile of spent bottle rockets?
Those are great questions. I think it's a totality of when we respond. If you have the aerial cannons, which usually is those taller cylinders, bottle rockets, usually in cases when we've shown up, that evidence has been removed from the middle of the street and is already in someone else's garage and or backyard, which prevents us from even going to look. But if we do find evidence of it, then again, who's responsible for it? And if we have witnesses that would say, I saw this individual lighting it, then that's something we can take that in the report, take their statement, and then obviously issue the citation. But again, we're looking at a misdemeanor charge. And in current standards right now, it's a citation, and then we move on. But we really have to prove that they were the ones who unlawfully possessed it and lit it. And if we can get that information, we do issue the citations.
And then what happens, thank you for the response, and then what happens, assuming we have regular patrols like we do every day, if we have deputies on the 4th of July just happen to witness illegal aerial fireworks, are they instructed to go attempt to find out where the launch location is of those fireworks?
Yes, they will. We do an education component internally as well. Each year we're provided a series of codes that we're able to issue citations on, what the response would be if you're a block over and you see the aerial firework go off to drive and see. Again, it's one of those, they pull over, they watch, and sometimes they'll park at the end of the road and watch to see if additional aerial fireworks go off. But if they do witness that and observe that, they are instructed to engage and take action.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
But, Rich?
Thank you, Mr. And thank you, Chief. I appreciate it, and your comments about how dangerous these situations can be. It really resonates with me because the situation that I called into Metro Fire at the 4th of July, it was folks at a house doing that very thing you're describing. They would shoot off a few through those I call them mortars, right. And they're like a professional firework. And then they would do several safe and sane in front of their house. And also when I started walking towards them to say something to them, they were extremely aggressive, almost became, a violent situation. And so I understand completely what you're saying and the dangers of sending administrative, personnel into those kinds of situations is very concerning to me. I'm very interested in the stats that you gave us about your calls for service. That is counterintuitive. I think we would have expected it to be the exact opposite. And maybe this is for Sac Metro. As far as the displays, I think that's a very important point that was brought up. Is in terms of the displays, we didn't have as many professional displays, so people were replicating those on their own. Do you have a sense? Are we going to see more of these professional displays this year coming back since we're in such a better situation with COVID?
That's what we expect, and we certainly hope so. We want to give the community an opportunity to go out and have fun without having to get their hands on illegal fireworks in order to have a good show. We had two separate displays this year, two on the 3rd and two on the 4th. And we hope that some of the other cities, counties, and agencies that participate in these large displays step up to the plate. They really wanted to see kind of post-COVID, is it going to be well worth their money? Because it's a very significant expense to put on the display. And we hope that they're going to come to the table this year and provide more opportunities for the public to have a professional display.
Yeah, likewise, I'm hoping that will make a difference if people have that outlet, right? Another question I had, so specifically with Rancho Cordova and Citrus Heights in Sac Metro's service area, so how did they do the enforcement with their social host ordinance in those two municipalities this last year?
From my understanding, the way it went is they partnered together and they had a law enforcement partner that would go in. followed by some aerial coverage if need be, because they understand how volatile a situation can get. But again, you're taking resources away from 911 calls and other calls for service, so it makes it difficult. So having a dedicated team would be, I feel, the best approach to be able to do it safely. That's always our concern. Another where I'm looking at now as we move forward, and we have fortunately a couple of months to talk about this and implement this, is looking at if we can find evidence of it and or witness it and observe it, do we have child endangerment charges that could possibly be there? Because a lot of children are surrounding there around explosive devices that we know to be illegal. And, we got to look at every avenue we can to really deter people from doing it. So we're going to have conversations with our district attorneys and public defenders and say, is this fit the crime category if someone is knowingly lighting off aerial fireworks, and what proximity do those children need to be in order for us to meet that threshold?
Yeah, that's a great point. I'm sure that's an issue in a lot of these situations. But so final question for Sac Metro, just I don't want to pin you down on the data, and I really appreciate what you said about, hey, let's learn from these cities that have adopted a social host ordinance. But even anecdotally from Sac Metro, did you see a difference in your service areas in Rancho Cordova and Citrus Heights versus unincorporated Sacramento County?
So no, and not specifically. I think the difference that we saw, which was a downtick in the fire activity during our peak time frame, but yet the peak increased after that period, primarily because of weather. So when we look at the 4th of July, the predictability is going to be, what day is the 4th of July going to land on? Is it a Monday or is it going to be a weekend? Right, that's definitely going to play in how active that night's going to be. For instance, this year it's going to be on a Monday, so we're going to anticipate and we're going to put a plan together for an uptick in activity on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and including a little bit of Monday, but it usually turns off a little bit quicker unless it was on a weekend. So all the things that we're taking into consideration, and I think it's just too soon to tell if a social host ordinance is actually going to work. I think it's going to take years to collect the data and compare it to how many illegal fireworks activity contacts are we making pre and post the social host ordinance. That's, I think, where the money meets the road.
Right. Okay, thank you.
If I could just follow on, though. So we have, if I counted right, 5 municipalities that have adopted social host ordinance, and that leaves county and 2 others that did not. So, and I guess I'm just, if we're waiting for data, I mean, again, but we're a big piece of the pie. I mean, certainly Metro's coverage area, but obviously some of the rural areas aren't in Metros, would be in outlying areas. They probably have even less resource than Metro, less, obviously less population to respond to as well. But I get for Chief Barnes. So again, I don't know if you've talked with your city colleagues about this, Jim. I don't know if your person's on point anyway, but my understanding was that the city utilized code enforcement, or do they use? And again, there is a distinction. In fact, in some of the folks that will be probably calling today and the advocates that, all those authorities fall under the city manager in the city of Sacramento anyway, where you have your fire department, your police department, and your code enforcement fall under that. Here, obviously, we have sheriff's department and Metro Fire that are certainly part of the enforcement spectrum here, and certainly have distinct responsibilities, but are not directly under Ann Edwards, for example. Code enforcement certainly does fall within that realm, and the sheriff obviously is within the county's family. But so I'm just curious as to, whatever the data may or may not show, have you had any discussions, either one of you, with the city folks about how that worked? Because I heard here a couple of times, and I understand it, that, to have an administrative person under a social host ordinance, go into those situations. But my understanding, they can even do it somewhat remotely, that there's not necessarily they have to observe, and there's not necessarily a confrontation. So I'm curious about that, because if that's what the city has utilized, at least in this last year, what the experience was there, has that been shared with anybody, at least the 2 of you or folks that you're, working hand in hand with, so.
No, yeah, I think with some of the regional partners, we've had conversations. There's mixed reviews as far as the application of it and then the actual effectiveness of it. But I'd like to I can bring back to the board what those teams exactly looked like, how many people were part of those teams, and what different agencies they were. And then I can report back to that. At least I can give you that as far as the staffing went and the mechanisms and their approach in which they used.
Okay. Chief Wagaman, anything you wanted to add on just on the point about who was being utilized in the case? Because I understood in the two jurisdictions that Supervisor Desmond, it was law enforcement backing up somebody. I don't know if it was code or fire or both, but.
Again, Metro Fire's in the same position.
Yeah.
Fortunately, there are agencies that have adopted it, some for several years, and it's up to us to all get in the same room and start to share some of this data, as well as are all the deliverables the same? That I don't know, and that's really a part of that adoption process.
Okay. And I would just note, too, I don't want to diminish certainly the work that went on. I know Kim Nava's in the audience here today, and certainly working with the Sheriff's Department, our Public Information Office, industry representatives, Metro Fire. there was a complement to, I think, further public understanding, public education, certainly as it relates to safety and to the use and possession of illegal fireworks. And again, that effort is hard to know what impact you have. You can look at number of calls, you can look at other data, but I want to certainly compliment folks for the efforts that were made. And I think that still has to be a part of the spectrum. If even if we were to go forward with the social host ordinance and other enforcement efforts, that public education shouldn't cease. It needs to be a key part of all that. So, all right. That's all I have for questions. Anybody else before I let folks sit down for a moment? We'll hear from Mr. Ravel, who's in chambers. I don't have anybody else in chambers here. And then we have folks on the phone that have been waiting patiently. So,
Supervisor Cerna, we will get back to you
I'm sorry,
on those call times.
I'm sorry, and get a.
Thank you.
I was just going to say we have one additional presenter, Kim Nava.
Oh, Kim, you can present. Okay, good. Yep. Kim, come forward. All right, this is your that's your entree. Sorry.
Thank you.
My apologies. I didn't know you were presenting as well. So, hi, Kim. Yep.
Good morning, members of the board. I'm Kim Nava, Sacramento County Public Information Director, and I will be presenting to you today the messaging and elements of this year's multi-jurisdictional fireworks safety campaign. So all local jurisdictions have varying degrees of issues with illegal fireworks usage and communicating safe use of fireworks. In the past, there was confusion and cross-messaging when it came to the reporting the use of fireworks. That changed last year when jurisdictions came together to have a clear, consistent message across the board. This year, we've continued that coordination with well-defined expectations of safe use and reporting. In order to reach consensus again, we teamed up with cities, fire, and law jurisdictions to discuss messaging about 1, safe use and proper disposal, 2, what is illegal and illegal, and 3, how to report illegal firework usage. We decided to stick with what worked so well last year and included these elements again this year. The flyer that you see here illustrates all our messaging incorporated into one piece. At the top of the flyer, we have Know the Risks, which are not only the physical injuries that people can sustain from unsafe use of fireworks, but also the risk of property damage and the importance of parental supervision. We want to help people identify legal fireworks. All legal fireworks are called safe and sane. All legal fireworks bear the state marshal's seal. And anything that goes up in the air, travels, or explodes is illegal and dangerous. Safety tips include having a bucket of water to dispose of fireworks and leaving the used fireworks soaking overnight before disposal, having a hose connected to water, avoiding use of fireworks near dry grass or other flammables, avoiding use of fireworks under a canopy, covered balcony, a covered patio, or under trees and bushes. Jurisdictions also gave us contact information for reporting illegal usage. In this, we have phone numbers for the unincorporated county, as well as the cities of Sacramento, Folsom, Rancho Cordova, Citrus Heights, and Galt, and an email address for the city of Elk Grove, as well as an email for the unincorporated county. We're continuing to discourage the use of 911 as an option to report illegal usage because that is the number to call only if there is an active fire or injury. Law enforcement and fire have told us that there is increased 911 activity on July 4th due to fire and injury, and they don't want to clog up the emergency line reporting illegal fireworks usage. Additionally, if residents call 311, they will be routed to the appropriate line to report. We had good success last year with the new email address for residents to report illegal fireworks in the unincorporated county, which is reportfireworks@saccounty.gov. Those who had access to this mailbox were public information officers from the county, representatives from Sac Metro Fire, and representatives from the Sacramento Sheriff's Office. The feedback we had from law enforcement is that the emails were extremely helpful in providing information about illegal firework activity and sales, and that they were able to build heat maps based in part from the citizen reports that they received through this email. And we've received more than 750 emails since the account was established in June of 2021. Now we'll dive into the specific campaign elements. You can see this graphic focuses on how to identify legal fireworks and the dates when legal fireworks are sold, beginning at noon on June 28th through midnight July 4th. We also have an example of the state fire marshal seal, which marks legal, safe, and sane fireworks. Other specific campaign elements include messaging about identifying risky firework behavior and safety tips. It's also necessary to highlight messaging around when it's appropriate to call 911. Now, this campaign will begin in full force in mid-June with a news release and information sent to media and the public. Information will include a fact sheet, a toolkit containing social media graphics and printable flyers, and direct contact information for each jurisdiction's fire, law enforcement, and city PIOs for any media requests for interviews. All jurisdictions will continue collaboration and be part of this campaign for consistent messaging about dangerous use of illegal fireworks, safe use of fire marshal approved safe and sane fireworks, and how to report illegal use. The jurisdiction will use these graphics and will swap out our logo for theirs. And that concludes my presentation.
Thanks, Kim. Any questions of Kim on her presentation?
Okay.
Good. Thank you. Okay. Again, thanks to all of our presenters. Now we'll go to public testimony and invite Mr. Ravel to the podium. Good morning, Dennis.
Could flow.
Oh, so you want to put an item up on the clerk? We're turning just a moment, so.
There should be a slide.
This one?
Yeah.
I was in the restroom.
Okay.
I apologize.
Good morning, Chair Natoli and members of the board. It's a pleasure to be able to meet with you here in person this morning. My name is Dennis Ravel. I'm President and CEO of Ravel Communications, and I'm here appearing before you this morning on behalf of our client, T&T Fireworks, the state's leading wholesale distributor of California State Fire Marshal's safe and sane fireworks. The 4th of July is an important holiday in the United States. The 4th of July is the time to celebrate the precious freedoms we all enjoy as Americans. However, if you were to ask Americans to define freedom in America, you would have many different answers. It's fitting, given today's fight for freedom by the people of Ukraine, that I use how the late President Reagan defined it in 1988 before an audience of students at Moscow University. He said, quote, "Freedom is the right to question and change the established way of doing things. It's the continuing revolution of the marketplace. It is the understanding that allows us to recognize shortcomings and seek solutions. It is the right to put forth an idea scoffed at by experts and watch it catch fire among the people. It's the right to dream, to follow your dream or stick to your conscience, even if you were The only one is a sea of doubters, close quote. Over the last year, you've heard from your constituents that when it comes to illegal fireworks enforcement, that while last year's effort was an improvement, it's not enough. We can do better. Last year, many of these same people came before you and requested that you implement the solution to illegal fireworks problem that the city of Sacramento had chosen. Based upon the doubts expressed by the county fire and law enforcement entities, this body decided to wait and see how the Sacramento experiment went. You've heard of its successes. In fact, I was a little bit surprised by some of the testimony here today in that the PowerPoint presentation and after action report has been given before the city council, and that same report has been given in multiple Zoom broadcasts with the same representatives of the agencies that appeared before you today. Immediately prior to last year's 4th of July, the cities of Elk Grove, Folsom, Rancho Cordova, and Citrus Heights followed Sacramento's lead and adopted a similar approach. As you can see from the handout you've been provided this morning and is projected on the screen, this morning, as an even broader audience of concerned citizens have a dream. They are strongly but respectfully requesting that the Board of Supervisors direct county staff to bring back the following action items at the board's April 12, 2022 meeting. Number 1, a fireworks social host ordinance. Number 2, increase the administrative fines, which are currently $100 to $1,000. 3, empower residents of the county through electronic reporting options like NALM. 4, use NALM reporting and the dispatch center's data to target areas of the county where illegal fireworks are most severe. 5, based upon past volumes of illegal fireworks use and complaints, pick 5 pilot areas within the unincorporated area of the county where the county will deploy dedicated illegal fireworks patrols, as Deputy Chief Barnes suggested. 6, response cost recovery provision in the county's ordinance. 7, a prohibition against all fireworks use between 11 p.m. and 9 a.m. from June 28th through July 4th. Today, please take the first step to make these people's dream a reality. Thank you, and I'd be happy to respond to the questions that you had of both Sacramento and Sheriff's Department.
Great. Okay. Thank you, Dennis. And I don't see anyone punched up yet. I did want to follow up on a question I asked Dennis to kind of give you a precursor to it. And again, I know we're going to have some discussion about the social host ordinance, but again, you've been representing the industry for a number of years and certainly understand legislative processes and as well as obviously the business aspects, and appreciate your lead in with regarding change. But I'm curious as to what the industry is doing, because again, we tackle this problem in our community, and that's appropriate. But what's being done just the other side of our state's borders? And again, whether it's your client, there are other producers, but TNT is the leading producer, as I understand what you just said. What's being done? Because again, those are being sold maybe legally in another state, but the importation, and that's why I asked the questions of the folks here today. So I guess I'm curious. And another thing that struck me that came out in the comments is that supposedly there's legislation where agencies would confiscate the material and then give it back to the industry. That makes no sense, and I don't know if that's a bill that's being sponsored or supported, but I don't want to get sidetracked with that. But I guess I'm curious because, again, certainly I've met with you on many occasions over the years. I respect you. You properly represent your clients. But, this issue has some more global aspects to it, and I guess I'm curious, if those weren't sold in proximity to our state's borders, it would make access to them, a little more difficult. So I'm curious about that. What we can do here is what we can do here, but what's being done elsewhere. So
I think a little bit of history is in order given all of those issues.
Yeah.
Currently in Nevada, there are a total of 10 fireworks stores, 6 in Pahrump, Nevada, 4 just north of Reno. In each of those stores, the policy of most, if not all of them, is when someone comes in to buy illegal fireworks, they're requested to sign a form that is, in essence, a ruse, that they say that they are buying these for personal use, that they will take it to a jurisdiction where it's legal to use, and that they will not set them off in the jurisdiction where they bought them. They have to show ID in most of those stores. But as a classic example, you will remember the explosion in the city of Los Angeles this last summer, immediately prior to 4th of July. It
was terrible, burned half the neighborhood down.
That gentleman, according to media reports, made 5 trips to the same store in Pahrump. He bought 5 U-Haul truckloads over a period of several months, brought them back to Los Angeles, had them stored in his backyard. There is no way that you can tell me that that store didn't know that he was engaging in a criminal enterprise and that he was violating California state law, city ordinances in Los Angeles, you name it. We have been advocating with authorities in Los Angeles as well as at a state level that we cannot understand why in that instance, as well as in the instance in Ontario, someone hasn't brought a criminal or civil RICO action against that store. There is no doubt in my mind that given the facts that's been presented in the media, that there is a prima facie case for that kind of action. In addition, the inference was given that possibly my client has product being sold in Nevada stores. My client has a strict prohibition internally within their company of having any TNT fireworks in any of those stores in Nevada. In terms of state legislation, there are currently 2 bills that sit in the Assembly Governmental Organizations Committee. One is SB 277 by Senator Archuleta from Southern California. That bill we support, and it is in adherence to a U.S. EPA recommendation that currently California's practice when illegal fireworks are seized by a local or state authority. There is a time limit within which they have to be collected and disposed of, and it's costing the state around $10 to $15 a pound to ship those to either Utah or Louisiana to be burned. U.S. EPA has suggested that a more plausible and acceptable environmental approach is to repurpose those to states in which they are permitted. The legislation has numerous restrictions in it as to who those can be repurposed to, and the money from that revenue will go to state and local enforcement actions. The second bill is AB 1588, which is actually a committee bill by the Assembly Governmental Organization Committee that will take a percentage of the sales tax levied against the sale of safe and sane fireworks and dedicate that to an enforcement fund that the state fire marshal and CAL FIRE will administer to try and keep illegal fireworks out of California. That bill has not had a committee hearing. It was a committee bill that was introduced last July by the former committee chair, who's now retired from the legislature. We support that process and that bill. That bill would generate at least $2.5 million for the state fire marshal to fund that program.
Yes, thank you for that information. That's helpful. So how many manufacturers, at least those of any size, are there of fireworks in the United States?
There are no manufacturers in the United States. In California, you have people who hold an importer exporter license.
Okay, so all the fireworks are imported from overseas?
Correct.
Everything that comes into the United States is imported. So how
with the exception of possibly some public displays,
right?
Items.
Yeah, where they assemble
but
for
the
the
consumer fireworks is 99.9% all from a foreign destination.
And then when they're labeled, so again, if I can be so bold as to use, so when TNT puts its label on its fireworks, Joe Schmo could, buy the same firework with a different label, but it's the same product?
within the consumer fireworks industry, there are trademarked items which are developed by manufacturers specifically for that fireworks wholesaler, and then there are generic products that, much like many products you would buy in a supermarket, there are generic products that are sold to multiple manufacturers just with different labels on them.
So bottle rockets, M80s, all those are legal for import in the United States, just not illegal for sale and use in certain states? Is that?
No. Fireworks are governed by the Consumer Product Safety Commission. M80s are a federally banned explosive. They're not allowed in any state within the United States. And unless the product has been approved by the Consumer Product Safety Commission, and in many instances, an organization called the American Fireworks Standard Laboratory, which is synonymous to what Underwriters Laboratory is for appliances. A wholesaler can't even get insurance on a product unless it's been tested by them.
And again, because I know you have expertise there. I'm just curious again, as we're trying to come to grips with this. Is there something that we're going to consider? What we might do beyond what we've already done here in the unincorporated area. But if there's advocacy at either state and federal level, because then obviously we can weigh in. What impact that has, I don't know. But if in fact we're seeing massive amounts of illicit fireworks coming into to our country that's then made for package and distribution and sale, somebody's profiting by this. They're not giving them away, and yet we're spending tremendous amount of resources, let alone the threat to public safety, to public property, to private property, lives of individuals, young, old, across the whole spectrum. Again, as I'm pondering this, and certainly as we're going to talk about what you've put forward on behalf of obviously a lot of folks on a social host ordinance, I'm just wondering, what else we can do? Because again, this must be big business. Somebody's making a lot of money off of sale of illicit fireworks and the importation into this state, and then what it means because people are using them illegally. I'm concerned. Again, we're not going to be able to solve that with any ordinance we do here. We can do our part, and we will continue to. And so I guess I'm just curious, is there, for TNT, if you're the largest, if you're not the manufacturer, but the largest, I guess, marketer of these products, is that nationally? Then I assume you have influence in the industry, and what efforts are being made to try to stem the flow? I mean, I know the flow of drugs in this country obviously is a major issue as well, but I'm talking about fireworks here today. So are there efforts being made anywhere?
Absolutely. Fireworks come into the West Coast through 4 West Coast ports. They leave those ports by one of 2 methods. The container is either sent by rail or by truck to its purported destination. We have complained for the better part of 20 years that the process commonly known as drop shipments is taking place, that a product that is destined for a location outside of California where those products are legal just somehow never make it across the California line. There have been several busts in Southern California where those kind of drop shipments have been seized and whatnot. And how to put this? Allocating money and personnel by the county to the illegal fireworks problem will not solve the problem unless and until the state and federal authorities step up to the plate and do what they need to do.
I think it's fair. I mean, that's why I was asking the question.
It has been a challenge that we have had for the last 20 years to get people to sit up and take notice of this and whatnot. It boggles the mind that after the 2 incidences in Ontario and Los Angeles, and I would preface this by saying that both of those instances were not only commercially manufactured fireworks, but you were talking about whether or not there were any of these being manufactured here locally. Both of those individuals, the items that blew up the container unit for LA City PD, that gentleman was purportedly manufacturing those units in his backyard. They were not the commercially manufactured ones that he bought in Pahrump, but he was either manufacturing those or he bought them from somebody in Nevada, was the original explanation. In Ontario, the same thing, according to media reports, was the case, and that explosion took place because they were in the process of manufacturing those. And you would think after both of those instances that state and federal authorities would sit up and take notice of that, particularly since they're common players in both of those instances. At least one of the potential sources of the product is a common denominator in both cases. And yet we are here now approaching a year after the event, and nothing's happened to that entity.
Okay, thanks, Dennis. Supervisor Desmond. Okay. All right. Well, again, thank you, Dennis, for anything else you wanted to add. Otherwise,
yeah,
we got.
I would just add a couple quick items. Number one, in terms of gathering statistics to see whether or not social host ordinance worked. As I said, the city has already made its after-action report. All the regional fire agencies have gotten a questionnaire from Sacramento Fire Marshal Lisa Barsdale asking them about this. The flyer that you have before you, there's a drop box in that. That drop box has existed for close to 5 years, as I personally have advocated on behalf of our client for social host ordinances. There's a copy of every social host ordinance and staff report and after action report for those in those drop boxes. Both agencies have had that. The information's out there. It's in after action reports in those jurisdictions. The ordinances are out there. I think we're now approaching somewhere between 40 and 50 jurisdictions that have adopted one or more of the things that we're recommending today. And we're not suggesting a massive undertaking. We're suggesting in a pilot project, give this a chance, give people a chance. The people you've heard from are meeting with police and sheriff's department in the coming weeks to form a citizen project to help both the city and the county identify the sources of illegal fireworks in this community. Those are the same people that have asked you multiple times to consider this approach. See if there's anything else. In terms of the current law versus social host ordinance, one of the reasons that it is critical is for the very reason that's articulated there, is the ability to readily cite the violators without subjecting fire, sheriff, or code enforcement personnel to potential threats of harm. In addition, as Sacramento City clearly demonstrated this year with the photographic evidence that they took both with cameras as well as using the NALA map, they were able to document it, and only 3 of the 136 citations were contested, and all 3 of those were upheld upon appeal. We are currently now working with Citrus Heights Police Department and Sacramento Police Department to integrate the NALM data into their dispatching process a whole lot more readily. We're prepared to do the same thing with Sacramento. In Citrus Heights, in certain instances, if you call in or online enter a illegal fireworks request, someone in dispatch is having to hand type that back in. The same was true with NALM reports. We found out we've put our app developer with the IT people in those 2 departments and are integrating that information. We're doing anything and everything we can to make sure that this community experiences a safe 4th of July. And if I seem a little bit annoyed when someone suggests we're not doing enough. We have been, and sometimes have been, the only entity out there clamoring for it, and now you have your constituents clamoring for it as well.
Thanks, Dennis. When we have some of those folks on the phone, we want to get to. They've been on hold. So thank you for being here today and for your presentation. All right, we'll go to the phones. I don't have anybody in the chambers, and so we take our callers then.
Okay, please transfer the first caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Can I ask, this is Lee Miller from Residents Against Illegal Fireworks. Can I ask for another 30 seconds, please?
Yes, you got it.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Lee Miller. I am the lead for Residents Against Illegal Fireworks in Sacramento, and I live in the Vineyard area of Supervisor Natoli's district. It's our mission to encourage local government to crack down on illegal fireworks use and sales. The Sacramento area neighborhood associations and over 400 nonprofits that rely on the sale of state-approved fireworks to fund critical services and programs they provide are participating in our mission with active support and engagement of TNT fireworks. Over the years, illegal fireworks have increased significantly, and in recent years, they have been going off for months. Like every other community in California, the unincorporated area of Sacramento County are experiencing a growing problem with illegal fireworks. This is not a seasonal problem anymore. This is a year-round problem. Safe and sane fireworks are not the problem in Sacramento County. The problem is illegal fireworks. Until the state of California seriously addresses the problem of illegal fireworks entering our state, local governments will be the first line of defense against illegal fireworks. This is not to say Sacramento County should not do anything. California has over 50 counties and cities with zero tolerance for illegal fireworks, and many of these cities have done this by adopting a social host ordinance. As Dennis Revelle said, the data is available regarding the success of these programs. When attending neighborhood associations meetings every month throughout all your districts, I find residents frustrated, angry, concerned, and tired of inaction. Last year, Sacramento City passed a fireworks social host ordinance that takes an aggressive stance. Code enforcement and law enforcement have been empowered to hold property owners responsible for illegal fireworks activities on their property. Social host ordinances have been passed in Rancho Cordova, Citrus Heights, Elk Grove, and Folsom. Sacramento has an outstanding program during the 4th of July with the help of the Nail a Map the city issued. We know that Metro Fire has not shared a lot of this information with the Sheriff's Department, which they should have been doing. Also, we know that Metro Fire has sent out a survey to the different fire districts in the county, so they should have the data available to them as far as how successful the other cities' social host ordinances are. For the city of Sacramento, 136 citations were written. One was for $5,000 due to multiple nights at the same address. Most were $1,000 citations. 3 were $2,500. 3 citations for $25,000. These individuals were cited for selling and storing illegal fireworks at their residence. During New Year's, it was reported by the city of Sacramento that there was a downtick in calls for illegal fireworks. We don't know whether that is social host ordinance or not. Here in the county, it was stated that the number of calls have gone down, but the data has not been presented as citizens here in the Sacramento County have basically given up calling in because nothing is ever done. The sheriff doesn't show up. We sat in a couple of meetings with several of the supervisors where their constituents have stated that. The Sacramento Illegal Task Force is currently focusing on its communication and the enforcement in apartment complexes. Folsom, Citrus Heights, Rancho Cordova, Elk Grove, and Sacramento are working on the NALM developer to improve the app. I'm almost done.
Okay.
We can all appreciate the challenges that law enforcement and firefighters face, yet we must also value residents' concern. Sacramento County must have a zero tolerance for illegal fireworks. Respectfully, but with strong sense of urgency, we ask that you direct your staff to return on April 12th with a plan outlined by Mr. Ravel's testimony today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lee.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, next.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, yes. My name is Veronica Rowan. I live in the Rosemont area of the unincorporated area of Sacramento County, and I'm south of Keeper Boulevard in Supervisor Natoli's district. I just wanted to thank the board for taking my comment today, and I wanted to inform the board of some of my experiences living in my Rosemont neighborhood around the July 4th period. For at least the past 4 years, the use of illegal fireworks on and around the July 4th holiday has increased by orders of magnitude. Each year I find fireworks debris in my yard, on my roof, of both my house and my shed. And because these are aerial fireworks that are set off in the street as noted by the Metro Fire Chief. One year, the residents across the street from my house set off loud aerial fireworks for literally 5 hours, going way past midnight. In July of 2020, my partner and I went on a trip over the July 4th holiday to come back home from my next door neighbors telling me that they had to use the water hose in front of my house to put out flaming debris that fell on my roof, possibly preventing my house from being destroyed by fire. Last year, I asked the residents I mentioned earlier, who are responsible for most of the illegal fireworks used near my home, to please refrain from setting them off. I told them that they fly over my house and they could start a fire, especially in such dry conditions as we had last year. But they just laughed it off, saying, "Oh, don't worry, nothing's going to happen." And as long as I was standing outside of my house watching them, they refrained from using them. But as soon as I went into my house, they started. I know this because I could hear it, the extremely loud noise from the aerial fireworks, and I also have a side yard that I can view them from. So needless to say, while I appreciate the sheriff and the Metro Fire's limited ability to solve this problem, and its limited resources to respond to every call, it's impossible to reach anyone with any authority to do anything during the July 4th period. So this is why I'm strongly urging the board to consider adopting and implementing the 7 action items discussed earlier in Mr. Ravel's presentation as a step towards protecting neighborhoods in the unincorporated areas from the use of illegal fireworks. Thank you for your consideration, and I can submit these comments in writing.
Great. Thank you for your comments and for your patience today and for your information you presented. Okay, next caller.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, good morning. My name is Steve Palmer. I'm the treasurer of Encino High School Booster Club, and like many high schools and other organizations, we derive revenue and appreciate the revenue from fireworks. We run a stand near the corner of Watt and Fair Oaks. And before I go on, I just want to say, having listened to this discussion this morning online, we appreciate the fire personnel, and I just want to mention how professional and helpful they've been when they come out to inspect our stand and work with us. I think it's terribly unfortunate that the actions of relatively few people using illegal fireworks are causing so much of a problem, but I understand it, and it does need to be fixed. And I would add to the call for additional education efforts. I believe it was Kim Nava who was talking about some of the work that she's doing. And since I'm in a school and work with a school, I think it would be helpful to really help the students understand and take home the message of what harm illegal fireworks can cause, and make sure that they're pressuring their parents to think about this. And I would suggest that maybe flyers be developed that could go out to the families that tell them exactly how they can buy. First of all, if you're buying from a stand, you're probably okay. If you're not, you're almost for sure not. The dangers of illegal fireworks, it needs to be made very explicit and maybe even graphically with photographs, not cartoons, but photographs of burned homes and such, to talk about the liability to the family or to the parents, that they could go to prison or hopefully, be persuaded not to. And also, if they have homeowners insurance, it I assume doesn't cover this kind of activity, that they could lose their house or be liable for lots and lots of damage. And I'll just close by saying that a campaign like this, I think, could have an effect. Nothing is going to stop irresponsible idiots, for lack of a better word, from doing stupid things. But I think we could really reduce the number of incidents and help reduce the impact on state and local fire and law enforcement people, and help the situation overall. So that's what I have to say. Again, one last thing. Maybe also have an amnesty, if it's not in place, for voluntarily turning in illegal fireworks well before the 4th, and make sure that this information gets out early enough before Dad goes out and buys illegal fireworks because he thinks it's cool, so that the student can bring it home and say, hey, Dad, don't do that. I think it would help. Anyhow, that's it for me. Thank you for your time and for everything.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. Appreciate your comments.
Next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Hello. My name is Francesca Ritano. Thank you, Chair Natoli and members of the Board of Supervisors. I live in District 1 and am a resident of the City of Sacramento. I urge the Board of Supervisors to direct county staff to bring the action items presented today by Dennis Ravel to the Board's April 2022 meeting. I am grateful to hear the efforts currently being made by the county fire and law enforcement, but for consistent enforcement throughout the county, we are asking you to support a county social host ordinance. I have lived in Sacramento since 1984. This problem has metastasized over the years beyond a mere nuisance. Online sales and product coming in over state lines has exponentially raised the quantity of illegal fireworks and explosives coming into Sacramento all year round. Lack of funds for enforcement, coupled with lack of an effective enforcement mechanism, has helped allow this problem to fester. When the City of Sacramento did not have a social host ordinance, perpetrators had to be located, confronted, and arrested. This was an inefficient and unsafe process for everyone involved. Last year, due to Sacramento's social host ordinance, fines from illegal fireworks citations raised $200,000 for the program and sent the message that illegal fireworks will not be tolerated. I know that enforcement is a problem for everyone. However, if the county has no social host ordinance to enforce, then it cannot be enforced. This problem has escalated over the years, and use of illegal fireworks weeks before the 4th of July and for some time afterward is totally out of control, and illegal fireworks are a year-round problem. Please start somewhere. Do what we can do with a solution that is working for many cities in the area and throughout the state. I thank you all for considering my comments on this issue.
Thanks, Ms. Ritano. Appreciate your comments. Okay, next caller.
Next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Shannon. I'm calling on Action 48, the social host ordinance. We're calling because the safe and sane fireworks are not the issue, but the illegals are, especially here in the county. And we need a way to curb the use of them, and I think this order would be a great way to do it. Thank you for receiving my call.
Great. Thank you, Sean. Next caller.
Next caller, please. I believe this is the last caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Craig Breakin, and I'm a resident of unincorporated Sacramento County. I've lived here for 40 years plus, and I urge the county to develop and pass the social host ordinance that's being proposed. I don't need to go over all of the horror stories that you've all heard ad nauseum about illegal fireworks and the rapid increase that it's basically gotten out of control. No one wants to live in a war zone, and it's not just July 4th, it's year-round that this is going on. And I think it is kind of a symbol or a symptom of a general feeling of lawlessness that's been going around and increasing, everything from running stop signs and stop lights to launching off what are really explosives in the middle of the night. And people think that they can just do this without any consequence whatsoever. And they're right. I mean, there is no consequence. So we need to stop this, or at least get it under control and bring a semblance of civilization back to the holidays and other times of year. So once again, I urge the county to develop an ordinance and pass it, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Greg.
Okay, and that is your final call there. We have no more public comments.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, let me bring it back to the board. I know we've heard quite a bit this morning. Let me ask first, any questions of the presenters? If not, I'll get started here with the conversation. All right. Well, I guess I would just start out that, again, we've heard about the issue, obviously, from our constituents for many, many years, and I want to just add to the compliments, certainly to those who are called out during any time during the year, but certainly during the season when oftentimes folks are gathered for celebrations, particularly around the July 4th holiday, Independence Day, but also I know more recently around some of the holiday seasons, at the New Year's and so forth. But I will just say that as my colleagues have, I've heard from numerous folks over the years, and we've talked about it at the board, sometimes with some heightened frustration after the July 4th time period. And again, I know our partners, certainly in law enforcement, emergency responders, in fire agencies, certainly Metro Fire being one of those primary in the unincorporated area, and again, industry representatives for, I think, ongoing discussions with county staff and certainly with staff from other jurisdictions to do what we can do to try to curb the illegal activity, but also, I think, get the message across, much as Ms. Nava said, about the not only being illegal, but the threat that they pose for all the excitement they may bring in the moment, the threat they bring to property and life both. And so I would just say that I've come to the conclusion that we need another tool in the toolbox. Again, I recognize that the conversation around a social host ordinance still, again, because the county has some uniqueness about it as it relates to who would be given that charge, how we would implement. But I think that is time. Again, there may be still data that's being gathered and so forth, but I do think it's time that we have 5 other municipalities in this county that cover most of the geography, with the exception, obviously, of the city of Galt and city of Ileton. And I think it's time that we look to have this as a part of our complement of tools, recognizing it will require resources and certainly some thoughtfulness as it relates to putting forward an ordinance that this board can consider. I know there's been a prompt here to look at April 12th, but I think there's probably some, by design, as much as that may be a big climb to get something before us, at least for consideration. Any ordinance that we would consider, if I'm not mistaken, would take 30 days to actually be effective. That would put that, assuming we were able to do something on the 12th or in the month of April, puts it very close to the period of time when obviously materials begin to flow into this community, and we see a ramp up even prior to July 4th. So, and if we're going to include it as part of an educational campaign, then I think we need to do something sooner rather than later. So I'll just leave it with that. I'm inclined to not only to support this, but we have to figure out the mechanics and any associated resource issues regarding that. And I appreciate again Chief Barnes. Certainly, I know that Ann and Mr. Penrose have been talking about this as it might relate to any administrative piece of it, because there are moving parts that would require not only enforcement, but then if there is an appeal process and such. But there are model ordinances out there. I trust we could use that as at least a good point from which to begin the discussions. But I, for one, am interested in us pursuing this social host ordinance. With that, Mr. Cerna, Mr. Desmond, and others members as well.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I, too, will start off by thanking Chief Barnes and our representatives from Metro Fire that came here today to help us make an informed decision. Certainly understand some of the hesitation perhaps around not having complete data, maybe the prospect of moving into the unknown in terms of a social host ordinance. But I have to tell you, it is the acute feeling of Groundhog Day that kind of supersedes that for me. I'm for one, I'm very tired of having this conversation year after year after year, and knowing that we didn't necessarily do anything different. So I think this is the year we finally do something different. So, I too, Mr. Chair, have had the opportunity to meet virtually with Mr. Revelle and Ms. Miller and others who, to their credit, have really helped educate me about not just with their stories, and there are plenty of them in terms of the adverse effects of illegal fireworks to those parts of Sacramento County that we all represent, but really being thoughtful about what tools we can pursue. And so I think a social host ordinance definitely fits the bill. Do I think it's going to be an immediate silver bullet? I do not. I think it's going to be one of those policy interventions that's probably going to take some time for us to figure out the administrative nuance to. At the same time, it's going to take our constituents to understand it's going to be a bit of a new day when it comes to enforcement. So I am pleased to hear that our chair is supportive. Certainly, Mr. Antoli has been at the forefront of this issue for as long as I've been on the board. So every year for the last 12 years, we've been having this conversation, and I'm sure even before that. And certainly during that time, the problem has got progressively worse. So I am very supportive, and I'll be happy to second a motion, assuming it's going to be coming from our chair. Thank you.
Mr. Desmond.
Thank you. And again, I'll also start out thanking our partners at Sac Metro, Chief Barnes, and Dennis. Dennis, very happy to hear that none of these fireworks are from TNT that are being sold in other states. So that's very very good to hear. I think I represent a district that has about 43% of the unincorporated population, and so I obviously hear about this a lot. It's an epidemic in the unincorporated areas, and it seems to be even worse in really the disadvantaged communities. I mean, we talked about the 3 fires in North Highlands, two of which were caused from illegal fireworks last 4th of July. I think our struggle here, my struggle, and the reason for the conversation, and I think the delay in the county, is because of the inherent differences we have with the cities that have adopted this, right? I mean, it makes it more challenging for us from an enforcement perspective, and certainly those are things that we need to work out. I think the social host ordinance is it would be easy to put it in place, and I would support it if it comes to the county. Working out the mechanics will take more time, but I also want to make sure that members of the public don't have an unreasonable expectation that, as Supervisor Cerna says, this is not going to be a silver bullet right away. It's just one thing we need to work through, and I don't think we should be putting all our eggs in this basket. We need to continue the educational programs, continue the task force model, continue the efforts that we're already doing, and doing more, including a social host ordinance that we can get to a point where it's effective and works well in Sacramento County. And the data is important. I imagine it's very difficult because you are comparing apples to oranges in some of these jurisdictions that have different structures, and we'll have to work through that. But I appreciate everybody's efforts. I do think that if we come back and have a discussion about an ordinance and introducing an ordinance, I would like to have the discussion about the NALM app and whether that's something that should be incorporated into it, not into the ordinance, but incorporated into our overall efforts. We didn't talk about that a whole lot today. But I also want to make sure, and Dennis, maybe you could help identify places where we can help with your advocacy, certainly at the state level, because I think that is, as Sacramento pointed out, I mean, this is a problem at the federal and state level, and here, like with so many other things, here we are at the local level trying to work through this and do the best we can with a state and federal legislative structure that's not conducive to keeping our neighborhood safe when it comes to this issue. So, and those are my comments. And yes, I'm also supportive of a social host ordinance in Sacramento County. So, thank you.
Thanks, Supervisor. Supervisor Frost.
Thank you, Chair Natoli. I'm interested to learn more about what the other jurisdictions have, what it would look like. And we've been in 2 years of shutdown, and so and some of the other jurisdictions have only been 1 or 2 years into their social host ordinance, and so looking at or hearing from them maybe on what they have written into their ordinance and how that's played out for them, and if it's been effective, so that we're informed as we're looking at some kind of a ordinance. I'm also, what you said, Dennis, resonated with me around, there's no way to really, it's really an issue at the federal level. It crosses jurisdictions, it crosses states, and even if we can make a social host ordinance, but it doesn't mean they can't get their hands on illegal fireworks, and we still can't enforce it. And so I'm not sure a social host ordinance is the answer. I wonder if there's a way we can make it one of our legislative priorities, that we can, step up our efforts in that regard to see what we can do to, we don't know quite how to, we've had this conversation, I think, over years. How do we stop them from coming across the border? And how do we stop them from getting them and bringing them in? So those are some of the things that are on my mind. We have a lot of nonprofits who raise a ton of money through legal fireworks every year. And so, being cognizant of that, it has an impact. And there are a lot of people who really enjoy fireworks, so the idea, the comment from one of the people who called in was, it's too bad we have to ruin it for everyone because of a few that are breaking the law. Those are things that come to my mind. And so I would like to ask if it's possible that we explore, what are the other jurisdictions experiencing? Are they really having the success we hope they are? And maybe there's some different ideas that would come out of that informed, that workshop or that conversation with those that do have a social host ordinance. So those are just some of my thoughts. Thank you, sir.
Good. Thanks, Supervisor Frost. if there's no other board comments, then Ann, maybe turn to you again. Out of this, we can give direction today. Obviously, we don't have an ordinance or even the mechanics of how it might. We have to make some choices, I think, and informed choices as a board. I know it puts, certainly some additional burden on council's office to be involved as well, but obviously to get back to us. But I think it's again, we've spent a number of years talking about, this county will continue to talk about, how we can, again, work to improve the situation. But again, as I think I've heard from at least a majority of the board, interest in having an ordinance for our consideration. There are a number of elements, some included in today's presentation, other things that maybe staff has given some thought to. And I think in light of all that, would it be possible to get back here on 12th or 13th with at least a conversation regarding a draft? Because otherwise, if we postpone it too long, we're going to be right up against, what other jurisdictions were, I think, in years past. And so, again, recognizing the workload, but also I think some of the urgency to get something in place, in time for this upcoming season, I think is important. So.
Well, I was originally going to recommend May. I'm hearing loud and clear that that's not going to be acceptable. I think April 12th is way too soon. This is going to take a significant amount of conversation because we don't have the same structure that the other jurisdictions do, and it will take conversation with all of the stakeholders, and I just don't believe we can be ready by the 12th.
Okay, so second meeting.
Can I ask clarification?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
So, Mr. Chair, are you asking for just kind of a general framework by the 12th, or for like a draft ordinance for us to act on?
Well, it may come in two forms, I guess, to that point. I mean, you could have a framework, but we're going to, in order to actually have an ordinance that would have the first reading, second reading, kind of backing off of the timeline, I think, so I guess, second meeting in April, we'd have to have enough where we could actually give direction and then have it back before.
I'm just thinking about maybe we take this in bites here. So maybe by the 12th, recognizing that what the county CEO just mentioned, which I don't disagree with, there's going to be some tailoring here that we're going to have to do, that staff's going to have to do. Maybe by the 12th, we can have maybe just an informational update about progress and kind of what the overall construct might look like.
Well, and you may need some direction. That's the other thing, Ann, is that because we've talked about it generally, and that maybe those decision points that, at least from a staff perspective, will relate to who would be charged enforcement, any level of, citation, and what it would take from a resource standpoint. Some, brief analysis, recognizing the time. We are meeting on the 13th as well. You get an extra day, I guess.
But the deadlines are still the same for all the materials. And I really just want to reinforce that we can't do this without working with the Sheriff's Department and Sac Metro Fire. Right. And so it's going to depend on availability of schedules to have those meetings with time to draft the report to you. I mean, I can't speak for everybody in the room, but...
Rich. You were leaning in. I'm sorry.
Well, can I just chime in on the ordinance part? I mean, that's probably the easiest part to do.
Right.
But just to remind you, you would have to have it introduced by May 10th, because then we'd have to have the second reading on May 24th, and then 30 days from that adoption or effective date.
We have to back out 60 days from
July 4th. 30 days. From
July 4th?
Well, going on the current board meeting calendar, it would have to be introduced and adopted, or read, on May 10th, and then continued to May 24th for adoption, and then it would be effective 30 days from that, which would be July 24th.
June 24th.
June 24th, sorry. But so that still leaves, I think, the county executive's office enough time to come back in late April or even the first meeting in May if the board is amenable to that.
I was going to say, I agree. It seems like the language for an ordinance is probably relatively straightforward, and there's so many models. It would have broad enforcement authority, and then it's really having that ongoing discussion about what we can get accomplished this year. So
yes, I'm not concerned about the drafting of an ordinance. Right. I think, as Ms. Travis said, that piece of it is easy. It's really working at the details of the how, and that is going to take some time to work out. And it seems like coming back preliminarily and then again, in some regards, it distracts us from the effort of coming to you with a draft ordinance on either the 27th or the 10th.
Okay. Well, in light of that, then, and again, 27th obviously is pretty aggressive. It's 5 weeks, but barely. But it would seem to me, I think that ought to be our target, because otherwise you run into other unexpected things too. So,
well, we do,
yeah.
Mr. Chair, we do have the parties in the room, so maybe you can ask them to come back up to the podium and get their input about this time frame.
Okay.
That seems to be the crux of the matter.
Okay. Deputy Chief and Chief Deputy, Tyler and Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought we were done. No,
It's only just begun,
I think for us,
Jim.
for the sheriff's office, is going to be staffing. I think that's something that I don't want to speak for Metro Fire, but that's what we're limited in right now. And what does that look like? I know in previous years when we facilitated some form of a task force, there was some additional funding. But I would say at its current state, it would be difficult for us to dedicate and say, yes, we can dedicate resources at our current model. But moving forward, we're definitely open to having those discussions.
Okay. Thanks, Jim. Tyler.
Yes, so, yes, what he said.
There's an echo in the room.
Yeah, my job's about shifting priorities, and working with the County of Sacramento is a priority, so I look forward to that. I will carve out time to have those conversations. As far as the how, right, those are conversations to be had, and resources and all those types of questions to make it work. But Metro Fire is always here to support the county, so let us know how we can help.
Great. Okay. So I guess we certainly have got the commitment to work on the framework of the ordinance. Obviously, and Tyler said it well, the how, or how it's going to be implemented is going to be challenged no matter when the ordinance is adopted. Obviously, it relates to resources and the I think the mechanisms to do that. But with that in mind, I think we got a target for April you said 27th. April 27th. Come back. Okay, is there consensus on the board? I don't think we need a motion. We need a motion around that. All right, so then we'll take that as direction then to, and thank you, Ann. Thanks to Metro and our sheriff and our PIO, and we'll be back with a full discussion on ordinance and framework for that. Supervisor Frost, you had a question?
Can we also include some communications from the other jurisdictions?
Yes, I think that'll be part of the background that will be important. So
we can make every effort to get that.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, good. All right. Okay. Well, then that's sufficient, I think, for this item. We'll be back. Look to return on April 27th with a further, much more elaborate discussion regarding the social host ordinance. Very good. All right. Then there's nothing further on the morning agenda. We'll, unless there's any other comments, we'll. Yeah. Oh, Phil, go ahead.
Just a point of order. Yeah. I wanted to ask County Counsel how long she thinks closed session is going to take. Do we have?
Not today. Tomorrow.
We don't have closed session today.
Okay.
You're good. You're good. So we'll.
What was
That's
this for?
tomorrow.
For tomorrow.
That's for tomorrow. Right.
Yeah.
It's at 5 o'clock tomorrow.
Right.
Okay. Good.
Okay.
Good,
so with that,
good, because I'm hungry.
Okay. Well, you gotta.
That's where I was going with it.
You got time to eat. We'll be back in session at 2 o'clock. Good afternoon. I want to call back into session the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors meeting for March 22nd, 2022, and thank those who've joined us this afternoon and those that were with us this morning as well. And with that, I'll go to the clerk to call the roll, establish a quorum, please.
Okay, Supervisors Cerna,
Here.
Kennedy, Desmond, Frost, Natoli,
Here.
and you have a quorum.
Great. Okay, we've got a number of items this afternoon, and we did get through the morning agenda. And with that, we'll go to our next item that's scheduled for 2 o'clock, and that's item 49.
Yes, this is a request for review of hearing officer's decision in the revocation of general business licenses, GNB 32020303746, and also ending in 03747 for Town and Country Event Center.
Okay, and Lisa, do you want to help us as we kind of walk through this today, and then we'll go to the presenters. So.
Sure. So today before you is an appeal from a business license revocation. Diana Ruiz from County Council will be presenting on behalf of the Department of Finance. As you probably know, the board has 3 options as to how to proceed with the hearing. The board can authorize to deny the introduction of evidence and decide the matter after oral argument presented during the hearing. The board can admit supplementary evidence with respect to challenges of particular findings, or the board may reject the findings and conclusions of the hearing officer and then conduct a de novo hearing, which would be mean that the board would receive all new evidence. In this instance, the department is recommending that the board conduct the hearing officer's decision based on oral argument and by admitting supplementary evidence. So if the board is so inclined, we would need a motion to do that.
Okay, it's a little different wording than you usually have in there, that first, I mean, you just read it.
I just read the Sacramento County Code section.
Okay.
Those are the 3 options, instead of sometimes I summarize them.
Yeah, okay. All right, so before we start on this, we need a motion to determine how we're going to conduct the hearing, and that's what you just offered. And that's
Correct.
number 1 on the staff recommendation, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so the chair would entertain a motion as to how we want to conduct the hearing. Good.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
And I'm not against it. Can we get an explanation about why we think we need to conduct it with the supplementary evidence as opposed to the just listening to oral arguments?
I believe that's the typical way that we proceed, and maybe the appellant or Ms. Ruiz can answer whether or not they expect supplementary evidence, and that's why it's being offered.
On behalf of good afternoon, supervisors. On behalf of the county, I submitted a little bit of supplementary evidence with the board packet, specifically an email that exchange that happened after the decision was rendered. And there's also a simplified chronology. And today I also have additional documents, which is a web capture of Town and Country Event Center webpage that I'd like to provide. And Mr. Chowdhury, on behalf of the appellant, has additional documents he also wishes to submit, which I think are relevant, and I have no objection to those being considered as well. It's a limited amount of additional evidence, but things have happened since the decision, and that's the main reason.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Then I have no problem. I'll move to approve going forward, considering the decision and admitting supplementary evidence as recommended.
All right, that's the motion. We have a second?
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded then to proceed with the hearing with the taking into account the hearing officer decision and admitting additional supplementary evidence as a part of the hearing today. All right, if there's nothing further, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay. Then before we, I know Ms. Ruiz is there to begin, what we'll do in the order, we'll take presentation by county council, any questions by board members, and we'll go to the appellant and his or her representative, and we'll allow a sufficient amount of time to allow for the presentation. And then if there's any member of the public, obviously, or others that want to weigh in, that'll come at the end of the presentations by both the county as well as the appellant. So,
If there's any what?
I said if there's anyone that wanted to weigh in on the public, it's still a public hearing, Diana. So
Great.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So you can be seated for a moment. We'll give you plenty of time to come up, and we'll allow Diana to make the presentation. And then, did you want to address? Is there something?
Oh, this one? I think it was. I have not, this is the only one I haven't yet submitted. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, just a process question.
Well, that's why I want to be sure everybody's clear with the process if you had any questions. So,
Right.
Okay.
Right.
All right, Diana, go ahead.
Okay. So I do, as I indicated, I do have one additional document, which is a web capture of Town and Country Event Center webpage that was taken from today. And the first page is the actual home page, and then my colleague, Mr. Sequeira, blew up portions of it so you could actually read it, and that's what this packet is.
sure I had enough, but there you are. Oh, that's why I kept mine right here. How clever of me. Okay. So this matter, I wish I could say it's pretty straightforward. In terms of the revocation, it is. And the chronology indicates what happened. There were building code violations cited at this property in 2017. The appellant purchased the property in April of 2018, was aware of the building code violations at that time. That is noted in the hearing officer's decision at page 15. In 2019, the appellant submitted plans to BPI to correct the violations. BPI made comments on those plans. They weren't accepted completely. There were issues. Nothing much happened in terms of correcting that, although there was a lot of communication from Mr. Kahn, between Mr. Kahn and the county, and a couple of meetings at the site, one in 2020, another one in 2021. In October of 2020, Mr. Kahn the appellant, the Town and Country Event Center LLC, applied for business licenses for 2 of the banquet halls at this location, the Gold Hall and the Silver Hall. And the applications should have been denied, but were not timely denied, so the general business licenses for both of those suites were granted in December 2020. And very early in January 2021, both of those licenses were revoked, and the reason was because, for the same reason that the licenses should have been denied in the first place, that there were outstanding building code violations on the property. In the notices of revocation, the applicant or licensee was given 90 days rather than the normal 15 days to appeal the revocations in order to give the appellant time to correct the violations. And the next thing that those were not corrected, the appellant submitted, or his architect, submitted plans through BPI portal on April 2nd, I believe, 2021, and on April 5th, the appellant appealed the revocations for both of these businesses. There was then a meeting on site later in April 14th, I think, of 2021, and some discussion, and by email, May 20th of 2021, Mr. Kahn, who is the principal of the appellant business owner, indicated that his architect would be submitting additional plans to BPI that would address the building code violations and would be doing it within a week. And that didn't happen, and time went by, and somebody from BPI talked to the architect in October 2021 to ask them about the status of the project and the case and what's going on. And the architect said basically he was idle because Mr. Kahn was focused on other issues around this property. And so based on that information, that no additional plans having been submitted and no communication from Mr. Kahn saying, please complete plan review on the plans that already had been submitted, none of that happened. County staff was waiting, and so business licensing decided to set the appeal hearing on the revocations, and
that hearing was set in early November, and then Mr. Chowdhury came on the case and asked for a brief continuance, and which I thought he had good cause since he just got on the case. So the hearing was actually held November 17th and 19th, 2021. And the decision on the case was issued in early January. Prior to that, on December 2nd, as indicated in the chronology, on December 2nd, Mr. Khan sent another email saying that additional plans would be submitted to BPI in 2 phases. And then the hearing officer's decision was rendered January 4th, upholding both revocations. And the appellant timely appealed to the board on January 22nd, 2022. And then on or about March 3rd, 2022, appellant's architect submitted new plans, phase 1 plans, through the BPI portal on March 3rd, 2022. I have spoken with John Gerber of BPI about the status of the plan review. As soon as they found out about it, they didn't know immediately that those plans had been submitted, but as soon as they found out about it, they started the plan review. And Mr. Gerber indicated that the status of the plan review is plumbing and mechanical have not been approved because there's a change in use, and this is kind of a key issue in the case. Previously, this was a B use, and the event center banquet hall use is an A2 use. And that was the problem in 2019 on the plan review, that hadn't been adequately addressed. There are still issues about that. So those 2 disciplines have not passed plan review. Structural and electrical, have approved the plans on March 10th. Fire, life, safety has not approved the plans. They have additional questions. And they also are waiting for Metro Fire. I'm sorry, I need a Kleenex.
What do you need there?
Kleenex.
Kleenex? Oh.
Sorry. Jim should be able to show it have right there.
Sorry. Oh, thank you. I'm sorry, I have allergies, I apologize. Anyway, Metro Fire needs to review the plans as well, and that hasn't happened yet. So the plans are in review, and once the plans are reviewed, if there are additional concerns or issues that need to be addressed by the property owner, which is Town and Country West LLC, which is also controlled by Mr. Khan. So he owns the property and he owns the businesses. And once it gets through plan review, if the plans are approved at some point, additional work will need to be done and inspections done in order prior to issuance of a certificate of occupancy. So that's what the status is.
Diana, just pause for a second because I think Supervisor Desmond wanted to maybe ask before you get to the next part here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, I wasn't going to sit down.
No, I know you were. But you gave us the whole background. So before you go to the next part of what happens next, I wanted to give him an opportunity to ask.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you get too far ahead, Diana, I'll forget what my question was. So I appreciate that.
Okay.
So first of all, I guess the point you're talking about right now is we're currently in the process of reviewing these plans that Mr. Khan has submitted. But it almost sounds like you're talking about if those plans get approved, he may get his business license approved. But are we talking about a permanent revocation here?
No, absolutely
Okay, so
not.
maybe explain that to me because I think
Okay. Yes, it's not the same as the massage cases.
Okay, that's what I was.
Not at all.
Okay.
No. And actually, if it had been denied timely in the first place, Mr. Khan could have asked for an extension to come into compliance, which is part of the reason that the 90 days were granted before he had to appeal, to give him time. And assuming he is able and willing to come into compliance with the building code issues, and if there are zoning code issues as well, that's not part of this case, but that's another possibility, then he can have license or licenses issued for these businesses. Absolutely.
Okay. No, that's great. So I was under a major, I was misinformed, or maybe I didn't read it correctly. I had a question for you. Could you just briefly outline the building code violations that were in existence and the ones that still exist today, which are some of which are serious?
Some of them are serious, and I don't know that I'm capable of doing that. Mr. Gerber is here, and he might be able to answer those questions. What I do know is one of the major issues on the building code violations is the change in use from a B to an A2, and how that would impact exits. It's fire safety issues.
All the requirements that would be required.
Exactly.
Commensurate with that change.
Exactly, and part of the problem that has happened here is that we haven't gotten clear explanation from Mr. Khan or his architects about what the uses are and what the occupancy loads are for these places. And it really, based on the information from the website, it appears that it's one business, and they have 3 banquet halls, platinum, gold, and silver. And it advertises on the website that they have 3 rooms, 3 banquet halls available for rental. And one of those, the Platinum, has no business license whatsoever at the moment. So it is of concern that Mr. Khan has been operating this business for some time, either unlicensed or knowing that there were building code violations that could pose a hazard to public health and safety. Would you like more information from Mr. Gerber about the building code violations?
Sure, that's fine if you wanted to do that, Diana. John, I think, Lisa, you want to weigh in while we get Mr.
Sure.
Gerber?
I was just going to respond to Desmond's first question. I know that you had raised some questions during briefing, and they were directed towards me, and I did respond this morning, but it was not published with the agenda. Only one answer to your question was presented.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
So I apologize for the confusion, but I can answer your questions now. You've already had one answered. And then I think the only remaining question, we have the chronology of events, which was published. Your second question was regarding if it's permanent or not. The fourth question was with the evidence, and we have index of all of the evidence that was presented at the hearing officers at the hearing. And then right now the third question is escaping me, but I will get that.
The other question
What was the third question, Diana?
The other question was about whether
right.
Delay.
If we can delay the revocation, and the answer, well, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is yes, but it's not legally advisable at this point because he is operating without a license.
Right. And well, if it's not permanent, it doesn't seem necessary either because if he comes into compliance. Okay.
Right.
And thank you, by the way, for this chronology. This is very helpful because this is a convoluted, case here.
Okay.
Yes, and I've got it memorized, so I was able to do that almost entirely from memory at 10 o'clock last night. So there you are.
Very good. Thanks, Diana. Okay.
I just wanted to close that loop for you, so thanks.
Good. Thanks. So would you like Mr. Gerber to come over?
If you don't mind, Mr. Chair, I appreciate that.
Yeah,
I think that'd be helpful. I know it's in the staff report, John, but if you could just outline a little bit why this is so serious that we would be considering a revocation until it's brought into compliance.
Great.
Good afternoon, Board.
Hi, John.
So what Mr. Khan has is a building out on Fulton Avenue, and it presently he has one area that is a bingo parlor that is an A2 occupancy assembly use, and he's also has 2 other spaces which is in question, is Suite 7 and Suite 3. Those 2 spaces were a B use, which is more like an office use. Lower number of people in there. And he's converted those into an A2 occupancy, which is a lot more people, banquet hall, a lot of people congregating in there. So exiting comes into play, a number of restrooms come into play, and that's where the hiccup is right now. So fire department's very involved in this. There's been issues in that building prior to his purchasing the property. They had closed the property down completely for a while. So our fire life safety reviewer is working with fire department, but that particular reviewer is out this week. So he's kind of waiting until she gets back to kind of make sure that we're both on the same page on how we're reviewing this. There's been some confusion on how he changing his plans and what he wants to use the use of the building for. He's brought up different scenarios, so we've asked to give us something in plans instead of sending us emails on what his intentions are. So that's kind of where we're at right now. Plans are in our possession, or in our portal. We are reviewing it, and we should have something done at least by the end of next week when fire isn't back in.
Great. Okay. Thank you. I mean, that's helpful. So the violations are more connected to the use of the building than any physical defect.
Well,
it's higher requirements based on
right.
use.
There are different requirements. There are different requirements if there are more people.
Right.
I mean, including like firewalls and that kind of thing. So there is a real potential danger of not having approved plans and structure in place with more people. And since this is an event center, you can count on there are going to be more people. And Mr. Khan admitted at the hearing that he has events booked through 2022 at this center. Okay, so though unless these building code violations are corrected, the people attending those events are at risk.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. All right. Okay, Diane, proceed if you have anything else.
Okay, so basically, that's what I wanted to explain. That's the reason for that business licensing pursued the revocation. It isn't to stop Mr. Khan from doing business forever in Sac County at all. It is simply to protect public health and safety so that the building is in compliance and certificates of occupancy can be issued and he can conduct his business safely.
Dan, just real quickly, though, so there's been no, as you've described the process and the various appeals and delays and so forth and submittals and I think good faith discussions, there's been no interruption in the business, even though we're here today, because while on appeal, the appellant has conducted his business. I know COVID obviously impacted certainly gatherings and so forth, but there's been no interruption. I mean, there's been no red tag to the building. There's been no enforcement action. That's all been forestalled because of the appeals.
Right. The Suite 12, which is the biggest suite, which has been identified as a bingo hall, but that business license was declared void in October 2020 because it wasn't being used as a bingo hall. And Mr. Khan didn't appeal that and never applied for another business license. So the 500 capacity banquet hall apparently has been used without any kind of license. And I don't know if there are building code violations in that banquet hall. We are focused on suites 3 and 7, which is the silver hall and the gold hall. But all three of those banquet halls have been used at least since late 2020. I don't know before that. Yeah. We didn't go back that far, and that would be difficult to determine in hindsight. But because these appeals were pending regarding suites 3 and 7, those business licenses have been valid and active all this time.
Right.
But Mr. Khan was on notice that of the county's concerns and has been on notice about the building code violations since he purchased the property in April 2018. And you know, not a whole lot of progress has been made on this, and that is discouraging.
Just one other question, though, and it kind of goes back to, because I was going to ask about specifically, but about the former bingo hall. And if its business license as a bingo parlor was null and void, then as far as the use for, say, a banquet hall, that would have required a business license to do that if that was what the intended purpose. It may meet the requirements because of the loading capacity as a bingo hall, but that was never determined because there's been no business license, no valid business license for operation of that banquet facility, the Platinum facility.
He didn't reapply. He didn't reapply for a license for that facility, and if he had, my understanding from planning is because the occupancy is above 300, he would have needed a use permit for that particular facility.
So he should not be using it. He shouldn't have been using it, and should not be using it this very day, whether he has it booked or not. I mean, and that's not a matter of today's hearing because those are not that's not the facility. But I think you're making it very clear here that that one doesn't have a valid business license. It hasn't been applied for. There's no sanction of use of that facility either through building, planning, business license, or anybody else.
That's correct. That's correct. And quite frankly, what the county has been doing, I mean, we could have gone after that violation, but we were trying to get through this.
Sure.
And with any luck, you know, get him into compliance so that they all could operate. But he apparently has no qualms about operating a business without a license with regard to that facility.
Okay. Just to be crystal clear, though, and you've just said it, but so the two suites that are under appeal today, whatever the numbers are, 3 and 7, those have operated with a business license that's been on appeal. He's been notified of building issues. That's been part of the conversation.
Right.
But the larger suite, which was the bingo hall that had an occupancy of up to 500, I thought I heard you say.
Right.
That one has not been licensed for now a period of nearly 2 years, not quite. It sounds like October 20, so it would have been 14, 16 months.
Right.
And that should not be occupied for that use. And so that is operating outside of permitted licensure and or sanctions by building or planning. So
that's correct.
Okay, very good. Thanks. Any other questions by board members? Diana, anything else on your presentation? You'll stand by then for...
Right.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Then we now have the appellant and represented by Mr. Shuttery. Here, please come forward. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You know, just hearing Ms. Ruiz's remarks, I'm not prepared to make any statement with respect to Suite 12 today. So I'm solely going to speak to Suites 3 and 7 for purposes of this hearing. There were a series of dates and events that Ms. Ruiz spoke of, but I think with respect to the appellant's position, our position is relatively narrow. There's a relatively ministerial process with respect to securing an approval of a building permit. So this was a circumstance, as Ms. Ruiz indicated, where business licenses were issued and there was steps taken to revoke those business licenses thereafter. The county was on notice of the building violations at the time that the licenses were issued. And as Ms. Ruiz indicated, the notice provided a 90-day period with respect to efforts at compliance. And within those 90 days, the ministerial steps were taken wherein the previous comments that were received with respect to the 2019 building plan were responded to. A subsequent plan was submitted to the county portal. And the appellant awaited further comment with respect to the plan that was submitted. To this date, no response was received. There was evidence presented at the hearing with respect to another plan that was provided by email, which is not the formal method of submission and was never formally intended with respect to comments that were responsive from the county. So there was a submitted plan to the portal, no response was received. There were comments and a memorandum issued with respect to the plan that was never submitted to the portal. This resulted in further delay. I understand there was further communication between the county and the appellant with respect to zoning issues, potential use. I understand that, but it was, unfortunately, at the initial hearing that we had in November, it was the first time that I had seen the responsive comments with respect to the plan that was never submitted, and I don't believe the appellant had a full understanding of what the county's position was with respect to the appellant's response to the notice of revocation. So thereafter, and I've provided those documents today, based on the testimony that was presented by Mr. Gerber and the evidence that was presented at the hearing, the architect that was originally retained provided a subsequent, and you can see this, it'll be a subsequent structural calculation and subsequent plan that was submitted in March, to which no response was received to date until Ms. Ruiz provided the update that she provided.
March of what year? This year or last year?
This was submitted March 3rd of
March
this
3rd,
year.
so March 3rd, 2022. Yeah.
Correct. And there was no response. I provided this to Ms. Ruiz last week, and no response was received, or no information was provided until the time of this hearing. So effectively, the appellant's position is there's one method by which we can submit a plan and we can actually get compliance with construction violations, and that's by submitting a plan to a portal. We submit the plan to the portal, and we have to await comments because we need to get the approval in order to secure the right to make the corrections consistent with the notice of violation. I understand the position that the county is taking dating back to 2017. The problem is, with respect to the business licenses that are issued, that issue arose in 2020, and you're dealing with a circumstance that from 2020 to date, there have been ongoing efforts to get compliance, but as much as the appellant needs to take steps to secure an approval, the county also has to take requisite steps in order to allow the appellant to make the requisite corrections. And in this manner, those steps simply were not taken. So when I reviewed the decision, the purpose of this appeal, or the reason for this appeal, is that the decision that was rendered was solely reliant on the plan that was never formally submitted and was informally submitted, wherein the actual plan that was submitted was never subject to comment, where requisite steps could be taken in order to meet the construction violations, in order to avoid the revocation. So our issue is not, and as you can see from the plan, even in March of 2022, our plan is to get in compliance, but as much as they're contending inaction, the inaction has also been on behalf of the county with respect to the responsive comments. So essentially, we're taking this position of sort of, it's an untenable position to take by the county, where ongoing efforts are being made for compliance, and even as of today, I'm finding out new information with respect to the plan that we submitted. When I looked at the prior comments that were received, generally what I was seeing was, a 2-week turnaround. And, these plans were submitted on the 3rd, and today's the 22nd. And it sounds like there was some action taken, but no communication with respect to the appellant. So I think taking the drastic action of revoking the license is not appropriate when the requisite steps weren't taken by the county at the time that it was required. And I understand the appellants. I understand well, frankly, I don't understand the decision that was rendered, because it is solely reliant on communications and informal efforts, when the formal efforts that were taken were very consistent. Mr. Pashon, the architect that provided the plans in March of 2022 and provided the plans, the submitted plans in early April of 2021, has provided consistent testimony with respect to his intentions when submitting those plans into the portal. Do you want me to add? Did you want us?
Yes.
I'm willing. Hold. I don't know if there's any questions. I'm more than willing to try to answer those questions.
Supervisor Desmond? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate what you're saying as far as the appellant has obligations and the county has obligations to review plans in a timely manner. But it feels like based on the staff report and the hearing officer's findings, you're leaving out a very large piece of information, is that after those plans were submitted in April of last year, the county received indications that Mr. Khan was going to be proceeding in a different direction. And my staff from my office was even involved in those discussions as well. And I think that's a crucial point here. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm interested in how we're going to move forward from here. But I think it's important that we include that information. Diane, am I stating it correctly?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's just the one comment I wanted to make.
Okay.
Okay. No other questions?
Did you? Okay. I think Mr. Khan wants to speak directly. So.
Okay. Thank you.
I have given the clerk for copies for all of you to see. Is that okay? Hopefully.
I would ask for a copy of whatever is being submitted to the board.
She's making copies. Yeah.
We have a copy here.
I gave it to her. That copy was here. I give it. I'm submitting the existing part of evidence that was already submitted, so for you to review. And I gave it to her to make copies. She went in the back to make.
Oh, she's making copies. So if you want to just, before you reference that, let copies get distributed here for a second. The clerk is making copies. Are you going to reference that you can make your comments, but if you're going to reference that, we'll need to wait for a second. So do you want to make some other comments, or are you going to reference the document?
I think it all relates to each other, so I think it's best that I have that.
We'll wait for just a moment then.
And then, may I start?
Yeah, as soon as we get a copy, I'm sure everybody needs to get a copy here so they can follow along. Just 1 second. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Khan.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. My name is Wakar Khan, and I'm an experienced event operator in 4 different counties, including Sacramento County, licensed. But the only difference is that license is in City of Rancho Cordova, not Sac County, and that's why I got that license, because if it was in Sac County, it wouldn't be happening. As of today, I have applied for 4 different licenses. Each time they were denied, or even if they were issued, they were suspended. And I have all the records on that. As far as the Suite 12 is concerned, the same email that the county council is relying on to read, I would like you to read at the end of it. At the end of that email, I state, we intend to use the Suite 12. It says, we intend to use it for bingo and will be applying for license immediately. In addition, following all guidelines of the current use program during these days, okay. Suite number 12 will be utilized for religious purposes or restricted to its member of the congregation. Per county code in dark, there is no general business licensor in the county, in state of California, and Sac County required to run that organization. So I gave them the notice that I'll be doing that there, and it's run and is solely used for the weddings, religious functions, and those events. That is our Suite 12 issue. Now let's get back to the Suite number 3 and 7 issue, sir.
So, Mr. Khan, your statement is that those uses, weddings and religious purposes, don't require any additional approvals through the county. Is that your position?
That is what says in the county code. Churches, to the extent the facilities are used for religious purposes or restricted member of the congregation, does not need a license.
Yeah, but not a business license, but you still need approval from the building department and from fire department for occupancy.
Yes, it was previously approved for a bingo, which is a similar use, A2.
A bingo in a church is not the same use, I don't think.
Well, churches has weddings, sir, and bingo has 400 people, and they have weddings have 400 people. I mean, you can, look, there is an orchestra here. There is an orchestrated effort here to CYA for everybody. And when a real judge sees there's a lot of things in here, you as a county supervisor need to understand. That requires a hearing, a review of all the evidence. Yes, there's a county paid administrator who will come in. I asked him specifically, why can't we get an arbitrator? I'll pay the cost of the arbitrator if I lose. That was never granted. What was wrong with that?
Well, but your appeal hearing today, Mr. Khan, is right before this
I understand
body,
that, sir,
elected body with council. I'm not being argumentative, but I want to let you know that you're going to get a fair hearing. We've read the material. You're going to submit more material.
So let's go back on this one here, okay? Because this was the chronology that she did that. I mean, the issue is this, right? Why do you think you need like 4 counsel, a whole team of counsel, 27 counsel in Sacramento County to revoke my business license? When I'm the highest paying tax person probably in this county. This is so crazy. Anyways, so let's look at this timeline here, please. If you look at your evidence, in 2019, the plans were submitted to the county. If you look at these stamps are the approval from zoning, building, electrical, mechanical, everybody. They approve the plans based on certain work. So the plans have been approved since 2019. Then, whatever comments they wanted, we went ahead and supplied that in the last revision, which was, and if you read that the third page on your thing, it says April 2nd, 2021. It references the plan, those that are approved in 2019. It says, my response below corresponds to itemized comment from your original letter dated 7/17/2019. Every one of the items were addressed. What is the county doing since then? They are relying on an email for the future zoning of different rooms. I never said that I'm going to be sending you anything because you already have these plans sitting. Work on them. Get to work. Finish these things. If you have finished these things by that time, we would not be here today. To cover this thing, there's a big orchestrated, we're relying on your email. Oh, come on. How did you, this is not the standard. We asked them in the hearing, what is the standard operating procedure for submitting a plan? And they say, you need to enter into the county portal, and we did. And then what was the timeline? Mr. Gerber said it could be 10 days, 15 days. Well, it's been 12 months since. Where is my response to these comments that are sitting in their BPI portal? On top of that, they could have simply responded and say, guess what? Your plan doesn't make sense. Resubmit it again. But no, it's been sitting there, idle. So then we go to this hearing. I mean, I'm sick and tired of this coordinated effort of covering everybody's, like, come on. All you got to do is get to work, finish these plan review, instead of wasting my time, your time, his time. I mean, what does it take? A 2-hour job for you to go and review the plans and then tell me the comments? Okay, you asked a question about the violation, right? Look at the violation on the 4th page. Suite 7 and 3. Do not use any area for sleeping. God damn. Suite 7. Please provide plan and obtain permit for change in occupancy. Space is currently used being a church. A church has the same occupancy. A little bit different, but the same thing. People are sitting there. They do the same thing. They have their function. They have their weddings there. They do their meals there. It's the same function. So why is such a big effort is being made to push me outside this county? I don't get it. My 3rd license, which was prime party rental, they granted it. 2 months later, they denied it, telling me that no one is at the business. There's a website for the business. There's a phone number for the business. They gave me a license for my food truck. They go back and revoked it again. I complained. Oh, it was a mistake. I mean, this is happening not just but every time. I'm a general contractor. I'm also a real estate agent. I know exactly what firewall is, and it's there. All they got to do is just get out of their office and check it. That's all they got to do. Fire has extensively reviewed these plans. All the fire violation has been addressed on these 2 submittals, even on the first one. The fire was asking for a site analysis. They wanted to know, does the building has the capacity to maintain all these people? It turned out that it has more capacity than they required. And those are all itemized in this plan. So before we get to the next level, I highly urge you to please have a hearing on this with the board or a neutral arbitrator, because the results are not going to be good. There is a lot of things happening in this county that is not good. And you, Sir Rich, I asked you several times to come visit the business. This business affects your district extensively. There are 20 people who works there, but you never responded to my comment. You send your office staff there, and the office staff does what? Write notes. Whatever the county tell them, that's what they would write. Same thing with the county arbitrator, same thing with the county paid arbitrator. I'm requesting that you 4 gentlemen do this hearing, come visit the site, and you tell me which part of that is not
Don't
good.
forget the ladies, a member of the board as well. So.
Well, I know, sir, but you know, I am not happy with this thing because you are wasting our tax dollar. I mean, these people have been going at for no reason. All they got to do is work on the plan that I submitted in 2021 in April. Where are those comments at? Where are the comments? Anybody? Where are they? No, there's no answer. Because they are not doing what they're supposed to be doing, sir. Okay. And there are not only 2 violations on this notice. Sleeping in the room and submit the plan, and I did. And I followed up with all the comments. And then they gave me a license, so I gotta operate. I'm not doing anything illegal. You gave me a license to operate, and I'm operating. And I know that what the safety standards are, it's all there. There is no plumbing issues. Fire has approved all these comments. Fire comment does not address anything in the plumbing or the bathroom. Even the building people comment do not address anything with the building and the bathroom. There are 24 bathrooms in that building. The exit is about 26 foot wide. And if you guys know construction, that means I can have 2,000 people there. This is, so I'm appalled by even coming here and looking at this thing. I was like, what's wrong here? Why would you need 26 of the county council to revoke my 1 business license? Don't you guys have anything better to do? Let the building do their job, and you guys do something else besides coming and listening to this BS. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony.
Can I?
Mr. Desmond, you had a question? Did you want to ask?
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead if you want to.
Mr. Connor, you want to ask?
Not a question more.
Why am I here wasting my time?
No, excuse me, what?
I said, I'm here wasting my time, wasting your time,
okay.
They could have done something like 8 months ago.
Okay. No, we appreciate your testimony, and no question for you. So I think the question was for staff. So anything else, Mr.?
Something.
Okay.
Just brief.
Okay.
I will note, looking at the 2017 notice of violation, with respect to Mr. Gerber's testimony on the fire and safety issues, it's hard to identify exactly what the health and safety issues that were identified in 2017 and how they relate to the issues that were testified on during the hearing. And I know that that this notice of violation is the primary basis for the business license revocation. That's my understanding. And when I'm looking at the notice of violation, Mr. Gerber's testimony it appears inconsistent with what I'm seeing in the notice of violation. So before we go and revoke a license, before we go and take such a drastic measure, especially considering even the comments that were made today with respect to the status, I think the appellant deserves some opportunity upon receiving, the comments to get in compliance before such a drastic action is taken. And I understand that we had a hearing and the matter was adjudicated, but I think when you consider the actual protocol that was testified on with respect to the application process, the submission process, the comment process, which is contingent and the appellant's completely reliant on the county in order to actually go in and fix the violations. I think when you consider the nature of the violations identified in 2017, the actual violations that are identified for purposes of being cured, I think when you look at them and you're speaking to such a drastic action, and you consider the pre-existing use, you consider the church use, you consider the Weight Watcher use, I understand that there's been this ongoing, argument with respect to the need of a special use permit, but I think before the drastic actions taken on a business revocation, I think the appellant deserves at least one submitted plan, receiving comments, and receiving an opportunity, because clearly when the notice of revocation was issued and the 90-day period was provided, it was with the intent of securing compliance. And there just hasn't been that opportunity. And that's all I have.
Can I say something real quick?
Okay, yes, one more time.
Go ahead.
Look, I didn't mean to bash anybody, but if you put yourself in my shoes, you'd be doing the same thing. It's been 3 years. I've been fighting with these people. Every opportunity I get, there's like tons and tons of email that I can document and I can prove to you that the intent was there to cancel my license. I have the emails and I have the evidence, but the hearing officer that we were in the court, that wasn't the forum for that. But I am pretty sure that I'm going to go to the forum that they're going to listen to this, because every county, Sac County is the only county that's not so business friendly, maybe not to me. Every other county that I have event centers in, they welcome me with open arm. San Joaquin, Lodi, El Dorado County, even Rancho Cordova. I have event centers everywhere. So I know exactly what event centers are. For somebody to not even visit the site one time or even gave the comment, for them to make an assumption, oh, guess what? There is building violation. Come on. I want you to come. They took a tour of the building. They know exactly what it is. The building is like much better than when these guys raided this in 2017, before I bought it. There was a U.S. Post Office there. That went away. I brought them back, put them in compliance. All the other things that the fire wanted, we are working with them. Everybody is back in the building. What's not happening is Sac County, I don't know what it is. It's the BPI, Sac County, they are in cahoots with something. And I'm telling him, hey, your goal should be to help the residents, especially the tax-paying ones.
Okay.
So that's all I got to say. I mean, I would love for an independent auditor to come and look at all the evidence. Okay. And if I lose, I'll pay that price. I'm just telling you, okay. I'll pay that price.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Khan. Okay, all right. Then Ms. Ruiz, yes, and Mr. Desmond, I think, has a question of staff as well. So
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So before Diane, before you get up there, I just want to, since Mr. Khan specifically referenced me in my office, I will respond to that. I am very familiar with the property. My staff has been working very hard with you and your team and the county folks to try to resolve this. I think there has been a lot of effort by county staff. It has been somewhat of a moving target, I think, in terms of what the use is going to be. And I would say on this 2017 document, it's very emphatically clear here. Do not occupy those premises unless and until you get a permit, an approval to do so. I mean, I think that's very clear. So Diane, my question to you is, can you or maybe John respond to what Mr. Khan's attorney mentioned, that they submitted this plan in April 2021 and they didn't hear anything back?
Yeah. First of all, I did want to make clear that the basis for revocation of these business licenses were the violations listed under Exhibit 6 and Exhibit 5 and 6? 5 and 6 in the board packet, okay? Because the 2017 notice of violation was not specific enough, and there were additional violations subsequent to that, because apparently additional construction and modifications happened after Mr. Khan bought the building. So that is not the charging document. That's not the controlling document. With regard to the April 5th or thereabouts 2021 plans being submitted through the portal, and then the county not completing plan review on that. As I indicated, there was an on-site meeting on April 14th. There were these alternative plans that were discussed with the architect and Mr. Khan and a whole bunch of people from the county, including me, at that meeting. And there was an analysis by Wendy Hartman of Planning and Environmental Review of that proposal, because they were asking for an analysis of that proposal, and there were issues raised in that. But the county staff was never confused about those additional plans being the controlling plans. They understood that the April 5th, 2021 plans that were submitted through the portal were the official plans. So then after the analysis was sent to Mr. Khan in early May. I sent it to Mr. Khan, I think, May 12th. And if you look at the hearing binder index that's reflected there, then Mr. Khan responded back with an email on May 20th. And the email on May 20th, which is Exhibit 33 in the original hearing binder, it's not in the board packet, and it indicates, and this is the part that the hearing officer quoted, in any event, here is how we will move forward. The architect will submit the actual plans accordingly. We will work with Metro Fire to clear the comments for fire life safety allowable area analysis and have the occupancy approved for suites 3 and 7 and conduct fire inspection for already licensed suite 3 and 7. And at that time, the licenses were pending revocation. All issues by building will be addressed on the resubmittal. So based on that part of the email, which was focusing on plans and trying to remedy the building code violations, BPI said, well, if plans are going to be resubmitted, I will be submitting resubmittal plans on Monday next week. That's what Mr. Khan said. Okay, his architect testified during the hearing. He didn't know about that. He didn't, and it would have been the architect that resubmitted the plans. He didn't know about that. But a BPI staff member talked to the architect in October and specifically asked him, Are you going to be resubmitting plans? Do you want us to complete plan review of the plans that have already been submitted? And the architect said, no, it's idle because Mr. Khan is focusing on other issues. In the hearing, I specifically asked Mr. Khan, do you want plan review to be completed on the April 5th, 2021 plans? And he didn't answer my question. The issue was raised again in an email after the hearing. Again, the offer was, look, if you want us to complete plan review on those plans, we're willing to do that. And we never got a yes. What we got was, no, we're going to resubmit plans in 2 phases. That was the December 2nd email that I submitted to you as part of the board packet. And it still didn't happen until March 3rd, when they did submit plans with a phase 1, and I don't know what phase 2 is going to be. So from my perspective, and I realize this is different from Mr. Khan's perspective, I think the county has bent over backwards trying to figure out what Mr. Khan wanted, what he wanted reviewed, and to suggest that they needed to review plans that were submitted when he promised we're going to submit new plans next week. That's not reasonable. That's a waste of county time, money, resources, and taxpayer money. And that's what the hearing officer found, was the reliance on his statement that plans would be resubmitted. It was reasonable on the part of the county, and that's what we did. So and he tried to argue that we shouldn't pay any attention to his emails. We should have just gone with the submitted plans. But a whole lot of emails from Mr. Khan have indicated he wanted us to pay attention to his emails. So we didn't know that this particular email we should have ignored. Thank you. Did you have any other questions for me? Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Khan, I'll allow you to approach the podium. I don't want to get in the back and forth here, but I'll allow you to come forward. Diana, stand by if there's anything further. Thanks. This is going to conclude the testimony.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, Mr. Khan.
Sir, I would like to review the record of our trial that we had with the county council, because what just county council said, I'm afraid to say that it's not correct, in better words, because we have asked them specifically. We asked John Gerber specifically, and Diane, that would you be okay with taking these plans as it is, as a face plan value, to go and work on the violation? They told us no. And that's on record. Okay. That's on record. Second thing, county council just testified that we had an extensive meeting on the different zoning and using and all this stuff, right? And she said that Wendy Hartman is going and she's going to review the stuff. Now notice, we're not talking the violations here. We're talking the future plans of this building. What I told them that I wanted to get the additional rooms in the building, and we came up with some chalkboard ideas. And we gave her those rough plans built by the architect and say, well, here it is, review them and get back to us. Nowhere in that plans is indicate that these plans are actual for the code violation clearance, because those are already in the county portal, right? So for them to assume that these plans are different than the other plan, and she just testified herself that they have the understanding that the plan, those are sitting in the county portal, are the plan which need to be worked on. Well, look, the plan was submitted in April. Before you would have come to a meeting with me in March, you should at least look at the plan and respond back with a comment, come prepared in a meeting. That's one thing. Second thing is that
Third thing.
Huh? Third thing. They heavily rely on my email here, right? They heavily rely on my email that I sent the email. Well, they're not reading the whole email. So they're only using part of it where I says, okay, we'll get back to you, but get back to you about what? Not about the violation, but get back to you about the plan that we just discussed. And if you don't do it, then what do I do? So they're mingling stuff. CYA, covering for the job that was supposed to be done in April, not happening, using an email. Since when did the email become you can promise me in the email anything you want, but unless it's official, and the official way is to enter into the county portal, and that's what we did. And we needed an answer for that.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. Okay. Mr. Chaudhry, okay, last thing.
Just one final comment. and I'll represent to you myself because I was at the hearing. After hearing Mr. Gerber testify, I knew that the April plan that we had submitted to the portal was going to have issues. And at my direction, I understood we needed to submit a different plan, which is what we did in March. So I understood when I came out of the hearing the issues that I saw with our April plan because I heard him testify on it. I understand that there's an argument about a moving target, but we're also getting further information as we go. I'm getting potentially more information today, and it wouldn't have made sense if Mr. Gerber is testifying on a plan saying that there's issues, and we know we need to submit it potentially in 2 phases or work on other pieces. We need to submit another plan because if I'm on notice of the issue with that plan that's been submitted, I would tell my client to go back to his architect and secure a new plan, which is what we did. So I think relying on the testimony of, hey, can we rely on this plan now after Mr. Gerber had identified the issues that he had already identified, it compelled us to go back to the drawing board and secure a new plan, which we've done. So I think that the reliance on that statement, it's a little short-sighted because when we're hearing this in live testimony, we understand the issues that are being identified and we're addressing them. So I just want to make that comment because that's what I understood at the time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Any further questions by board members? We've heard from appellant and heard from county staff. And if not, then, yep. In public, do we have any public comment on this item?
We did not have any public comments on this item.
Okay, I don't have anybody. Was there anybody in the audience who wanted to address item 49? All right, seeing none, then I'll bring it back to the board. Then Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and appreciate the conversation. And there's been certainly some confusion, some miscommunication, but I know the county staff has been working very hard with Mr. Khan. I mean, I know that directly through my own staff that they've been very responsive to requests from my office to try to work this out. At the end of the day, I want to make sure that an event center is not operating with the appropriate safety features in place. That's my number one concern. Now that we know a new plan has been submitted, I am certainly inclined to uphold the revocation unless and until those changes are made to ensure the safety of the public that's using this hall. So that's where I am right now, and I'd be interested to hear different perspectives from my.
Yeah, I would just, and maybe this is for Diane, this is not for any more evidence, so we can assure timely processing. It sounds like the plans that were submitted March 3rd have had some level of review. Has that comment been through the portal, been back to the architect? I wasn't clear, you gave that earlier in your testimony. So I think, again, there's responsibility that goes to both parties, obviously, for us to review.
Right.
Timely turnaround for then applicants to.
Right. Okay. Absolutely. Plan review is not completed, so the comments have not gone back through the portal. I simply had a conversation with Mr. Gerber today to find out what the status was so that I could let you know, because I was aware that new plans had been submitted and I didn't know the status of the plan review. There was about a week or week and a half lag time between when the plans were submitted and when review started because Mr. Gerber wasn't aware that the plans were submitted, but as soon as he became aware of it, he jumped on it and started the plan review, and it is going as quickly as it can. Apparently somebody, Metro Fire person is out of the office until next week, so there's a little delay on that. But no, it is proceeding apace.
Okay, so we can ensure that we'll turn it around as, again, certainly recognizing, obviously, what we've heard here today, and there's a long history of this, but that, because we do have some target timelines for turnaround with the county. I think it's 10 days upon resubmittal. I guess that's 10 working days. And again, doesn't necessarily presume that all the other parties would be available.
Right.
Okay.
Right. It's partially complete, but it's not. There are some questions. There will be comments sent back that request additional documentation, but I think the biggest question mark at this point is the fire life safety piece, and they need to check with Metro Fire to see where they are on this, because they need to be in alignment with the fire department on this.
Okay, let me just ask this, though, and again, I've heard the back and forth about the emails and so forth, but in light of, I think, the history here, through the portal is the appropriate conduit, but because there has been communication multiple over several years, once those comments are available, represented by counsel here, Mr. Khan is, could somebody pick up the phone or send an email saying that those comments are complete?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and that way maybe bridge us a bit, because again, otherwise, if people, both us, but them relying upon a portal, well, you know.
Right. The portal is used for submission of plans and comments on plans, but there is nothing about that process that precludes email or phone conversations between county staff and the building permit applicant, or his counsel, or his architect, or whoever he designates, or all of them.
Right.
And that has been going on throughout this process.
Well, I hear that, yeah. So, Diana, so I think as a courtesy, that it sounds like we're in the midst of completing those comments, and Metro Fire still has to weigh in.
Right.
I think, again, certainly, respectfully, that we could, reach out to Mr. Khan or to his attorney or whoever his architect is, let them know they're there, pick them up, you can get, and again, to move, because again, if we act on the recommendation here today, obviously we're going to potentially revoke the business license, and there's going to be a gap here while those things get addressed, both through the comments, but also through the work that would have to occur to allow for a business license to be reissued should we revoke it. So
correct.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Anyway, Mr. Desmond, I would just say to you that I think in light of what I've heard here today, recognizing some of the back and forth, and certainly some of the frustration, it sounds like I'm on from many different portions of what's occurred over the last several years. I would support the staff recommendation, but as I just mentioned, I think it would be helpful for us to keep lines of communication open and to reach out as soon as those comments are made, and I think keep focus on this so we can assist the property owner making the necessary corrections. So I trust he's a good business person. He can get those things accomplished pretty quickly. If he has general contractor's license, if they're building things, you could get them done very quickly. So, but I would support the recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I couldn't agree more. So, I mean, with that, I would make the motion to approve the staff recommendation, and we'll certainly assure Mr. Khan, my office will stay engaged with county staff to make sure this moves along with all deliberate speed. So.
Okay. All right. I'd second your motion. Okay. So it's been moved and seconded to approve the recommendations outlined here. Do we need to do anything else in that motion, Council?
No.
Okay. Very good. All right. Dan, if nothing further, please vote.
I'm sorry, who seconded that?
Chair did.
Thank you. Unanimous vote.
Okay. All right, thank you to all, and let's hope to quick resolution to this going forward. All right, we have a number of other items this afternoon, so we'll now proceed to item 50. I'll call the item, please.
Yes, item 50 is related to the SEMO Circle mini storage. It's a community plan amendment, rezone, use permit, special development permit, and a design review to allow a mini storage facility on a property located at 2245 SEMO Circle in the Rancho Cordova community. And the environmental document is exempt. I do need to take an oath for this one, so if anyone is here, has anyone signed up to speak?
Okay, if we have an applicant or anyone wishing to speak on this, they're already standing up, it looks like, so if you want to go ahead and administer the oath, and you'll do it over the phone if somebody calls in, right?
Yeah,
okay.
Unfortunately.
Okay.
Okay, so is someone here?
Yeah.
Oh,
you have Mr. Aptis.
Mr. Aptis. Yeah. Okay, let me, just a second, let me get to, I don't remember these things by heart. I'm not a judge yet.
Yet?
Okay.
You're waiting for your appointment?
Yeah. All right. Please raise your right hand, and the appropriate response is, I do. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give this board is the truth, so help you God? If you do not swear, do you so affirm? Okay, when you get to the podium, state your name for the record and the statement, I have been sworn.
Okay, Ms. Bahuli.
Good afternoon, Chair Natoli, board members, Chris Pahuli with Planning and Environmental Review. I'll be providing the staff presentation for this item, the SEMO Circle Mini Storage Project. The subject site contains 2 parcels totaling 3.09 acres and is located at 2235 and 2245 SEMO Circle, just north of Coloma Road and east of Sunrise in the Cordova community. The larger of the 2 parcels is unimproved land, while the other is improved with a vacant 7,400 square foot building which has a small storage yard. The applicant is requesting an entitlement package to develop the site into a storage facility that would include cargo containers used for mini storage, as well as outdoor boat, auto, and RV storage. To accomplish the project, the applicant is requesting a community plan amendment and rezone of the project site from MP, Industrial Office Park, and M2, Heavy Commercial, to General Commercial. A use permit to allow for 3 uses: 1, outdoor storage of operable boats and RVs; 2, cargo containers to be utilized as storage units; and 3, for fencing with barbed wire. There is also a special development permit request to allow for multiple deviations to parking and landscape requirements and a design review. The slide here shows the mix of zoning district designations near the subject site. As noted, the site consists of 2 parcels zoned M2 and MP. The majority of the surrounding parcels are zoned industrial, with the exception of properties to the north zoned GC and the property across the street, which is zoned RD25. The RD25 site was previously owned by RT and was recently developed by USA Properties as a 162-unit market rate apartment complex. This slide shows the site and landscape plan for the project. The proposed facility is designed to accommodate 111 cargo containers and 98 parking spaces for auto, boat, and RV storage. The project includes new landscaping as well as a refresh of landscaping in existing planters. There will be 2 points of access from SEMO Circle, one to access the office building and parking lot, and the second to provide controlled gate access to the storage area. All existing fencing along the interior property lines of the project site would remain, which is 8 feet in height, chain link, and topped with barbed wire. The use permit request for fencing with barbed wire would legalize this existing condition.
Question on that. So point that out. Could you point that out where we're going to allow barbed wire to remain?
It's all along the perimeter of the existing of the existing site.
So you trace the entirety, and that's all going to be barbed wire?
That's correct.
Is that current standard?
It's allowed with a conditional use permit, and that's one of the requests with the project.
No, I know that. You can point that out, but I'm just curious as to why is staff recommending that barbed wire is appropriate?
I think given the request for security and to...
Well, there are other ways to secure the property than having barbed wire. Is it stranded barbed wire or is it concertina wire?
That I am not sure. I'm sure the applicant can answer that question. But it is currently on the site and is an existing condition.
No, I understand that. But they're asking for a rezone with new conditions and to
That's correct.
Put it into use that will, obviously, it's going to be a business enterprise that's, designed obviously to prosper. But, I can't recall in recent times where you've gone to a general commercial and you're going to take the entire perimeter, and whether it's existing or not, and have it with 8-foot cyclone fencing with barbed wire on top of it. Is that unusual? I mean, again, I know on SEMO Circle and Amalgam Way and so forth, Pyrites, you have some mix of uses, but you have residential across the street, you've got residential that's under construction, and you're proposing, even though it's in the interior, of having basically 10-foot high, I assume it's 12 or 18 inches of fencing that's going to have barbed wire across the top. That's a little out of character, maybe not for storage yards, but and I see Nick's coming down here. But I just,
Sure.
I'm curious because, this isn't where we have automotive dismantlers or such. You've got other office uses in the area, and that presents a whole different aura to it recognizing the security aspect of it. So I guess that's why I'm asking the question, Chris.
I will say that there are other, given the exact circumstances of this request, I can't think of other examples. However, we have processed recently other requests for use permits for barbed wire fencing. Those entitlements are a zoning administrator level permit, so many times the board wouldn't see those requests. But we do have others. I can think of a couple of recent ones down in South Sacramento where perhaps the proximity to residential might not have been as close, but there are other examples.
Well, we saw the truck parking, and it's in Supervisor Kennedy's district off of Elsie and Wilbur. They didn't ask for barbed wire around the top, if I recall correctly.
That's correct.
Okay, well, obviously applicants representing can respond to that, but I mean, it does concern me. Again, there are different ways to achieve security. You can do wrought iron that has certain curvature to it, lighting, other non-scalable fences. Cyclone and barbed wire is certainly appropriate in certain locations, but if you're going from office park industrial to general commercial in an area that has residential approximate to it and almost adjacent, then it's just a characterization, because you talk about one of the things the underlying here is the general commercial would allow for residential at some future use. Obviously, that's not the applicant's desire here, but just because it's an existing characterization of it, that you're going to refresh the landscape. I trust the landscape is probably not in the best condition. Is that why the refresh?
That's correct.
Okay, so to my point, you're asking for landscaping to be installed, with current standards, and normally you would either put a solid fence around or do it some other way. But again, I'll let the applicant, when you're done your presentation. But that did catch my attention when you said, I thought maybe it was just one location, but you're talking about the entire perimeter.
Well, I should correct, and
Not the frontage.
I'll show that on the next slide here. But using the site and landscape plan, the western elevation there, which is visible from SEMO Circle, does have a solid fence with wrought iron, and the barbed wire is not on that part of the fence, which is visible from SEMO. It's the perimeter fencing that would have the chain link with barbed wire.
Right. And I guess last point is that you're looking to upgrade, and this is going to use that will have a 20-year life to it under the use permit. Obviously, it's an enterprise that's going to allow for some needed services. But if you're going to refresh, just because it's on SEMO Circle and it has cyclone fence around it, doesn't mean that when you come in to basically change the zoning, that leaving that in place is necessarily the appropriate condition upon it. So again, I've raised my question, and the supervisor district may see it differently, but I am familiar with the area. I represent the area for a number of years, and it is a mix of uses, and it's in transition to some degree. And I have no problem with storage. There's plenty of that out there, but I think if we're going to refresh in this, because this is the last time we're going to see it for 20 years. If we approve this. Okay, thanks. Well, Mr. Supervisor, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chris, for the presentation, and thanks for our conversations. This is, part of the newly acquired portion of District 3. I guess my question would be for the applicant: would you be willing to accept a condition that it not have barbed wire on the top of the fence? And is there another alternative that you'd be okay accepting?
Member Desmond, Supervisor Natoli, Chair Natoli, thank you. Nick Avdis with the Thomas Law Group on behalf of the applicant. I have been sworn, and yes, we would be okay with that condition. It's an existing condition out there, and understanding it's an area of transition, as Supervisor Natoli noted. I mean, the apartment complex next across the street sort of went in after we submitted our application, and it was one of those timing things. Certainly our desire is to improve the neighborhood and the appearance. I think definitely along SEMO Circle, absolutely. I think the only caveat I would say is that we have a shared boundary with properties that are industrial in nature to the north of us, as an example. It is a neighbor fence, so to the degree we have the ability to remove it, we will. And so as long as that clarification is made, we're absolutely okay with removing the barbed wire.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Dick.
Okay. It's actually a good segue to this slide here, which shows the western elevation and the office building. The project does include renovations to the existing office building, which will be used as the on-site office with additional space that could be leased in the future. Through the design review process, the building elevations were enhanced to pull in design elements from that apartment complex across the street. The west elevation, which is visible from SEMO Circle, as I mentioned earlier, includes a new split-faced masonry wall with a wrought iron automatic gate and a wrought iron man gate for pedestrian access. Wanted to note a few key points about the site and the requested project. A use permit was granted in 1978 for the subject site to be used as an auto wrecking yard. However, the most recent use of the property was as a parts store and storage yard. The applicant intends to develop the site with a flexible storage facility and indicates this could be an interim use as the area transitions over time. With the development of the site, the existing vacant building will be rehabilitated and used as the on-site office. Cargo containers will not be permanently affixed to the ground, and the number of spaces for each type of storage is intended to fluctuate depending on the market demand. Consistent with the zoning code, the containers will be painted a neutral color. Lastly, the environmental coordinator has reviewed the scope of the project, determined it to be exempt under CEQA, and has prepared a notice of exemption. I do want to highlight a couple of key conditions, although they were already brought up a bit earlier. As the area may transition to residential and commercial uses in the future, there is a use permit expiration date of 20 years from the date of issuance. That is included as condition 1. The expiration date allows for the reconsideration of development trends and use compatibility in the future. There are also conditions of approval related to future design review consideration of project signage and ensuring that drainage and security standards are met. Requested entitlements have been reviewed by the various advisory bodies. Both the Cordova CPAC and Planning Commission recommend the board approve the requested entitlements. The Design Review Advisory Committee recommends the board find the project in substantial compliance. I should also note that through the typical outreach process for this entitlement application, there was minimal concern noted for the project. Based on our evaluation of the project, staff is recommending approval of the entitlement package. The actions listed on this slide are staff's recommendations and include that the board recognize the exempt status of the request under CEQA, approve the resolution authorizing amendment to the Cordova Community Plan, approve the ordinance to rezone the subject parcels, approve the use permit and special development permit, and lastly, find the project in substantial compliance with the design guidelines. That concludes staff's presentation. Happy to answer any additional questions that you might have.
Okay. Thanks, Chris. Any other questions of Planning Department? Okay. Seeing none, again, we'll call the applicant representative forward. Mr. Avis, or applicant. Do we have any other folks signed up?
No.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Nick?
Chair Natoli, happy to answer any questions. No presentation at this point. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay, Chris, you're back up. Chris, just before you take this, you say you're now approving barbed wire in other locations. I think it might be worth, at least as one member of this board, I'd like to have some conversation if that's going to be a standard practice below our hearing level. Again, maybe it's on a circumstance by circumstance basis, but I think the neighborhood interface and the zoning administrator obviously is given that authority under certain circumstances. But I guess I'd like us to maybe my next briefing have a conversation. Again, I don't know that it may not be in my district, but I do think that, as noted here, there may be a common fence where that would be the same. But I think areas in transition in particular, as we're trying to upgrade, you want to recognize the security of the property that's before us. But if we're not seeing those, then we're not even having a chance to weigh in. So thanks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you. So I would like to move approval of the staff recommendation with the exception of under the approval of the use permit, strike the section there that says specifically allowing the use of barbed wire.
Second.
Okay. Moved and seconded to approve the staff recommendation as outlined, including all the noted conditions with the exception as, or modification as noted, and understand that the applicant's in agreement with that. So, all right, if nothing further, then please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Very good. Thank you all. Thanks. Okay, next item.
Item 51 is the 2030 General Plan Annual Report for calendar year 2021.
Okay, Mr. Smith. Good afternoon, Todd.
Thank you, Flo.
You're very good. Let me bring up your presentation.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Todd Smith, Principal Planner, Sacramento County Office of Planning and Environmental Review, here today to present the General Plan Annual Report for last year, calendar year 2021. We do this every year around this time. We report on the major projects and programs that are within the general plan as it relates to implementation. We try to set out a work plan for the next year, subject to the board's review. This year, or excuse me, in 2021, we have continued implementation and outreach on the environmental justice element. And that is detailed in the report card, the EJ element report card, which is attachment 4 of the staff report package. We have made significant progress on the climate action plan. We first released a draft in March of 2021, a second draft in September of 2021, had a planning commission hearing in October, and then staff most recently has released a final revised draft climate action plan that actually will be the subject of a workshop tomorrow. As it relates to the housing element, the board did approve or adopt the housing element update in July of 2021. There were subsequent revisions based on HCD's comments. The board did re-adopt that housing element in March on the 8th of this year, and the staff has resubmitted that to HCD for certification. We are optimistic that HCD will certify the housing element by early May. As it relates to the county's regional housing needs allocation, we've got a couple of slides that show, I will say, progress towards meeting the Cycle 5 as well as Cycle 6 RENA. And I'll get to those in just a second. But other work we're doing on housing element implementation relates to SB 2, which is a package of code amendments and general plan and design guideline updates that are designed to incentivize and streamline housing development in the unincorporated county. We are also have ongoing work on the countywide rezone program. This is a program that was initiated by the board in October of last year. So this slide is Cycle 5 RENA, the previous cycle, 2013 to 2021. And I will say it does not look very promising, but Sacramento County is not alone in not meeting the total RENA obligation. We are 6 months into Cycle 6, 2021 to 2029, and already we have, under the very low and low income categories, we have 125 units that we're already counting this early in the cycle. And we have a number of other projects that are in the wings, ready to move forward with construction. So that looks promising from staff's perspective, and we continue to see a lot of interest by not just affordable developers, but also market rate developers. We also report on status of implementation measures of the general plan. We've done in previous years the land use element in 2018, safety element and conservation element in 2019 for both of those, the agricultural element last year, and then this year we focused on the circulation element in collaboration with Department of Transportation. And so overall, the completeness is about 39%, and then incomplete is about 61%, which could mean either it's ongoing and therefore not fully complete, or in some cases, some of those measures are actually carryover from the 1993 general plan, which is some time ago. And so that's one of the issues that we're highlighting here as it relates to the age of the general plan. Most of the policies and implementation measures were not formally updated in the most recent general plan update, 2011. A lot of it is carryover from 1993. And so staff sees a need in the coming years to plan for a comprehensive general plan update. To bring the general plan into, I'll say, the modern area consistent with best practices in the planning profession. I think I've said this before, but the size and number aspect of the general plan, we have over 600 policies and a similar number of implementation measures. So you can imagine the magnitude that we have to go through when we're doing a general plan consistency analysis. The third issue on this slide is just general knowledge and awareness. So staff obviously does, within planning and environmental review, we onboard new staff, we educate them on the context and the content of the general plan itself. We also do that with other county departments. For example, we work closely with all the infrastructure departments as it relates to the CIP, as one example. That's just an ongoing issue associated with implementation of the general plan, though. I want to talk briefly about the three growth strategies of the general plan. The first one, and from staff's perspective, is probably the most important, is infill development. And this is where staff, or the general plan, has identified anywhere from 19,000 to about 37,000 units potentially in infill areas. And that could happen in scattered, vacant, underutilized sites throughout the county, as well as some existing commercial corridors. There's about 14 of those that were identified in the general plan update. One specific example where the county has invested in infill ahead of actual development, I'm going to use the Fair Oaks Boulevard corridor plan. The County Department of Transportation has recently completed phase 3 of the roadway and drainage infrastructure projects along that corridor to lessen the burden, essentially, for the adjacent land uses to redevelop. And so that's an example of the county incentivizing infill in a meaningful way. Another example, re-envision West Arden Arcade, which was a plan, a visioning plan that the board adopted in early February. Obviously, there's no land use component of that, but it's a visioning exercise that looks at transportation modes and focuses on some potential changes there as it relates to what that streetscape looks like in that community. A third example where the county is prioritizing infill is Green Means Go. This is a SACOG pilot program. There's about $34 million that SACOG has to award to competing jurisdictions. Internally, it's not just planning and environmental review, but also economic development and DOT and other infrastructure providers looking to identify specific sites within the green zones that the county has previously adopted. And we will be pursuing this Green Means Go application process. Stockton Boulevard, another example of infill potential. Staff has been coordinating with the city of Sacramento as well as RT. I believe most of you know, but the boundary lines between the city and the county kind of jog all over that boulevard. And so we want to have a consistent approach from not just a land use perspective, but also that streetscape on Stockton Boulevard itself, so that we can have a kind of a cohesive plan for that corridor. And then finally, the infill program, which is funded currently through the local emergency action planning, or LEAP grant. That's ongoing. And then finally, the two other growth strategies of the county: approved growth areas. These are decades past land use decisions, for example, down in the Vineyard area, north in Alberta, or east in Cordova Hills or Easton, for example. Recent work that's ongoing here, North Vineyard Station specific plan. There's some work going on with respect to the transportation triggers that would ideally free up a certain increment of additional housing with that relief. And then the pending master plans, I'll get to those in just a second. So this is just a slide that shows the totals in approved growth areas. There's roughly 48,500, and then adding on Rancho Murrieta gets to about 53,600. Again, these are all the approved growth areas that are in the unincorporated county.
Thanks.
And then the pending master plans, there are 4 currently going through the entitlement process that total roughly 55,500 units in all. So our work program for fiscal year 22-23 includes ongoing implementation of the environmental justice element, hopefully completion of the community-wide climate action plan. We're going to continue the infill work under the LEAP grant. We're going to continue with implementation of the new housing element and various programs there, including the rezone program. The SB2 planning grant work is hopefully going to be wrapping up in the next couple of months and should be to the board before the summer break. The Housing Trust Fund, this is one of the ordinances that the board did update earlier this year. We are going to be reporting back on an indexing mechanism as requested by the board during that hearing. Again, the North Vineyard Station Specific Plan Amendment, we're actually doing some ongoing work with DOT there. Infill, I previously mentioned. Something new this year is the Quimby Act. This is where in county code it specifies that the land dedication factors for parks need to be updated after the 10-year census. So that work will be done in collaboration with special district staff because they're doing some parallel work. And then finally, scoping for a comprehensive general plan update. Obviously, that's a heavy lift, and we need to get our arms around the scope of that effort in order to inform budget conversations.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah,
Just
go ahead.
on that last point, Todd, what is the rough schedule that staff is operating under right now in terms of when the comprehensive update would begin in earnest?
Good question. So the planning horizon for the current general plan is 2030, and we're roughly 8 years out. Staff is hoping to begin that work in earnest probably next fiscal year through a formal kickoff process by the board. But we do need to do the pre-work in order to set the table for that work moving forward. We're optimistic that we can be shorter than the last general plan update, which was about a 9-year process.
Right. So I still have that nervous tick from the last time we went through that. So that's why I asked the question. But does that include all the CEQA analysis that would have to accompany it?
It does.
As well as all the vertical and horizontal consistency that has to be considered kind of simultaneous with the zoning code?
It does, and that's a really good point. Staff has begun thinking about what that whole body of work looks like, knowing that periodically we bring forward zoning code amendments on a couple of times a year. We want to make sure that whatever work we do in that general plan update as a comprehensive effort doesn't lead to ripple effects, obviously, in the companion documents or I'll say lower tier documents. We have talked about potentially building in some more comprehensive zoning code updates into that larger work program as well. But it does include, or would include, the necessary CEQA document, obviously an EIR for that work.
So given the amount of anticipated activity and work around the comprehensive update, it sounds like staff is getting rightfully way ahead in terms of the useful life of the existing general plan.
Yes, 2030 is not very far away from that kind of lens.
Right. Great. Thank you.
Todd, I had a couple of questions. One goes back to your figure 1, bless you, on the attachment 1. And you've got the various elements listed here, the implementation measures, and you talk to them. Under Delta Protection, we have 65 measures and we've done 0. I couldn't even find that in that chart, so we're...
Right. We have not done that thorough analysis on the Delta Protection element yet. So we're going element by element.
Okay, but I didn't see it on your work plan, so you're seeking direction here today. I think that, again, it's very relevant. I know this board certainly has weighed in many occasions on issues related to the Delta. It's a vital agricultural area, but certainly recreation, environmental, tourism. We have legacy communities that certainly are very unique to this county and certainly a part of the fabric of this county. So I don't know what it would take to actually begin work on that. I mean, again, it's probably just time, resources, and person power. But when I look at all the elements, and then noise has 16, they've got 0 as well. But it would seem to me that before we jump some of these, that maybe before we get to that general plan update in whatever year that's going to occur, you might want to make some progress on a couple of those. But Delta protection in particular, that is key. It's key to this county. There continues to be a lot of interest by state and federal agencies, the natural heritage area, which is, I think, a good thing. There continues to be proposals that would change the conveyance strategy in the Delta. I know we've been working on ways to, I think, improve tourism and support our communities. So I don't know what it would take. I don't know what those 65 elements are, but if we could begin some work on that, I would, I don't know what the other board members feel about that, but you've got a pretty ambitious program there to begin with. I get it, but I just think that that's an area that we tell others to take it seriously, and I think we need to show our level of seriousness by doing some things that would begin implementing some of those measures, whatever those. I don't know what all those measures are. I guess are they included here somewhere in the packet?
Not in any great detail, no.
No, because that chart that has all the other ones where you're showing progress or not, there wasn't even a section in there for that Delta. So could you forward that to us so we could have those 65 measures, what those are?
Yes, I can do that. And I do want to clarify, when we're saying in this typical annual report process that there may be 0, it doesn't mean necessarily that we aren't implementing. It's just that we're not including that report on this annual staff report package. Okay. A lot of those measures get implemented on a regular basis as we review various projects.
Well, this is going to be the last time me sitting as a board member that I'm going to hear your general plan update. This time next year, obviously, there'll be somebody else sitting in the D5 seat. I would strongly encourage us to make sure that Delta protection is included in the chart for reference for whoever succeeds me, but also, obviously, for our board and for our county. It's very, very important, and I think that, again, this does not indicate that you don't think it is being important, but I think we need to have that on the chart and have it included and showing progress where we're making it. If there are, in other areas where we're still, challenged to accomplish certain things. And I trust that all comports with the adopted Delta plan at the state level. So there are strategies in there relative to agricultural preservation and support, environmental restoration and support, recreational support, all very important elements to the Delta, but certainly to our portion of the Delta. So.
Your statements are correct.
Okay, good. So at any rate, I would strongly encourage us to have that in next year's report, to have that in the chart as well. And noise is the only other one that doesn't have any implementation measures either that have been addressed. And I don't know if they're tough to achieve, but.
The noise element is an example of one that we implement when we're reviewing projects, not just development projects, but also transportation projects and airports related matters. On an ongoing basis, but understood.
Okay. Oh, so that relates more to airport noise and versus
absolutely
sensitive or sensitive.
And club amendments too.
Club
right?
amendments, yeah.
Right.
Okay. All right. Okay, that's all the comments I had. So, any other board member? Yeah, Supervisor Frost, go ahead.
When we're talking about our priorities for the next update on the general plan, it seems like the last general plan update may have made some changes that overlapped some of the specific plans that are decades old. And I wonder how you incorporate these priorities, I'm thinking infill and higher density and these kind of things for those of us that have some rural areas that with a community that wants to kind of keep that rural personality. How do you approach that? Is there a public process? I know we can't, I'm told by Leanne Moffett that we can't update all the, specific plans. It's just not financially or time-wise, we can't do it. So how do we make sure people understand so we're not just rolling over them with something that they're going to be blindsided with 5 years later or 10 years later?
I'm going to answer that two different ways. One is in the context of a general plan update, where we would have to do that cross-check analysis for all the different plans that are at the next level down in terms of detail. So the general plan is the highest level detail. Go down one more level to a community plan or a specific plan, or even to, in some cases, special planning areas. We have 60 or 70 special planning areas, right? And so we have to go through all that analysis to identify if there's going to be any inadvertent inconsistencies created. That's the work for the general plan update. But to address any concern prior to that, or maybe in parallel perhaps, it would be determining if there really is an issue, for example, in any individual community, looking at the general plan, applicable policies, looking at any applicable policies in a community plan of a specific area, and then adding that, if there's an inconsistency, adding it to a list of a number of amendments or efforts that are going to address all of those documents, and figuring out where is the priority from the board as a whole, and then defining what are the resources necessary to tackle those priorities in order. So I think you're right as it relates to the staffing and the budget question.
Thank you.
Todd, I just had one other item I had noted in my review of this, is that it relates to the agricultural policy implementation measure 41. It's on page 10 of the chart, Appendix B. And it's the one that relates to the establishment of a network of harvest trails. In encouraging agritourism, and it indicates no progress. Comments was 2020, so that's all. There's nothing else there. It's certainly not just planning, but it's Department of Transportation, an agricultural commissioner. And I think this is probably timely. I would just note that we were just notified last week that, back to the Delta, but certainly in the farming area, that a Caltrans grant was awarded to District 3 to do a signage program that would be wayfinding in the Delta. And we have a lot of areas in the South County, but certainly in the eastern and northern parts of the county that still have agricultural pursuits and are pretty vital to the day-to-day life there. It seemed to me that this is one of those things that if somebody took the initiative, and to look at it, I've seen it in other counties, certainly counties adjacent. Sometimes it's taken on by one of the farm organizations, but I think we have some strong partners. And as we're seeing some of the cropping changes, and certainly some of the measures that are going to come with the harvest water program, for example, that will encourage reuse of treated wastewater for recycled water for good purpose. This could be, I think, one, help folks understand the world around them, adjacent to their neighborhood or community, but also those that come to our community for, the things that we offer relative certainly to wineries, event centers, foods that are produced here, restaurants, and such. Again, if somebody could take this as a project, it might be something for intern to, get started on. And, signage isn't inexpensive, but certainly if, with a good effort, you could have something I think could really be a compliment to the county's ag tourism, to our economic development, to our agricultural and environmental approaches in this community. And so, and I guess I would just encourage us, we see a lot of folks moving here. You mentioned the potential of 100,000 plus housing units over time. That's a whole lot of new people, or people that are moving around certainly in this community. And this has been in our plan obviously for a decade or longer. And I would encourage us to, strongly take a look at this as an initiative we could take. And, we wouldn't implement it necessarily countywide all at one time, but I think it's something that other counties have in cities, but certainly counties have taken on. And I think the wayfinding and explaining to folks, what it is that's growing out in those fields and those orchards and in vineyards, but also some of the attractions that are out there that draw people to stay here in this county and spend their dollars here, but also learn about and experience the things that we have that are important on the landscape. So, and we have this within the urban setting. So I see some folks here on some of the other items, and I guess I wouldn't want to neglect that too. We've taken on the urban farming aspect. We got folks here who talking about certainly sustainability in food, but we got some opportunities. And so, we could implement this county-wide, both urban, suburban, and rural. So I would encourage us to take a look at it. I don't know that you're going to necessarily head that up, but I think you got some talented folks in the organization that could take this on. So
Yeah, I appreciate the comments,
Yeah.
actually. I'm thinking about the potential connections to a variety of educational programs that are not just in our shop, but others.
Yeah.
And I'll leave it at that for now.
Okay. Good enough. There's lots of experience here, a lot of good things going on, and I think we can certainly draw attention to them in a real positive way. So, anyway, that's all I had. So, do we have any public speakers on this?
Do not have any speakers for this item.
Okay, Todd gets off easy. Maybe not so easy tomorrow night, but anyway.
Get some sleep, Todd.
Get some rest.
So my final slide.
He's not done. He's not done.
Final slide is that the board receive and file this 2021 annual report, direct staff to submit this annual report to OPR and HCD, which we do every year. And then the final bullet here, directing staff to proceed with implementation of the general plan, including those projects outlined in the work program, with those comments by board members.
Okay, so we can add Delta Protection to that list. Okay, very good.
So, Mr. Chair, do you need a motion then?
Yeah, I think so.
I'll move the item to file and receive the general plan presentation update.
Second.
Very good. Been moved and seconded in with our thanks certainly to all the folks that have contributed to it, and certainly Todd, your presentation. Please vote.
Okay, unanimous vote.
Very good. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, are we going to call these items concurrently or?
Yes.
We are, okay, so 52 and 53, okay.
Okay, these are really long titles. Okay, item 52, authorize the Department of Human Assistance to utilize $3,609,993 in American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 revenue replacement funds to implement a county food insecurity pilot program for reimbursement of restaurant meal services effective March 22nd through June 30th, 2022, and for program administration costs. Enter into contracts with Family Meals Sacramento and the National Association of the Advancement of Colored People for the distribution of restaurant meals with the option to renew for 1 year. Approve repurposing $250,000 of $500,000 in ARPA funding from District 1 from restaurants meals service to food insecurity outreach by the NAACP and return the remaining $250,000 ARPA funding to District 1. That's item 52. Item 53 follows is the Sacramento County Food System Workshop.
Madam Clerk, I just noted that, Brenda, before you sit down, I know she had signed up on item 51. I was thinking it was 52 and 53, so Brenda Ruiz had signed up on the general plan item. Did you want to still speak to that item?
It's up to you.
Well, yeah, okay, that's very good. Again, my apologies. I was thinking 52 and 53, and I saw your sign-up sheets here, so that was my oversight. So,
That's okay.
So we'll just hold on item 52, 53 for a moment. And so these
That's
are
fine.
No, you can speak, Brenda, but go ahead. This is item 51, so my apologies.
All right, so Brenda Ruiz with the Sacramento Food Policy Council. I really appreciate the update from Todd. We've been great partners with planning on the food access policies of the Environmental Justice Report Card. And not much was mentioned about the annual meeting that takes place and in preparation for this report card. And in December, Young Choi and his staff and team from planning did have a community engagement session, and the community food action plan and food system assessment scored very highly on public interest. So I want to make sure that folks watching and listening note that. Maybe because of time, it wasn't really gone into very much, but I just want to highlight that. And then, as the chair noted, at last year's report card, in talking about the ag element, there was quite a few. The report was quite thin and light, and I don't know if there's been memos back to leadership or the public on well, then, what's up with the ag element? And clearly there's some that haven't been followed up on. And I'd like to see a stronger linkage between the ag element, the housing element, and the food access policies. I know that going forward that the food access policies of the EJ report card will be linked to the housing update, but with the upcoming assessment and action plan, 2026 or 2029, whatever the year is going to be, we'd, just request that the board and leadership be open to maybe out of sync opening up the EJ element food access policies to be able to receive both of those documents. So we're not waiting. We found great support and it's a strategy in having the EJ policies in that, and we're ready to go. So we don't want to wait till 26 or 2029 for the housing element to have that attention it deserves.
Okay.
And that's it.
Good. Thank you, Brenda. We'll still note that for item 51, and Todd, I'm sure will get those comments, so appreciate that very much. Okay. All right. Now, items 52 and 53 have been called, so thank you, Madam Clerk, and we'll go to item 52 for the presentation. Mr. Dye.
Oh, could you please pull up, let me put this down. Could you please pull up the next PowerPoint, please? Okay. There you go.
Good afternoon, Chair Natoli, members of the board. Ethan Dye, Director for the Department of Human Assistance. I'm here today to present and recommend action to support emergency food distribution to those experiencing food insecurity in Sacramento County. Emergency food distribution is only one part of our resilient food system, of which you're going to hear more about in the workshop after this item. So today I want to talk about what the issue is, what the data is showing us, current and upcoming efforts, opportunities and challenges, and make a recommendation. What we know is that food insecurity is a long recognized federal, state, and county issue. In the United States, food insecurity represents 10.5% of the population. In California, in 2019, it represented 10.2%. However, in 2021, due to the COVID pandemic, we're at 12.1% in California. Sacramento in 2019 was at 11%, and we're currently forecasted to be at about 13.4%. To highlight some of this information, Capital Public Radio did a survey. 16% of those surveyed were very low to food insecure. 25% during the pandemic received some food assistance programs, and 47% used federal stimulus money to buy food that they otherwise could not afford. Sacramento Family Food Bank, the data shows that the pre-pandemic, they were serving about 150,000 customers per month. They're currently serving about 200,000 per month. However, at the height of the pandemic, they were serving approximately 300,000 per month, and it's estimated that need is low because food banks were closing. Meals on Wheels during this time reported a 140% increase in referrals and a 132% increase in meal delivery. In 2021, the food index the 2021 Food Insecurity Index is a measure of food access that correlates with the economic and household hardships. So what I want to show is a map of Sacramento County. What this map shows is the darkest areas are the areas of the deepest need and food insecurity. So I'm highlighting this because what I'm going to talk about is what can we do, what does our population look like. So it is very clear that Sacramento County has a desperate need. Some of the current county programs that are offered, CalFresh and the California Food Assistance Program, which are operated by the Department of Human Assistance. And what I'm trying to show here is a correlation between pre-pandemic and I won't say post-pandemic, but what we look like in January of this year, and talk about some highs. So for CalFresh in January of 2019, the department had 195,896 beneficiaries. In January of 2022, we had 210,848. However, at the height of the pandemic, we had 215,775 beneficiaries. The California Food Assistance Program in January 19 had 2,692, and it actually reduced in January of 2022 to 2,026, and we're still researching why that happened. because the CFAP program, or the California Food Assistance Program, is a program designed for legal permanent resident non-citizens who are, for the only reason they cannot get CalFresh is because of their immigration status. Also, Prevention Meals campaign started in September of 2021. This is operated by the Department of Health Services. They have authorized and provided 800 meals to date with a goal of providing 2,000 by June. Women, Infant, and Children's, in January of 2019, they had 19,438 participants. In January of 2022, they had 21,428. However, at the height of the pandemic, they were serving 22,054. There's a lot of work that gets done out in the community to help folks be secure in what they're eating. CalFresh at community events. I know our department and the Department of Public Health go out to community events and try to get folks signed up for benefits so they'd be able to go out and get fresh foods and get the substance that they need. There's also community and K-12 school gardens through Sacramento County Unified School District. We also have our Department of Human Assistance has a contract with South County Services for the southern tip of the county. And farmers markets, very important. Both public health and DHA work with farmers markets. Public health helps the markets get onto EBT or to be able to accept CalFresh benefits. And what we do in DHA is we actually will get a list of where a farmer's market is from an organization, and we will send out a flyer to the CalFresh recipients in that zip code or in the zip codes that they're trying to target. Not only are we doing work with farmers markets, this very board made a 2022 legislative priority around farmers markets in supporting asking the state for $1.2 million in state general fund for EBT and CalFresh benefits at farmers markets. I am happy to report that as of now, Senator Pan's office has agreed to champion that request and has expanded efforts through SB 907, creating a statewide grant program to extend the use of EBT at farmers markets, and will also be championing budget requests. During COVID, there were a couple of different meal programs that the county was part of. We had Dine at Home Sacramento, which focused older adults. $7.7 million was put into that program, of which 7.2 went to restaurants. $25 per meal, and there were 290,500 meals served. Through SAC CoLab, which covered families and individuals, there was $3.1 million. And it was broken down into a variety of different ways. However, there were 157,978 services provided. Of those, 153 were family meals, little under 1,100 were grocery deliveries, and little less than 2,000 were food boxes, and DoorDash was also part of this, where they were actually delivering on behalf of us. Future opportunities. So in the governor's budget, he is talking about the expansion of CFAP to undocumented individuals who are 55 and older. So we'll be watching that. We have heard in these chambers a little bit about Senate Bill 1383. And also this very year, in January, the board approved a couple of ARPA projects, and I'll give you a brief where we're at on those. There was a $1 million food bank pilot program and $1 million for food delivery. Both of those will be coming back to you in May to allow us to contract with organizations. And there was also $250,000 for the NAACP and $250,000 for Family Meals Sacramento. I want to talk about some challenges and why you are receiving the recommendation that you are today. So the ARPA food reporting requirements are challenging. And I'm going to talk about some of the challenges and why the recommendation before you is what it looks like. So there is an eligible, or the Department of Treasury, we've talked about ARPA. Department of Treasury has said you have to use 2 CFR 200 for grant administration. And that covers how you can spend money, what's reimbursable, what's not, and how you have to run your programs. So for this one, we're looking at eligibility. We need to maintain procedures for obtaining information, evidencing an individual beneficiary's eligibility. So the individual would have to be COVID-related, or it has to be an economic impact. We have to assess audit risk. So looking at restaurant programs, most of the restaurants that are in our community may not be familiar with reporting to the federal government. There have to be written controls. How is every dollar of federal money spent? How is it moved around? Excuse me. How were certain items paid for? Another one, a huge one for us, is the audit risk and a single audit. So any organization that receives over $750,000 will be part of a single audit, and that means that the auditors will come in and be looking at all the records. How did you pay your staff? What meal service was provided? And there's also a piece about targeted populations that can be served through ARPA. So in context, if I'm thinking about a restaurant, and I'm not a restaurateur, but I've had some conversations. And so, in the context of, I'm going to try to build a meal. Well, if I go out and I have, as a restaurant, actually, let me get to the other two because this will make more sense. The CFR, so accounting practices. So I have a highlight. They must provide adequate documentation to support costs charged to the federal award, and purchased materials and supplies must be charged at their actual price. So if I'm a restaurateur and I go out and I purchase 100 heads of lettuce because I have salads on my my menu, and I'm going to do 10 salads for ARPA. Well, that restaurant has to maintain that record, that receipt, that they split those heads of lettuce. And so they only get reimbursed at regular cost. So that means also the restaurateur or the staff who are working at the restaurant are going to have to account for every minute they're spending in ARPA in order to receive the reimbursement. So where we hear traditionally in a lot of our food programs is we can give you a meal at $13.50. That's great. However, you have to tell me how much every meal cost, every staff cost in order to be reimbursed. So there are challenges to using ARPA. It's not impossible, but there are some challenges that I wanted to bring to this board because there was a conversation about reporting in the last in the January hearing. So I wanted to bring that and say there are some challenges, and that's why we want to do it this way, because there is a space. We know folks need services, and we want to be able to work with our organizations to do that. So the recommendation that is before you today, and based on the information provided, in the interest of monitoring the progress of current pilot projects, future opportunities, and continuing this conversation with community groups, one of which will be presenting next, the department is making this recommendation to address continued food insecurity. I want to acknowledge that the county would like to continue this conversation surrounding food insecurity, and based on those discussions, may come back to the board with ARPA and or budgetary recommendations. So the recommendation is to utilize general fund dollars made available through the recognition of ARPA revenue replacement in the amount of $3,609,993, and to be able to contract with Family Meals Program for $1 million, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People for their Dine-In 2 program for $2.5 million, and just short of $110,000 to cover staff costs to operate this program. Thank you.
Thanks, Ethan. Supervisor Desmond?
Yeah, well, so it was actually on the last point you made, and I know Supervisor Turner has a question too. I'm just curious. It's remarkable to me that we have to go through such machinations to fund a food insecurity program with ARPA. I mean, I imagine when Congress passed it, food insecurity was a huge component of that. Is it just because we're doing it through restaurants as opposed to a direct delivery, like through a food bank or a Meals on Wheels or something? Is that why?
I'm going to try to make that question that's a hard question, actually. So through an organization such as Meals on Wheels, they already federally report. So they are used to this strenuous level of documentation. DHA also in the CalFresh Employment Training Program has to follow this level of documentation for reporting. So it is because The challenge is the administrative responsibility on restaurants who don't know if somebody is here because of COVID. They're not used to tracking every single thing that comes through. And the administrative burden on a restaurant, I can't even fathom what that would look like for a restaurant.
Okay. Thank you, Ethan.
Okay, right, Supervisor Serna.
Thank you. So as it relates to this, I don't know if this is your last slide or not.
Yes, sir.
Okay. As it relates to what I think I understand is going on here, and at the risk of bringing up perhaps bad memories from the CARES Act, I just want to point out that this doesn't seem terribly dissimilar to me in terms of the relationship between our general fund, how we're using our general fund, and we're using federal dollars to maximize flexibility so that we can achieve the objective that I think we all share, which is to address food insecurity. Can someone tell me I'm wrong?
I would ask Ms. Thomas if
I'd be
she can
afraid
come
to,
up and
but I can
address
tell
that.
you. Because you aren't. I guess Amanda gets to tell him. He's right.
I mean, we're not talking about salaries for an agency, but we are talking about, the way the accounting is being recommended so that we don't have to be so concerned, I shouldn't say it that way, we don't have to be as restrictive with the ARPA funding this purpose as it applies to the general fund, correct?
Yes. So good afternoon, Amanda Thomas, the county's Chief Fiscal Officer. It's a great question. Happy to address it. I think maybe it might be helpful if I gave a little bit of background about the revenue replacement expenditure category under ARPA. So as Ethan described, really in looking at this, the more flexible general fund funding seems like a better fit for this type of program than the more restrictive federal funding available under ARPA. And the county does have an opportunity under ARPA to make general fund available by using ARPA funding for revenue replacement. So that revenue replacement is an explicit eligible expenditure category under ARPA that allows funding for general government services up to the amount of revenue loss. So the advantage of claiming revenue replacement is that it allows for ARPA funds to be used more broadly to fund government services, which generally include any service traditionally funded by a government. So that rather than being limited to the other ARPA eligible expenditure categories. And then in addition, the final rule that was released by Treasury in the end of January provided additional flexibility regarding the revenue loss amount that may be claimed. And that includes providing a standard allowance of $10 million, up to $10 million, without the need to demonstrate lost revenues, and also revising the formula under which revenue loss is calculated. So as a result, the county is able to claim a minimum of $10 million and may be able to claim more under the revised formula. And I'll just mention that we do intend to bring an item back to the board in April with a recommendation regarding which option we should select. But just so you know, a minimum of $10 million would be available to use generally for government services without demonstrating revenue loss. So, revenue replacement then used to fund government services that otherwise would be funded with general fund. Net county cost would result in an equivalent amount of general fund being available.
Sounds awfully familiar.
I think, and not having been here prior to ARPA, I think the difference with ARPA is this is an explicit allowable category. That's what I would say. In my mind, the difference is.
And I would chalk that up to the fact that even the federal government probably had to have some kind of evolution of thought process as we progressed through the pandemic. And so this coming after CARES Act probably reflects that, is my guess. But I think it's worth pointing out, especially for all the remaining critics that I think wrongfully or inaccurately continue to condemn the board for the way the CARES Act funds were managed. Now, I won't dispute the fact that the way it was communicated and explained, that left something to be desired, but the way it was managed is has a very similar theme to it here. And that theme is we're looking at this holistically, including our general fund, so that we, again, can preserve the ability to apply as much flexibility as possible where it's most needed.
Amanda, while you're there, so to be clear, you're going to account for this. It's already in the regulations, but it is truly general fund. So if someone were to say that, the county supported the family meal program, you get this revenue replacement. Well, we are using general fund dollars. Now, we're going to get an infusion of general fund dollars, but and maybe it's one and the same, but I would think we would distinguish because we're going to expend the dollars before we claim the dollars. Is that so? We're not using federal dollars on what's being recommended here today. Right. They will come in and support the general fund, but we're using general fund dollars to do this, and maybe that's a distinction without a real difference. But I know that some folks have said that having that local support is very important when make future appeals to state or federal officials, that you actually had local support for certain initiatives, this being obviously a very essential one. So is there some distinction you would want to maybe put on the record today as it relates to that? I mean, or if it actually just we're waiting for replacement dollars and then we'll write the check, but it goes into our general fund. And so I want to be clear.
So yes, you're correct that what we are recommending today is that these contracts, so the additional $3.6 million would be funded with general fund. That is the recommendation.
Okay, and we haven't received those replacement funds, right?
So what we are also recommending is that the county claim revenue replacement to use for government services, which would fund government services that otherwise would be funded with general fund.
But the action we're taking today is not incumbent upon. You're going to be recommending, you said April 12th, that you're going to bring us a recommendation whether you take the flat 10 million or do some other calculation that might bring more dollars. But what we're doing here today is not directly tied to what you're going to be bringing in the future. We're using general fund dollars. You anticipate you're going to get some federal dollars because of what you just said, but we haven't yet even determined how we're going to receive that or in which manner we're going to calculate that.
Yes, so I did want to clarify for you that it's a minimum of $10 million. We will be coming forward with the recommendation, and there may be more that the county is able to claim as a result of that.
Right. So we're using local dollars, though, for this transaction, so our support. Okay. All right, Phil, do you have something else?
Yeah, thank you. So I know that as part of staff's recommendation on this, there is a proposal to replace, if I understand correctly, replace some funds that District 1 had applied earlier to direct meal provision services that would go back, but then using another half of that for outreach. So 250 back to District 1, then 250 from District 1 ARPA allocation for outreach. In my briefing with our CEO, what I had suggested, and I'm going to put it on the table now, is I see two options around that. Because my intent when I made that suggestion around both family meals and the NAACP's efforts was for direct service. I understand we need both. We need the outreach to communicate the availability of the services, and then we most importantly need the ability for both organizations to provide the meals. My intent was really focused on direct provision of service. So the two choices I see is I'm still happy to utilize $250,000 from the District 1 allocation, but it can either, the way I see it, either go to complement what staff is proposing come from general fund for that direct service, so augment it by another $250,000, or because it was not my intent to provide that $250,000 for outreach to begin with, then or it could just go back to the District 1 pot. Quite frankly, I'd like to see it used. I don't know that there's anything magical about $1 million versus $1,250,000. But those are the kind of the two options that I see based on preserving my original intent.
Okay.
And thank you. And so just to kind of explain why the recommendation looked like it did. So what we found through all of the discussions was, in terms of outreach, the $250,000 is easily allocable through ARPA. How many flyers did you do? Where did you do outreach? And so we had talked to the NAACP and Ms. Williams and her team about doing that, and she was perfectly on board with it. And then the other $250, through having conversations with Family Meals Sacramento, was it really would have been ARPA direct, and that would have been $250,000 of a challenge versus the $1 million. So in your question, I think I would ask Ms. Thomas where we are and what we can do with that. But I definitely understand what your intent was.
And so I just wanted to make sure I understand that the question is for the $250,000 to be a general ARPA allocation as opposed to
or the revenue replacement. I don't know how to describe it for the general fund, increasing it by that $250,000.
So as I understand it, and I hate to defer back to Mr. Dye, I think that we were comfortable that the $250,000 could be administered as an ARPA project.
So I think
yes,
if I can jump in, I think what Supervisor Cerna is saying is he wanted his $250 to go to direct food service. And so our choices are, we can either do the revenue loss for the $250 and give the $250 back to District 1, or use the general ARPA funds for the $250. I'm understanding the outreach is necessary. And either way, I think the $250 would go back to District 1, whichever choice we made.
Okay. Yes. So I think we can accommodate the $250 going back to District 1. We would need to understand, is the recommendation of the board to provide an additional $250 million to the
$250,000.
Sorry, excuse me, $250,000.
You got some people excited back at you there.
Sorry. To what is being recommended for the $3.6 million program.
Yeah,
because then I would recommend that we increase the revenue replacement authorization that you would be giving us today, and increase the funding.
Yeah, it's not that it's not that District 1 can't find another purpose for it, but I want to stay true to what direction I applied at the time for direct food service provision. So I think that achieves it.
So are you okay with if we do that, an additional $250,000 to the family meals with the revenue replacement funds, are you then okay with using your ARPA allocation for the outreach?
No, no.
Okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
Yeah, so there's two $250,000 chunks, right, from District 1. So the one that would be used for outreach that's being proposed today instead of direct service provision, I'm suggesting increasing the amount of general fund revenue that would be used for that direct meal service that would be replenished later by ARPA by that amount, instead of returning a total of $500,000 to District 1. Does that make sense? Okay. Does that make sense to my colleagues?
I lost you when you got to 500,000.
I think you're saying you want to spend general funds, and then ARPA will later make up.
I know that our advocates in back of us that I know we're going to hear from don't care about the color of money. I don't care about the color of money. It's just what I do care about is making sure that the original intent that I had applied and tried to advocate for stays true. And during the time when we were having the discussion about District 1 appropriations, we weren't talking about it being used for outreach. My understanding is we were talking about it being used for direct service provision. So however we can achieve that, how's that? However we can achieve that,
got it.
I'm good with.
Good.
You all get it? You're okay?
And I'll leave it to the accountants to
We
figure
will
that out.
figure that out, so that, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you for that,
All right.
Supervisor Cerna.
Okay. Ethan, anything else? Otherwise, we have a couple speakers, so.
No, sir.
Okay, all right. I don't see any other board members, so for item 52, we have two people signed up. We have Clay Nutting and Brenda Ruiz.
Afternoon. I just wanted to express my gratitude to the supervisors, to Chair Natoli, and to the staff. I recognize that, excuse me, I have allergies season, you know. Our program is innovative. You know, it is utilizing restaurants to help address, you know, a huge need in our community. And as you know, restaurants were greatly impacted by the pandemic. And, you know, I understand through all the reporting, you know, concerns and challenges that we had to kind of be innovative in our approach as well. And I understand that that took a heavy lift, and I'm deeply appreciative to staff and to the supervisors for helping us work through that. So thank you. We look forward to doing great work.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks, Clay. Thanks for your good work as well. So, quick question, Supervisor Desmond. Clay, before you go back to your seat, Supervisor
Thank
Desmond.
you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Clay. Thank you for the work you do and the great work you do. And I'm certainly supportive of this today. A question I had for you is, in family meal, a lot of the emails, correspondence I had seen that there was a real focus on, I think, a lot of the people you serve in the city of Sacramento. Can you talk to me a little bit about some of the outreach you're doing in some of these other unincorporated communities that also have a real need, have some real food insecurity needs? I just want to make sure that we're going to be meeting the needs of folks throughout the county.
Sure. So we have partnered with school districts as well as community-based organizations from the beginning of the pandemic across all supervisor districts. And we will be revisiting a lot of those partners. We've evaluated whether or not we've missed any districts, and we haven't, with partners that we had worked with in the past. We'll identify who's of highest need, but we'll also be reaching out to each of the supervisors directly to see if there are community-based organizations that you work with that we should be focused on as well. So that is definitely a promise that we have. To ensure that we have, you know, distribution
Good
across
coverage,
all
right,
county
for those who need it. Okay,
districts.
Thank you very much. You know, and I appreciate that this is it's both a food insecurity program and a small business assistance program. So I definitely appreciate the work you're doing, and I'm supportive. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Great. Thanks, Clay. I think you're good. I think you're good. Thanks. Okay, Brenda.
So real quick, you'll hear a lot from me in the next presentation, but the Sacramento Food Policy Council stands in full support of this item. And we look forward to digging deeper into expanding these pilot programs past 6 months and a year programs deeper into the ARPA allowable spending period. The funds can be assigned until 2024, and they need to be spent down by 2026. So we know that we're coming at this approach from a place of scarcity and wanting to make sure that we fill all the need. But I also want to recognize that the Sacramento has a lot of bounty. And so from the point of building joy and resiliency in our county, and I love the great points from the Delta, and the great agriculture and farming history that we have, that we also look at these approaches as visions and supporting the resiliency of the neighborhood, and not just filling need at the level of the desperation that the folks are feeling that are food insecure. And that's it.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. Before we act on it, and just to be clear, because I know I had asked about this in briefing yesterday, that and we're going to have a broader discussion in just a moment on the workshop. But for food banks, and I know I've been working, and I thank our Deloitte folks that are here today as well, we don't face the same hurdle either for some capital improvements that would allow their storage capacity to expand and or have them have foodstuffs on the shelf to make available. We're not up against the same situation we face with the restaurant prepared meals. Is that correct? Okay.
That's correct, sir. So much like Meals on Wheels, the bigger food banks all federally report, so they're used to talking about how much they serve, how much they have on, how much quantity they have on those pieces. So food banks and food delivery are at least for the Meals on Wheels kind of programs, are by far easier to track and be able to expand.
Well, these aren't the bigger food banks. These are the small ones, largely in District 5, but there's some that have overlap. And again, I've had conversations with staff, but so again, they may not have the same reporting capacity as a Sacramento Food Bank or a River City Food Bank, but I just want to be sure we weren't up against the same obstacle, because we've been working in the vein of using the ARPA dollars for the approach to assist those. Again, much smaller amounts, but nonetheless serving need elsewhere in the community. So
I can say fully that we are looking at the rules and figuring out what we can do to support our smaller food. We are having food bank conversations right now, and what we can do as close to that line as possible to say, what document can we do? Can it just be a zip code? Can it just be something? So we are having that conversation, but the rules are much simpler around food banks.
And if not, if all else fails, we got revenue replacement, right?
I'm not going to answer that.
I answered it for you.
I'm not at liberty to discuss that. And if I may, to Supervisor Desmond's question, one of the things that we're going to look at when we get into the contracting part of this with our new partners is going to be looking at those zip codes that are underserved, and saying can 80% of your work be dedicated to those areas? So and 80% is just the number that we're talking about, but we do want to make sure that everything that's dark green as much as possible moves closer to the lighter colors.
Sure. Good. Ethan, but as you leave the podium, again, I'm anticipating that for April the 12th that we'll have a bundled package of items that at least will have some gross dollar amounts assigned to them. In certainly food closets, food banks, or pantries are really important, because kind of going to what Brenda said, but what others have said, and certainly you in your presentation. So I would hope that whatever we're trying to figure out, that we'll have a pretty good handle on. Again, I want to thank certainly Amanda and Matt and others that are working on these. So.
Okay. Yeah, Amanda's team's been great about keeping us in the loop on what could be coming to us, so we will be ready.
Okay, very good. Okay, all right. Well, we have I think, got Supervisor Sterna's issue cleared up here, and we do have a recommendation on item 52. Calls.
Chairperson, we have calls.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, we have some callers. Okay, let's go to our callers.
Okay.
Go to the phones.
Thank you. Please transfer the caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes. Hi, could you please mute the meeting in the background and then go ahead and start with your comments? You have 3 minutes.
Yes, sorry, didn't know I was on yet.
Oh, it's okay.
I have sorry about that.
If you could just mute the meeting in the background, it would be much easier for you to start your comments and not have feedback. Okay.
Sure, I have been on the phone with the IRS while on hold with this call, and they just touched me over, so I'm going to try and make my comments fast. Okay. I've been on the phone for an hour and a half, and I was like, but I needed to call in. Hi, everyone. My name is Kula Koenig, and I'm calling in because I feel like one of the reasons why we're even having this discussion today, I know that in January, Miss Betty Williams called in and was really upset at Bruce Wagstaff because of the way that he allocated this funding and was not transparent. She said that he was cherry picking things, and there were no black organizations that were even on this list. And I go back to the intent of how you want to spend these ARPA funds, and that is always what I've had an issue with. So Supervisor Serna, we can go back and forth about if they were managed right or what, and moving stuff from the general fund. We can go back and forth on that, but the intent is always the issue. And if you're intending on spending these funds in an equitable way, then you would have set up that framework from the beginning. So then you wouldn't have a Miss Betty Williams calling you and saying there are no black organizations on that, because if you took an equitable approach, you would know that black people been disproportionately impacted by the coronavirus, and so you would have had this framework in place that would allow that to happen. There are jurisdictions that are doing this right now, but again, you don't want to do it. If you look at what LA has done, LA literally has a framework. They have a countywide equity guiding and ARPA-specific budget equity principles. They have a funding formula that targets funding in the highest need communities with a mapping tool to help identify those communities and such and such. And if you go on their website, they have the data, they have the reports, they have contracting opportunities, so everything is clear, everything is transparent. This is not what Sacramento County has. When I go on our ARPA page, it's one page. There's like barely anything on there for us to see. My question to you is, what is the outcome that you intend to see by giving money to these organizations? What is the outcome you intend to see from getting $300 million? Are you just throwing money everywhere and then hoping like, okay, well, we did it and it looks good because you got some money out in your district? But what is the transformation that you're actually trying to make with this $300 million to really get at people who have been impacted by racial injustice for years, impacted by being unhoused for years? This is the framework, an equity-based framework, and we've sent a letter. You have the tools, but the will is not there. And that is the ultimate problem that I have with this whole discussion, and that's the most disappointing part. Thank you. I'm going to go back to talking to the IRS now.
Okay, thanks, Kula.
All right, next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, hello?
Yes. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Sure. My name is Matthew Burgess, and first and foremost, I want to thank the supervisors for their ongoing support for the Family Meal Program as well as the NAACP's program pilot. But what I did want to talk about it is really looking at how we reassess things. And I'm a part of the Sacramento County food policy system. And I really think that the overarching theme here is looking at how we put money into that system so that we don't have this division that we have created. Our institutions are responsible for that division. And when we don't have people at the table that are part of it, we get that. And so the end result is more division. What I'd like to see is some form of unity. I would hope that you guys would make the decision, which is forthcoming, and put the money toward a Sac County food-wide council and policy, something that we've been working on for quite a long time, so that we can ensure that we have equity and we do have members at the table from all walks of life that fit within Sacramento County, within this great state of California. And if I have to just end on this, understanding that it's not just the county that has had this problem. It's been down from California as a whole since we formed this great state. But it's up to our leaders now to lean on the members within the community that are doing the work to make sure that there are seats at the table for everyone so that we can ensure equity. I'm Matthew Burgess. I'm done. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Matthew. Okay, next caller.
Please send the next caller.
This problem. It's been down from.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, thank you. Hi, my name is Selena Pryor, and I'm calling on behalf of Ms. Betty Williams and the NAACP. And I just want to thank the County Board of Supervisors and staff for their help and their diligent work in making sure that we are that the NAACP has had the opportunity to work with several of our community partners, including the Sacramento Black Restaurant Association. We think that the model that we've put together is going to be a great addition to what you're trying to accomplish, and we're ready to work. We're ready to get to work. So thank you very much.
Thank you, caller. Thanks for your efforts as well.
Okay, and could you send the last caller for this item in? Hi, caller. Could you please start with your comments? You have 3 minutes.
Sure.
Can you mute the meeting?
Let me mute the other one, yeah. Okay. Am I live now?
Yes, and you can start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Jonathan Burgess here. I want to thank the County Board of Supervisors for your diligence in this program. I'd like to make a couple of points. And the biggest point is I realize that this was, a tough decision. This program, Family Mills, was one of the first programs. But I really want to commend, Clay Nutting and that team, because as I heard the other caller talk about no black organizations. Clay, when it was brought to him, and my brother and I, who have been involved in this region in the food space for some time, and members of SAC Food Policy Council since inception, brought it to Clay about the overarching of looking for BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, and people of color suppliers. And he made a commitment to do such, of which I believe a proposal was submitted to you all. And so, yes, I'm happy that the NAACP came on board, but I do think that it was displaced because, now the NAACP, who's never had a spot in the food space, knows nothing about food space. I hear you guys talk about, they want to do outreach, which, hey, it's great. But there was a plan in play. And so like my brother said, if we truly ever want to bring about unity, we have to stop the division. Last time I checked, the NAACP, pioneer families like mine have a history with the NAACP. And that's not for this topic, that's another topic. But if we truly don't want Hispanic people coming, Asian people coming, Chinese people, the whole thing, right, coming saying, hey, where's my part? We had a program already set up. So I would hope that let's get through this pilot. Let's let Family Mills and the NAACP programs work. But I would also hope that there would be some advertising money that the NAACP is going to use to actually recruit other Black and Indigenous restaurants. As I heard the young lady talk before me about the disparities of Black businesses. Well, I would hope that the NAACP will do some outreach to those other Black providers and not have a program with just 4 or 5. And I would hope that this board would ensure that those individuals, if they submitted a proposal and they're getting $2.5 million, I hope they're helping 10 to 15 or 20 other restaurants. Because I will tell you, we've got a proposal, and our proposal brought about unity and will continue, as you hear from Ms. Reese about the SAC Food Policy Council, which is an overarching program that talks about purveyors, farmers, and suppliers. My name's Jonathan Burgess. I'm in this industry. I'm in the region. No secret to it. I want to thank you guys again, Ethan, everybody that's presented today. And I have no ill feelings for the NAACP. I hope they do well with their group. But I do know that we've got to bring some unity back to our region, and it starts with leadership. And so if we put forth a proposal that says that, then I expect you guys as the board to look at it and draw the line somewhere. Thank you all for your hard work, and I look forward to working with you guys in the future.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Okay, that concludes your comments for this item, and you do have a few people for item 53.
Right, so we've called both the items, but we can take action on item 52 right now. So, okay. So any other questions? Phil, go ahead.
Just point of order, are we taking 2 separate votes? We're taking a vote on this first?
The next item is just a workshop.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So are we looking for a motion at this point?
Yeah, and that's if there's any questions. I just asked any other questions, but we certainly entertain a motion, yes.
So I would move staff recommendation with the changes that I've suggested that would result in the following. It would increase the amount of funds for direct meal service provision by $250,000, a total of which is coming from the general fund, but the replacement will ultimately come from the District 1 ARPA allocation. That there is no change to what has been recommended for outreach for the NAACP. And there was one more. I think that's it.
I think you got it covered.
Yeah. But I just want to make sure that it wasn't lost somewhere in that accounting translation that we were somehow sacrificing the outreach dollars for more service provision. And then in terms of the increase for the service provision, I would leave that to staff to figure out how best to do that. With maybe it's just an equitable distribution to all the subject organizations.
Okay. So if I may be clear, I want to make sure I understood that. So there was originally $1 million and $2.5 million. We're saying, or you're asking, adding $250,000 of revenue replacement to the 2.5, which makes it 2.7, and then
$1 million
to the
what family meals, the first one.
Yeah. So we have family meals and we have Meals on Wheels, correct? Then yes, family meals. So it's increasing the amount of family meals.
So there's family meals and NAACP. So family meals is $1 million. So we're adding $250,000 to family meals.
Correct.
Okay. And then the NAACP was 250 or 2.5 million.
But the original recommendation from staff was to augment that with 250 from District 1's original allocation.
Okay, so thank you. So the 2.5 million was actually from revenue replacement, and we had the 250,000. So in full context, it would have been 2.75. Okay. They were two separate. Okay. So the service provision is at 2.5 million, and the outreach was 250,000 of ARPA dollars. So really, the NAACP is at 2.7 million. In total numbers, and the family meals would have been only $1 million.
Yeah, as long as NAACP is kept whole in this, per your original recommendation, and family meals is augmented by 250,000. That's what matters to me.
Completely understood. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ethan. And so is that a motion?
That's a motion.
That's a motion. Okay, let's move in a second. Ethan, I just had a question, and maybe it's better under the workshop, but. For the activities of the Food Policy Council, is there some underwriting of that? And I think just some of the comments from Matthew and Jonathan Burgess, but just in general, and some of the efforts over time, and not only just coordinating some of the efforts, but certainly advancing some of those efforts. Does the county provide any funding support for the Food Policy Council at this point in time?
So I am very new to this conversation. What I can see at this point is no, but I would actually ask Ms. Ruiz to come up and talk to that, because this has been an enlightening experience. It's been amazing, and I've had some great support from the restaurateurs at Clay and the NAACP and Ms. Ruiz all. So I would ask her to answer that for you.
Okay, and again, maybe do it at a workshop portion, but again, as we're talking about ARPA and revenue replacement, I think in advancing ongoing work that lays the foundation for not only what we're expending to help in the immediate need, but certainly long-term, some of the efforts. And, if this could help advance that and continue to build the bridges with our providers and then the food network in this community, then I think that may be dollars that we well spent. So we can hold that. I understand we have one more caller, and we have a motion in a second, so we'll take the caller before we vote.
Okay, Jillian, can you transfer the caller? Hi, caller. Could you mute the meeting in the background for me, and then go ahead and start with your comments? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Selena Pryor, and I just wanted to really address the comments from the last caller. The NAACP may not have actually done a food program, but every component of who we're working with has worked on a food insecurity program. And so I would hope that this board is not prejudiced by those comments or by any of the comments that were made with regard to the NAACP and its involvement with this project. We are ready to be partners. We are ready to get this work going, and we're ready to support our Black businesses and other people who are food insecure in the city of Sacramento. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Okay.
That concludes it.
Okay, that concludes our calls. Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and any questions regarding the motion? If not, then I would call the vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you. So now we're going to item 53, which has been called, which is our workshop. So we've got a number of speakers, both in chambers as well as on the phone, and presenters. So Ethan, I guess you're going to kick this off.
I'm going to open for us today.
Okay.
So good afternoon again, Chair Natoli, members of the board, Ethan Dye, Director, Department of Human Assistance. In the last hearing, I provided information and discussed the continued need for emergency food distribution. I want to reiterate that the county would like to continue this conversation surrounding food insecurity, and based on those discussions, may come back to the board with future recommendations. Over the last 3 months, this board has made $1.2 million for farmers markets a legislative priority and approved $6 million in emergency food programs. Emergency food programs and distribution is only one component of a broader discussion surrounding food insecurity and the need for a resilient food system. In the workshop you are about to receive, you'll see that our food system is complex and multi-level. At this time, I'd like to introduce and turn the floor over to Brenda Ruiz, President of the Sacramento Food Policy Council.
Okay, thank you, Ethan. Welcome back to the podium, Brenda.
How are you?
Fine. Good to see
Everyone
you.
doing all right?
Yep.
All right, so thank you so much to Ethan and to Bruce Wagstaff and to Troy Givens. We had a wonderful meeting in January where some of these slides were presented to staff, and they've also been as parts of this presentation. Your staff has already seen it. But I appreciate the transparency and that these conversations, when we're talking about dollars and what a framework could look like for Sacramento, it's important to have it in the public sphere as well. And I think I called for a workshop, so thank you for honoring that request and working with us. Right here, okay. Blah, blah, blah. So I'm the president of the Sacramento Food Policy Council, and these next couple slides are some diagrams that you're probably familiar with. They're pictorial representations of the different components of a food system. The one on the right, talks about the sections of growing food, processing, distribution, how one acquires the food and the proximity in your neighborhoods, cooking it, and obviously now, especially with SB 1383, how we handle edible food recovery and edible food waste and organics diversion. The image on the left, a little bit more detail, and depends on who you grab the image from. If you're looking at a farm to school image, you might see a farmer on one end and a schoolhouse in the middle end and the student with their happy lunch, at the end. So there's many ways to look at the food system. The point is that it's very diverse. Food insecurity programs such as food banks are an very, very important part of the food system, as well as the prepared meals. They are the fork end when you talk about farm to fork, though. And so today's talk, we'll talk about all the other parts that happen in between the dirt and the plate. So enabling sustainable food systems. This is an image from the Food and Ag Organization of, it's an international image, and it has many different components. Features will include these different pieces, and we're talking about engagement education, prepared foods, obviously, our farmers, including trainings, natural ecosystems, including waste and recycling, that's the W and the R. That includes also, support for our water systems. We're facing a drought. Farmers have had to make some decisions about whether or not they'll stay doing this. Because of the climate change and impacts, transportation and procurement. Transportation also includes distribution systems. We've seen, different purveyors relay that a refrigerated box truck is about 14 months out to order, right? So if you might have the spending and you might have the business plan to get a refrigerated box truck, but you better order it now because you're looking at getting it, sometime in, late 2023. Distribution, transportation, and procurement. Procurement also includes strategies for food hubbing and supporting our larger institutions like our school districts, hospital systems, as well as the Sacramento Jail, the Juvenile Detention, and the RCC Center. All of these procurement strategies also have purchasing power and local farmers and businesses can partner with growers to know what the projections are going to be. So that's why investments in procurement and farmers is important. That way folks can plan, right? If you know that there's going to be X dollars in a certain area, the corollary pieces in the food system can also make their business plans around those investments. Harvesting and production, measures and inspections, economic development, policies, and government. Today, the next following set of slides have to do with policy y'all already have. So prior to this meeting, I distributed pages 35 through 37 of the environmental justice element. And for those watching watching the meeting or listening, this can be found on the environmental justice page of the Sacramento County, and you want to scroll down to Phase 2 environmental justice element, pages 35 through 37. So anything that I'm presenting from here forth is directly linked to policies that are already in place, and there is no funding in any of those implementation measures. So why have policies, why have measures if we're not actually going to ever do them, right? So this is the intent of, there's two objectives. We'll talk a little bit around the first objective. Basically, it's a holistic vision for the food system through production all the way to waste management. So Environmental Justice Policy 12 is attempting to support an equitable and comprehensive approach. The first measure for that policy is to develop a food system assessment, which is what the Food Policy Council, along with many partners, has been conducting since October of 2020. So to answer your question, Chair Natoli, after the adoption of the Phase 2 element in December 2019, about 4 months later, there was an RFP announced from the USDA to support regional food system partnerships. So we applied and we won one of 15 awards in the country. So $250,000 over 2 years among 6 organizations to partner with the county in conducting the plan. So to your question, it was entirely outside funded. Other than the match provided through some staff in DPH, and of course all the FTE provided in SCOP in your Sacramento County Obesity Prevention Branch. We're also part of that. In total, it's about a $425,000 project when you take into consideration the cash and in-kind match required to pull down the $250,000.
Brenda, just quickly, maybe you'll cover it, but so what happens when the grant is over with? You've accomplished that body of work, but then and maybe you're going to get to that in your presentation, but.
Thank you for that lead-in, because we can talk about it now. So right now, or this time of year, I guess, is the time when this Regional Food System Partnership Grant is announced. The RFP opened March 4th. And it closes May 16th. It's $1 million grant over 3 years and requires a $250,000 match. We would love to partner with you on providing that match for us, or at least a letter or some directive from the county executive or the people that do these types of letters that say that there's a $250,000 commitment so we can pull down the $1 million for that. And we'd lead the writing on it as well, as like we did last time.
Okay.
So yeah, the next phase is the action plan, and this is the grant to make it happen. And so why study the food system? Of course, we want it to be equitable and for all people. And what is the Sacramento Food System Assessment? In order to assess what's going on in the county and all these different areas, there are 6 main buckets of work that has been completed and in the process of being completed by all of the partners. So we're assessing the needs for assessment, we're evaluating equitable financing, we're surveying the need for healthful and culturally relevant food, we are understanding opportunities for health and environmental justice in neighborhoods. After all, the assessment lives within the environmental justice policy, right? So there are very strong ties of equity and justice within the assessment itself, and then the action plan on which the action plan will be that much stronger and that much more based in equity and justice because that's what it was born of. We're also going to assess regional capacity for dignified labor and workforce. One of our partners is Restaurant Opportunity Center, and then we'll evaluate land and market access. I appreciate the future development plans, and I think we all know that the Class 1 soils in this region are ones that we're all looking to develop. And so, having a fair balance of preserving ag land and making sure that we have ag buffers is an important part in any of these discussions. While we need development and affordable housing, we also need to support farmers and keep our soils growing food. So what do the project activities look like? These are some of the partners. I'll just scroll through quickly, and it's just to say that anything that I'm saying today is grounded in, all of these organizations doing all of this work and doing all of this outreach. We have the Community Alliance with Family Farmers, the Restaurant Opportunity Center, Green Tech, Education and Employment. They are our fiscal partner on the grant, and they're the main administrator. So a lot of the partners that you'll hear from today or on the phone are very familiar with 2 CFR 200. That grant administration is the main model used for USDA grants. FNS, AMS, it's those alphabet soup of different USDA programs. We know 2 CFR 200 like the back of our hands, and we can even quote the subdivisions of 200 and all of the receipts that we always have to keep and keeping that going. So lots of partners, lots of effort. These are additional partners on top of those other ones. The ones on the slide before, some of them are recipients of grant dollars. Some of them are not. On this slide, these are our partners as well. Some of them who are here today. So how do we make sure that we're walking the talk? So we're the ground truthing the work with direct community and stakeholder engagement. 2 of the 6 public town halls have been completed. 7 of the 10 food sector specific roundtables have been completed, and more than 10 community and stakeholder listen sessions have taken place. This also includes additional surveys and interviews, and a survey that we're going to be distributing, I want to say about 60 days from today, that will take all of the community engagement as the basis for the survey. So all the decisions, all of the goals, all the priorities are derived directly from community engagement. And again, maintaining those environmental justice principles that policy should be driven by those most impacted. I will say that the last bullet we haven't been able to really implement, but maybe after this conversation today, we'll be able to get working on that a little bit better. So all this is to say that on the front end of the project, in order to organize all this information and all these conversations, we needed a framework. So for those folks that are looking for where this lives and how equity and justice is elevated and how those principles can be championed, this vision framework was developed with the assistance of Sustainable Ag and Research Education Program, or SAREP, a division of UC-A&R Ag Natural Resources program of the University of California. So UC-SAREP has conducted local, state, national, and international food system assessments. We secured them very quickly in writing the grant and knew that having their help in the front end of this would be critical in making sure that we're not just making statements and stakeholder engagement and interviews without there being a framework that can hold all the very many different topics, whether it's producers or investment or nutritional needs or what have you. And these are the 4 main vision areas in which all the work is being conducted. And at first, we only had the first 3. We had the green, the red, and the blue. We had equitable, diverse, and an environmental sustainable ag system, and a system that has a shared prosperity, and then health and well-being of all people. Into our 3rd session of developing the vision statements, this took place from starting in December of 2020 and concluded in March of 2021. About 75% of the way in, we called our own selves out on the carpet and said, wait, something's missing here. So we developed, in those conversations with all the community partners, the fourth vision area, which is the restorative justice across the food system, that we knew just doing more of the same wasn't enough, that we also had to organize ourselves in a way that acknowledges past harms and makes investments in new areas that are underinvested and includes those that have been left out of the system. So we've been intentional in doing our best effort to be transparent about the vision and the framework. And I'd have to say, when these conversations started with ARPA I agree in some sense with some of the callers that the framework, there isn't one other than what Deloitte provided. But this is at least in the food space anyway, I can't speak to the other ones, some kind of framework of justice and equity. So then these are the expected outcomes that will grow resilience, build understanding, and then lead to the ability to change policy. Where we are in the timeline now, we are in March 2022. This assessment will be presented and hopefully a file and received to the board later this year in the fall. And these will be the findings and outcomes that will then lead to the development of the countywide food action plan. It'll take us probably about a year to do it. And that's what we need the additional support for. So that's to say that there's this study that's happening right now. We have a food system assessment underway that you will receive in the fall. We don't have to wait for the food system assessment to be complete because we had COVID happen. This project, launched just as COVID was emerging, and we already knew when we got the award that we were going to have to contact our grant administrator and change many of the things we were going to be doing because of COVID. But today, we know that there's quantifiable needs, and we can provide stacks and stacks of numbers for that. We know that there are data-backed solutions because partners have been doing this mostly and very, Sacramentans are resilient, and lots of mutual aid and mutual assistance types of programs, neighbor helping neighbor, bartering, child care for groceries, type of models. And then we know that there are successful operators that have a proven track record, especially as to food and ag programs in the region. And then there's some recommended next steps that we can take today to begin implementing measures in the policy that you already have adopted in measures environmental justice policies EJ 12 through 15. So firstly, all of this is to say that the Food Policy Council recommends providing support for implementing countywide policies EJ 12 B through E and item G, and I've provided that handout. Again, refer to pages 35 through 37. That second number should be Roman numeral 2. Begin implementing the second objective. So the first objective is mostly around getting our assessment and the action plan and getting our facts straight, what's the need, and how can we have solutions. The second objective, we can begin implementing those now, but we need support for the implementing measures. So the second objective is one that needs support. And so I'm going to show you how the implementing measures can actually be realized. EJ 13, this is the actual language of the policy, will encourage the provision of safe, convenient, and opportunities, and these are some sample pilot programs that can be offered. So the bottom half of the slide is things that we can do to implement Environmental Justice Policy 13. So these are just some samples of how EJ 13 can become true. And in Policy 14, the county recognizes the importance of education. These are some measures, and these are some programs that the county can support to implement that policy. To support various modes of youth and families food literacy, cooking, and nutrition education. There's many interventions, there's many amazing things happening throughout the county, and support new residents, meaning our immigrant populations, our Afghan. I'm not sure what the numbers are on what we're going to receive from Ukraine, but orienting new residents' families in learning to access foods in their neighborhoods. In another organization that I'm at with Slow Food Sacramento, for the holidays, we did some outreach to Afghan serving organizations and asked them, what can we do for the holidays for your families? And the overwhelming, for that question that we posed, they said, we want Instant Pots, because we can cook a lot of food, and all we need is an electrical connection as we move in our move from hotels or to different housing situations or multi-families living in one, compact, large house, that the Instant Pots were really important to them. And so that was so eye-opening, and it's the benefit of getting the right answer when you stop to ask the folks the question, right? And I wasn't expecting that, so we went out and bought Instant Pots, and thank you to the leadership of Karen Allwater and the Slow Food Sacramento Dining Club to make that happen. It's the power of engagement and ground truthing it in equity and justice. For a policy EJ15, the access to healthy foods, we also need to have economic development opportunities, support education for the next generation, support incubator projects, implement the Sacramento County MICO, that's Micro Enterprise Home Cooking Operations. Just as MICOs were taking off with the Cooks Alliance throughout California, because the Sacramento Food Policy Council is part of the California Association, we get to learn about all kinds of things that other counties are doing. But that requires lots of home inspection, and during COVID, there wasn't any capacity across the state from any EMDs to really implement MICO. So even though the policies were well underway of being developed, COVID kind of put a stop on that, and we foresee that in the 23-24 action plan that MICOs will be, or MACOs will be something that's we look for. And of course, support the restaurants' meals. And this is some more of your implementation measures. We need technical assistance for the corner markets, and then we need support for this technical advisory committee as well. Another measure is to promote CalFresh and provide, CalFresh support and market match at senior markets and markets for families. I will note that SB 907 referenced earlier, even if it passed, it's Pan is the author, but even if it passed, those dollars would not come into the region from that program until next winter. So we need support now to implement, to help support the agencies that are doing the CalFresh and farmers markets. So what do we do? Great, we have a great champion in Senator Pan to push this issue forward, and hopefully it'll be all across the state if SB 907 is successful. But what do we do from here until then? Miss a whole farmers market year? No, so we need support there for the farmers markets. This could come through your Department of Ag, your Ag Commissioner, so that whenever a market operator pulls a permit, it comes with an automatic grant to pay for the FTE to matriculate the transactions. And then there's another issue, and I don't know if it was COVID, but I think for your next session of legislative priorities, there's more help needed in actually doing the applications of CalFresh and food aid processing. That's a county thing. So the way the match works with the federal government on that is it needs a fix. It's based on early 2000s labor prices. For county and government workers. So in your next legislative priority, we'll be working with our congressional offices and Senate offices to make sure that we can work with USDA to change that formula so that we can add more FTE. So our partners on the ground have lots of referral services, but ultimately someone at the county has to stamp an application and put it into some kind of system. So it's easier said than done to say you can throw more FTE at it, but we need some help on the federal part of it too. And so this all leads to what we feel, based on the input that we've conducted, the conversations we've had, the direct links to policy, is for the board to direct staff today to continue to work with us to come back to you with a comprehensive package. So now I'm going to talk about the numbers. And I learned a lot today about this, about the general fund revenue replacement model. So I'm sure the staff can be will be great to work with and easy to work with on realizing this vision for restorative justice, health and well-being, shared prosperity, and sustainable ag. So it would be $8 million for what I'm calling food system programs and $9 million for emergency food. So in addition to the food bank and Meals on Wheels, the service providers, the other food banks or the food closets, including South County Services, which is 100% funded by the county, but definitely needs more support. River City Food Bank, Elk Grove Food Bank, South Sac Interfaith Partnership, Loaves and Fishes, Salvation Army, Powerhouse Ministries, and Orangevale Fair Oaks Food Banks also need purchasing power. Why? Most of the food banks operate on cash donations from their memberships. That's pretty much unrestricted dollars that can be leveraged to other things if they can help they can have some help with the purchasing power of food. So if they can also get help in addition to the Sacramento Food Bank, then they can use their dollars to help implement SB 1383, make sure everyone has food safety training, have equipment, purchase other equipment with their donation dollars, or hire people or whatever it is that they need. So the purchasing power is essential to the food banks as well. We see this as ideal for ARPA with a longer trajectory. I appreciate that a lot of the proposals you've been hearing so far are 6 months or 1 year with an option to extend or to re-up, but it sure would help with planning, knowing that the extensions would happen, so that chefs, farmers, food banks, and executive directors can plan their budgets on multi-years out. So now I'll talk about the $8 million. These are just examples. I'm not saying that these are the ones that should get funding at all, but they're examples so I can show you, and these can be Googled and lots of access to them today and in follow-up conversations of what it means. One thing I've definitely heard from your staff and as well as other department staff is, Brenda, what does that look like? When you talk about food system, support the food system, implement EJ 12 through 15 on all the phone calls, what the heck are you talking about? And so this is just an illustration of kinds of programs and at the level to answer the question. This is what it would look like or could look like.
Brendan, just real quickly, so the list you read off a moment ago, that wasn't included in your chart, so you can get us you read through some organizations previously?
Oh, yeah. It's not. It's in my notes.
Okay.
I'll attach my speaker notes.
Just again, you read through the organizations. I made some notes, but you were going faster. I could write them down.
I know.
So, yeah, okay.
Well, I want to get to the rich discussion, but I can repeat them again.
No, don't. You can send them to us. That's fine. So
I will.
Okay. This is your big request here. So
yeah. Yes. Very much so. So this is what it would look like. Healthy food equity grants, X number of grants at X dollars each, 25 grants at $50,000 would really catalyze, supplement, and invest in innovations in this food space. If that increase from 1250 to 1587 is 27% management indirect, whoever was going to do it. Or manage this program. We have some feelers out, not that you would do this, but we want to make sure that we are here to support conversations on who this grant program could be housed in. And then on top of that, which I think this one really has a good tie with ARPA, is relief grants to small and bipart farmers. So Community Alliance with Family Farmers during COVID, they did private fundraising and did $5,000 grants. So they think about 10 of BIPOC farmers that could successfully complete a grant award. And then we also want to be able to provide grant relief to small farmers, drought relief. That 10 should be $10,000 each. There's 20 small farmers or family farmers that would get $10,000 each, and it's basically income support to help them face the drought. It's $10,000 to drill a well if you decide not to farm, and because the water costs are too high, or climate change or other impacts that could basically be, market income support.
Brenda, is that realistic? I'm hearing it's more than $10,000 to drill a well these days. You're probably getting closer to $20,000. So
okay.
I'm just saying. As I say, we've been working with a couple of folks whose wells have gone dry.
I've fielded dozens of calls since January.
Yeah.
So I very honored to stand corrected.
No. I wasn't.
Yeah.
I just again, if we were looking to the program, I just want to make sure that we'd have sufficient dollars to assist in that, because I would agree with you that wells, because of the drought and changing conditions, are being affected. And I know that we've been working with some folks.
Well, we can probably sub-bullet that into wells, because some people are not drilling wells and they're choosing to say instead of doing 3 acres, I'm going to do 1.5, or I'm just going to do my farmers markets 1 day a week and not my other programs. So actually, a lot of farmers have gone to CSA programs, because the subscription programs is a set income and you're not left to the market volatility, right? So some element is also just the drought relief is just income support.
Sure.
So we can work on that number. CalFresh at farmers markets, I got fresh numbers from Sam at Alchemist for this year until SB 907 comes to fruition and the program gets totally stood up, is about, it's actually a little bit lower, it's about 280,000. And then depending on how you housed it or where it went, it goes up to 381. So again, I put lots of indirect in here because I don't know what that's going to look like. And I want to be realistic with you about what it actually costs to do it. And then we, of course, would love to have support from you, from the Sacramento Food Policy Council, for the implementation of the action plan and pulling down that grant. Again, it would be shared with lots of entities, but if it was zero to us, we're still going to push through and we're still going to make it happen, no matter what happens. And then these next 2 items are for the new immigrants, new Afghan families. There's some really cool projects that are trying to bring new immigrants that bring farming knowledge and farming heritage to this country and to this region. There's also a program out of IRC and New Roots that on the 3rd week of the month distribute food boxes, because it's just the week before you have to pay rent that some of your supplements start to run out and some of your supports start to run out. So in the 3rd week of the month is really important to have food supports, and New Roots is doing that with some Afghan families. And so that's just, to support food efforts and kind of some general operating in those organizations. Again, here's the organizations as samples: farmer training, urban farming, youth and family education. Center for Wellness is a program of PHI. They do direct technical assistance to corner markets. Fresher Sacramento, now actually Impact Foundry. They also have another version of community meals that have really strong workforce components. And an idea to have some meal plans. Alchemist CDC, Sam, who I'm sure most of you have met with, they have a micro enterprise academy and many other projects to support emerging leaders and entrepreneurs in the food space. Health Education Council that does a lot of interventions on healthy food at the school level. And I just spoke today with Resoil Sacramento and with SB 1383, having neighborhood level composting. This is a good example of where the food policies can be synced to housing policy and some of the other policies. HOAs sometimes tend to restrict what can happen on a front lawn So, and restrict the things that you're able to grow on your property or what your neighborhood can look like. We'd like to see ensuring that new developments provide places for homeowners to grow food, compost, and have communal areas where, food scraps can be brought to, vertical and rooftop gardening.
So you want an artichoke plant in every front yard?
Yes, 2.
2, okay.
And then we also recognize that as we develop all these emerging leaders in our CTE programs, that's the career and technical education programs, or your microenterprise academies, or your incubators, or out of these, the NAACP's program, or the Fresher program, or the family meals, they gain skills, they get more working on training, working on the job, and you might have opportunities for folks to launch their own small businesses. So we'd want some equity financing grants for $1 million. So the community portion is about $5.5 million. And having several conversations with Tim Israel, I think he's on the phone as well, and been participating in the Edible Food Waste Recovery Working Group. August 1st, the plan for edible food waste recovery is due to Cal Recycle, but then what do we do August 2nd, right? How do we keep it going? There's talks for the jurisdictions to have some cost-sharing programs. Like I said, the box trucks are about $75,000, but 14 months out to order. We're going to need more refrigeration all across the county, and those have costs. We also need to keep the collaborations going. And although Tim might have budget on his side to keep these conversations, FTEs needed in DPH and in other areas to make sure that edible food waste recovery, like I said, what do we do August 2nd? So other needs and considerations are career and technical education opportunities for ag and natural resources. There could be grants to run through SCOE, 10 grants of $50,000 each. $50,000 is probably, because I do this at Grant High School and at Luther Burbank, is what you would need to have supplemental, not supplanting, but supplemental support at the high school level for your farming program. So this is, Rancho Cordova, Florin High School, all of your FFA programs, and a lot of times, they just need, again, those unrestricted dollars to be able to purchase the items that they need. Some other observations that I've noticed is that in order to keep the edible food recovery conversation going, I'm not sure, I haven't talked to DPH at all really about this, but you'd need some ongoing FTE to make that real. We'd also request ongoing FTE at SCOP, so that's your Sacramento County Obesity Prevention Program. Most of the program is entirely federally funded. It's funded through SNAP Ed dollars, and so moving outside of the integrated work plan from California is challenging and actually can't be done. So if we really want DPH to be the supporting backbone organization, or where this is housed, or some of it is housed, they might not be asking for help, but I'm saying that they need FTE on it. And probably more like a 0.5 or 0.2 across several hands, not just, 2 people. And that's it. I'll take your questions.
Well, thanks, Brenda. Certainly a lot of material covered there. I guess I have a question for our staff. We've seen the presentation today, and we obviously have folks from both Deloitte and certainly from Department of Human Assistance and Finance. I'm curious, as this has been outlined, obviously this is a request, but how much of this could be covered in ARPA? I mean, just hearing some of the introductory comments on the item 52, I guess I'm curious if we're looking at some of this as direct grants to folks. There are other things that would help bolster the food system, would help with planning as well as implementation. I'm curious, and I don't know if that's too broad of a question or I see Ethan's coming here too. So I'm just curious. Have we had a chance to vet this in any way at the staff level with our some of our experts as to how this would fit?
We haven't vetted it dollar for dollar, but one of the things that, and I know that Ms. Ruiz and I've had some discussions, and we've had other ones, is there are so many departments that would be involved. So it could be Ag, Public Health, DHA, DHS, the Office of the County Exec. Really, we'd want to take the workshop that was developed today, sit down and say, what is the real and what can fund what, and be able to bring that back. Because right now, I wouldn't be able to stand up here and say, well, yeah, farms could be done under ARPA or all of these pieces. So this is really a newer vetting or a newer look at this. And I think that we really want to sit down and be able to digest it with community stakeholders and departments involved. It's not just, the county saying, well, we're going to go this way. We have to have stakeholders involved to figure out where this is really going to sit.
Okay, because I for one, am very intrigued by some of the, not just the concepts, but proposals that would build on good work that's being done, and some of the things that I think are innovative, but help with startups, help with on support, help, as I said, bolster things that are already underway, or at least have been thought about, but funding may not be available, and even to the lead time on. If you're building capacity in the system, but distribution is a piece of it, and or storage. If you can't get some of the capital infrastructure, i.e., a truck for 12 or 18 months, that's going to challenge us, because again, there are other pieces here where if you're supporting the farming effort and growing, but your distribution becomes hampered because and or storage, so. Ethan, in your estimation, what would it take to, again, this workshop, I for one have found it, very helpful, but to actually get back to us, obviously we're talking about the current tranche of ARPA dollars. We anticipate that hopefully in the next 8 weeks that we'll receive second tranche, and obviously there's some commitments around some of those dollars already, but via decisions that the board's made on contract negotiations and so forth. But there's a significant sum of money. This is a significant request, but even for this season, I guess some of these things could, when I look at drought relief, that's real. I mean, and some of the small farmers, some of the assistance for grants for some of the fledgling businesses, those could be things that could be economic recovery right now. And so I guess in looking at it holistically, are there some pieces and parts that you could actually have at least an analysis around? Because I would just say, again, for purposes of D5 guided funding, I would like to, look at supporting some of these things, and maybe some of them may be more collectively, the entirety of the board, either individually or collectively, and so maybe that would be a help in prioritizing too. I mean, knowing some things that we can do immediately, some things that are going to plant seeds for ongoing work that would carry us into, to future years. So I don't know how you're going to sort this out, or if you have even some thought about sifting through this, but I'd like to know fairly soon on some of these things if they could be funded, and if they can be, then would like to certainly give consideration as a part of our. We're going to have this on our board agenda probably, every other time we meet as it relates to ARPA funding and some of the things that we're looking at doing in our community to, bring these dollars to actually to bear on good projects.
It's a very good question. I think that where we look at it is probably in the second tranche of the ARPA funding and figuring out what are those sorted priorities. And I think what you saw in the previous item and some of the other things, I know we haven't brought the budget to you, but there are a couple things that are going to be hopefully in our budget ask that will address some of these issues. But there are things that are going on in some of, if not a lot of the EJ categories. So we will definitely sit down, definitely need Ms. Ruiz's team and the folks that are here, plus the other department heads and their staff, to say, what is it that we need to look at today that is for today? So is it drought relief? I think we've all seen the paper on what that looks like. So if that needs to be the first thing that we look at, we're going to make some conscious decisions and dedicated time to that, and be able to bring some information back.
Okay.
In terms of timing, I would need to have some discussions. I don't know that could be a 2-week conversation to come back that quickly. So I would probably guess it would be a month or maybe even 2 out at a best guess.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, Brenda, you going to respond? Thanks, Ethan.
Yeah.
I got other people punched up here too, so good.
Another part of the food system assessment is to make sure that there's roundtables for the financing, right? Pieces of it, so we can work with staff to host those conversations. I'd remind we received the assessor's report recently in January that showed that the county was due to get $96 million over last year of dollars last October. So, you know, I serve at the pleasure of the department, and I thank you for the invitation to come and talk more broadly about the food system and not just the fork end. So, you know, it's kind of like advocacy and then also just the presentation of the data and the information and give you guys an idea of what it is. But it is that level of scale, and we really need the direction from the board to direct staff to have the freedom and permission to bring you something back on that scale. Okay. No one's going to make these asks other than people from the outside, right? So it is that big. That's a real number. Yeah. And the need is high, and there are new dollars. In last October, the September-October budget, I want to call it budget revise, you know, the county received all of its new growth requests, and this was in a level of service downturn because many things were closed. So somehow, you know, all new growth was met last October, and we have new dollars, so we can do it. You know, when you look at the ask and the billions of dollars of size of the budget, you can do it. And we're here to help you.
Great. I appreciate your ask. I don't think we funded all of
You
the
can
new
do
growth.
big things. It's
Thank you.
possible.
Good. Okay, we have standby. Was it Patrick and then Sue?
Thank you, Chair. Ethan, so I guess clearly there's going to be more conversations to be had with, you know, the Food Policy Council people and all that, and take a look at this and see what. But it'd also be interesting to see, you know, if there's anything in there we're already doing, because a lot of times, you know, we've got so many hands and so many pots and so many departments that, you know, we may be, you know, doing something that is similar to some of these tasks. So that would be nice to identify.
Yes, sir.
And also just kind of to get a baseline of, like, you know, in our food, environmental justice element, as Ms. Ruiz brought up, EJ 12 through 15, and then on this, you know, 3-page document, there's a number of departments that are obviously being, you know, going to be touching this thing. But it'd also be nice to know, where are we on this? You know, how far are we to actually? Because I see some of this stuff is probably easier to implement than other things. But it'd be nice to have that baseline to know where we're at.
Yep. Okay. Thanks, Patrick. Sue.
I think one of the things that I find intriguing is the idea of promoting these community farms. The challenge that we have is we have a lot of people in the community, nonprofit organizations, that would love to, you know, take a 2 or a 5 acre parcel and turn it into an urban farm, but it's hard to pencil that because of the property taxes and the cost of everything. So we do have some tax advantages in some categories. I think it's 10 acres or more. I don't know if it's the Williamson Act, but it would be so great if we could find a way to understand what does that business model look like, and what can we do from a land zoning and land planning point of view to kind of give people like that a leg up, or give a landowner, like in Orangeville, we have the food bank farm right next to the food bank, but it's because a landowner is just donating it because they don't have anything to do with that land right now. But at some point, they may decide they want to develop that land, and that farm will be gone. But wouldn't, you know, here we are, we have a lot of farmers who are retiring and their kids don't want to farm. Wouldn't it be great if we could put those farmers in our community, right in the center of our community, where they don't have to drive far, and they can translate that that skill to the food banks and to food disparities. So I'm just wondering if we can look at it again. I've had this question before, and I think I'm bringing it up again because it seems like life is changing, farming is changing as we knew it, and we need it more local. So with all the, with all of our goals around green and carbon and, we're trying to encourage local. So I wonder if we can maybe take a look at that as well.
We'll absolutely take a look at it. One of the EJ components was also educating, new farmers and young farmers, getting them into, maybe what their parents did. So that will be something we'll look at, and I made a special note to be able to look at that.
Thank you.
Great. Brenda.
I did bump into John before the session during the break. And he was formerly in planning, and now he's in a new division. But remind that planning is part of this project too. And so I think because of the ARPA ties and the direct ties to community health and food security, kind of landed in where it is now with Ethan and DHA. But we have planning, and we do have the policy support of those 3 policies, right? So there's a lot more, there's different kind of knowledge and different kinds of breadth of knowledge in Young Choi, I don't say the new John, but the person that's over there now and with Todd Smith and in planning, as well as other departmental support for some maybe other technical assistance with the departments.
Great. I would just say thank you. I know we got some speakers and some speakers on the phone, but I would just say, Ethan, to your response a moment ago, that if we could have something back in the May timeframe, at least, to get a handle on some of this. I mean, the request has been made. There's a lot of moving parts to it. It's going to require some work, but as I noted earlier, I certainly would be very interested in trying to have some, either district directed and or things that we can do this season, and whether it's farmers markets, whether it's some of the educational components, whether it's some of the food security for small farmers, grants, some of the programs that are reflected here today and others that Brenda mentioned. So we can get a start on this, recognizing that, there are, funds that would be available over a couple-year period to do this, assuming that it would fit with the ARPA guidelines. But I think this is a really good start. I think the workshop was really valuable, and appreciate what you and Brenda put together here today. So if we could maybe see, I know everybody's got full schedules, but if we could have some analysis with our experts so that some of us could give direction if that's what we choose to do relative to getting some funding available for some of this effort immediately. So
We will do our absolute best.
Okay. All right. With that, then, unless there's any other questions, we've got 4 speakers in chambers, and I think we have some on the phone as well. So I've been waiting for a long time, but we thank you for your patience. I'll start with David Eisen, Sean Harrison, Trish Kelly, and Amber Stott, in that order. And those are our 4 speakers in chambers.
Good afternoon, almost evening, supervisors.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time and attention. Supervisors Desmond and Frost, it's nice to meet you. Yeah. I'm Rabbi David Eisen, founder of Fresher Sac, now with Impact Foundry, which then gives us access to over 700 nonprofits in the area to organize with. So it's a very good thing that's happened. Just a little background so you know, I worked with the city to renovate the Pinnell Center kitchen at the pool, and we were training youth. And February 29th of 2020, we had a brunch where we advanced 4 young people at community cooks, just in time for them to help prepare 493,000 meals for Project Roomkey, and another 50,000 meals for both seniors and folks in the Meadowview community. And we had started to develop a model for meal plans, for neighborhood meal plans, and that's part of what you've heard that we would continue to work on and develop. But I just want to underscore that, I wouldn't call it a silver lining. There's no real silver lining to COVID, but what has emerged is a food access network that has calls every other week, that has got an unprecedented level of coordination and collaboration. And so we now have the moment, as we're sort of coming out of hibernation, to really pull things together and come up with a systemic, everyday food system, not just an emergency food system. And so we're all rowing in the same direction. And we've got folks, we've spent decades in this space, and we're ready for this moment. We are ready to really pull things together and create weave a web of food security and nutrition security. And so I'm really appreciative of the opportunity. And I think that There's really nothing else to say other than that food is the foundation of everything else. And so the impact on health, on education, on public safety can't be overstated. This is an investment that will pay off in innumerable ways. So thank you for your consideration and your support.
Great. Thanks, David. Thanks for all your work and leadership as well. Okay, Sean.
I've been sitting in that chair for a while. Thanks. Well, I appreciate the tireless work all of you are doing. So I'm going to just do a little cheerleading in some respect, but also to ground a little bit what you heard from Brenda, right? We all have been in this community a long time, and our legacy is food and agriculture. This is who we are. And I would say that if you looked at the slide that Brenda put up with all the dollar figures attached to it, what that list represents is just a portion of the agencies and organizations, individuals that are doing pretty phenomenal work in our community related to food and agriculture and health. And that's a very different picture if you just went back 10 years ago. The space is evolving tremendously so that we have a tremendous opportunity and a tremendous capacity to meet the moment that we're in right now, right? Which we know there's the statistic I think that you threw out was 13% food insecure. You times that by the region, and we're talking about 500,000 people. I mean, it's a lot of people that are dealing with food insecurity in our community. So it's not a small issue, as you all know. And what I would say is that not only has the space evolved, but over the last several years, groups like Valley Vision, they've done a regional food systems action plan. Soilborn just completed a study looking at governance strategies for the food space. And then, of course, you have the Food Policy Council's work looking at the county-specific food action plans. So we know what to do. We know what the priorities are. And I think beyond just dealing with emergency food, which obviously has to happen, it's important to lean into the moment that we're in, and that is to really look at some of these strategies that can take us, propel us forward, right, and really build a health promoting, equitable food system. So I hope we can continue this conversation. I think we have a huge opportunity. I know you're dealing with lots of pressing issues in the community right now, but as Rabbi David mentioned, I mean, food, that's where it all starts, right? We've got to have food in our bellies in order to learn and thrive and live long, healthy lives. Thank you.
Thanks, Sean. Okay, next, Trish Kelly, and then Trish followed by Amber.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and Supervisors. It's a pleasure to be here, and even at this late time. So as you probably most of you know, Valley Vision has a long history in food and standing in the food space. And currently we're working on the Regional Economic Prosperity Strategy, which the board adopted 2 years ago. So that has a lot of focus on food and ag as an economic engine, but also a way to create resilience and equity in the food system. And Valley Vision is working on several of the food and ag projects. So we offer that as a continuing opportunity to try to promote and connect the county resources and projects with federal and state funders. But also, as Sean mentioned, we've been working on the Food System Action Plan, which we did with the Community Foundation. That was an update of the 2015 plan, and you really can see the advances, and it made us better prepared to deal with the pandemic. But we do a lot of research, that is driven to action and outcomes. And one thing that the research really showed is that even though the numbers are up for food insecurity, it's still higher, even before the pandemic, than the national averages. So we have this paradox of great food wealth and abundance and the insecurity. And there are a lot of other disparities through the food system that have been mentioned. So the action plan, and Sean mentioned the other planning that's been going on, we're all synced and dovetailed. We've identified priorities. There are very tangible projects. There are very tangible funding parameters. And so we have a very strong foundation to build upon. So we want to offer ourselves as a resource to work with you in the coming months. We'll be doing a phase 2 of the Food System Action Plan with the financing strategy. We're coordinating with the Food Policy Council and Sean, and we really want to look at structural approaches to lift the food system everybody's talking about. We have this great opportunity. We have a lot of opportunity to use the food system to provide economic and community opportunity, as well as address some of our long-term structural issues. So we're very appreciative of all the work and the investment that you've done. but we want to provide the opportunity to support you in creating a longer-term approach and emphasizing that these are investments in our communities and our people and our neighborhoods. So thank you very much.
Great, Trish. Thanks for your work as well. Okay, next, Amber Stott. And then we'll go to the phones.
Hi.
Hi, Amber.
USDA wants our kids eating 2 to 3 cups of vegetables every day, but only 4% of our kids are protecting their health by doing so. The result is that we have a 40% childhood obesity rate in Sacramento. Diet-related diseases now outpace tobacco use as a leading cause of death in America. 50% of Americans are sick because of their diet. Those who are most at risk for these diet-related health complications are families who are food and nutrition insecure. The cheapest calories are often the calories that lack nutrition and make us sick. I'm the CEO and founder of the Sacramento-based nonprofit Food Literacy Center. I started the nonprofit to inspire kids to eat their vegetables. We live in America's farm-to-fork capital, yet the knowledge of our complex food system is limited, as is funding. Collectively, the work of nonprofits working across the food system addresses issues of health, environment, equity, and economy. Food Literacy Center alone delivered healthy recipe kits to over 9,000 families each year of the pandemic by leveraging private donations. We bought food from small farmers who had lost restaurant contracts. We partnered with school lunch programs, churches, food banks, and other nonprofits. We kept children healthy. We addressed issues of equity and cultural relevance. We can do more together. I'm so excited that you're taking the time to learn about these issues today. And a lot of what we actually are doing started as a result of the last recession. And today we have seen that because of the support, a lot of us got funding from the California Endowment, and that's how we were able to build nonprofits like Food Literacy Center and a lot of the other food system nonprofits that when the pandemic did strike, we were able to rally together and collectively create solutions that weren't even part of the public thinking. So there's a lot of innovation here, a lot of collaboration, and I'm really grateful that you're taking the time to learn more about it, and definitely hope that you support SAC Food Policy's proposal.
Thanks, Amber. I see broccoli and kale, cucumbers, carrots, tomatoes, and zucchini. Great, thanks. Okay, that's all I had signed up to speak here in chambers, and we have some folks on the phone, I understand.
Please transfer the caller.
Okay.
Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Hi. Good evening. My name is Karen Strzok, and I'm the Director of Programs for Sacramento Food Bank and Family Services. I'd like to thank the Board of Supervisors for your past support for increasing food access as it relates to support for the Emergency Food Network throughout the COVID-19 pandemic and for CalFresh outreach. As the Regional Food Bank for Sacramento County, we act as an emergency food hub by providing food and resources to a network of more than 120 nonprofit groups who facilitate food distributions at more than 150 locations throughout the county. I'm speaking today on behalf of our network of emergency food providers. Our partners include food pantries, meal sites, school districts, and nonprofits that support hard-to-reach populations like refugees. As the Regional Food Bank for the county, we also support larger organizations such as Orangeville Food Bank, Elk Grove Food Bank, River City Food Bank, and Twin Lakes Food Bank. In addition to food distribution, our network also facilitates the largest food recovery program within the county, recovering food from local grocery stores, wholesalers, and more. Over the past 2 years, our network has been tested by high food insecurity rates and a higher level of need than we've ever seen before. The need for food assistance in our community is still quite a bit higher than it was prior to the pandemic, and in the last few weeks, we've seen the lines at food distributions begin to grow once again. While we're not here today with a specific ask, we do hope to continue to work with the county to support Sacramento County's emergency food network, and more importantly, provide greater access to food for the neighbors, our neighbors in need. Thank you.
Thank you, caller.
Okay, next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes. Can you, hello?
Hi.
Hi, can you mute the meeting in the background before you start talking?
You got it.
All right, thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I guess it's good evening now. This is Amanda McCarthy, Executive Director with River City Food Bank. And I wanted to start tonight by thanking the County Board Supervisors for your ongoing support and leadership to help create a food secure community. As you all know, right now families are making impossible choices between putting food on the table and paying for necessities such as rent, utilities, childcare, and medicine. For people experiencing food insecurity, meeting even the most basic needs can be challenging, and we know that this has only been exacerbated by the pandemic. Last year, River City Food Bank distributed more than 2.1 million pounds of food to 206,000 people. Many of them were refugee families and children. And though we have started seeing some stabilization, the need for food assistance remains higher than it was pre-pandemic. And we all know our work is far from over, but we're making great strides. As more refugee families relocate to Sacramento and the cost of food and gas prices rise, I do anticipate another sharp increase in our neighbors needing assistance. By making healthy food accessible 5 days per week to anyone in Sacramento County, River City Food Bank helps to prevent emergencies, including homelessness. By providing dependable access to nutritious food, people can use money they would have put toward groceries to stay housed and to cover some of these other critical expenses. Our philosophy is really simple. No one should be hungry. And I think you've heard tonight, this is especially true in a place like Sacramento, where healthy food is literally grown in our backyards. We are committed to removing barriers to provide nutritious food to anyone in the county and to serving our neighbors with dignity, compassion, and respect. As the pandemic evolves, costs are rising for our organization as well. Everything from fuel and supplies to food and staffing have increased. We are working to advance health equity. We are committed to purchasing culturally meaningful food. So that includes things like halal meat, dairy, and fresh produce. Additional funding to purchase food would definitely help River City Food Bank to secure these healthy groceries for our neighbors. And also, as Brenda noted, position us to apply our unrestricted dollars to expand outreach, grow capacity, and serve the growing number of people experiencing food insecurity. So in short, increased funding for emergency food will make a meaningful difference in our community. Thanks to Brenda and team for the thoughtful presentation. And all of these amazing hunger relief advocates I'm so fortunate to work with. And thank you to the board for your time and consideration.
Thanks, Amanda. Okay, next caller.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller, please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Yes. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Matthew Burgess here, and I just wanted to first and foremost thank the County Board of Supervisors for listening. Brenda put such a great presentation together. But I wanted to give kind of testimony to the work that we're doing now. And as a member, I can speak from a supplier standpoint. We're not only looking for the future, but we're working right now without the funding. For example, the new market that came in to Oak Park, this Rancho San Miguel market, which is under Food for Less. Because of the work that we've been doing, I was able to bring on 3 local suppliers and get them on the shelves of that store with an opportunity to go into other stores. And so those suppliers happen to be minority suppliers, BIPOC suppliers, which represent, by the way, less than 5% of products on any store shelf. So now we're talking about economics and equity. This is the work that we're doing currently right now. And so I just want to, just lend my support, and hopefully the board will take this into consideration and approve the funding because it's needed. We're doing this right now without the funding. We're doing it because there's a need, and it's individuals like myself and others that advocate because of the injustices that have gone on. But we have such a collaboration here that I think that you guys should strongly consider the amount of funding that we're asking for is not a lot. And this is something that should have been done a very, very long time ago. But we're here now. The money is available. I just would ask that you guys would seriously take it into consideration to fund for the dollar amount that's asked. I'm Matthew and I'm done. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Matthew.
Okay, and then can you send the next caller? I believe this is the last caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Jonathan Burgess here again, and I wanted to extend a gracious gratitude to the Board of Supervisors for hearing such an important proposal concerning our region. And so I would just like to, a lot of speakers spoke about, the program overall. What I want to focus on and let you guys know that I'm just impressed, happy to have been worked with this program. But when we talk about equity and the social economic equities and the injustices, this program encompasses all of that. And so by the work that, Brenda and the team has done, I fully support it. I would urge and mimic, Member Natoli, that this should not be something that waits. And, there is a need for, a program such as this in our region. It's never been done. And so you guys have an opportunity here not to delay, but to fast track and put the dollars behind it and make it something that's allocated so that we can begin to truly build back better. I know that not long ago, my brother, was interviewed by one of the NBC News, and he questioned who's farm and who's fork. Well, this proposal talks about those farmers that have been left out, the BIPOC farmers. And, we know that, forks, it's a lot of BIPOC, but this is an inclusive program for everybody. So I just urge, all of you to move and fund what you can. Please not delay. Brenda and the entire team has done a lot on this, and this is innovative for our region. Last note is that what this program will do is it will circle dollars throughout our region. So we're not taking money out of the region and then spending it someplace else. It's actually helping those businesses and farmers, the whole system here in our region to keep dollars here. So it's worthy of it. Thank you all. Thank you, Brenda, for all your work on this, and I'm happy to be a partner. I land.
Great. Thanks, Jonathan. Okay, thanks to all our callers. Any other callers? Has that got it, Madam Clerk?
Nope, that's it. Let me just double check.
Okay.
Yep, he was our final caller.
Okay, again, thanks to our callers. Thanks for those, our speakers, our presenters, and bring it back to the board. And I have Supervisor Cerna.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to offer a few comments. I know this is a non-action item. We're being educated thoroughly today about the challenges, but equally, if not more importantly, the opportunities we have in Sacramento County to do some great things around enhancing food security, which has a lot of different facets to it. Everything from our farming practices and farming heritage to the restaurant industry, and what it means not just beef farm to fork, but to understand clearly at every level the impacts to commerce, the impacts to social equity, and I think the detailed presentation by Brenda really served to clearly not just give us the broad overview of all those of all the connectivity when it comes to food security, but take advantage of the moment, as has been said many times today. And I for one, am certainly very excited about the prospect of doing something special and long-lasting, treating it like an investment. While ARPA is really a kind of a one-time opportunity in terms of the availability of rare federal assistance, it certainly does not mean that those dollars cannot be used very wisely to start something, to begin something special and long-lasting. So I think, or at least I hope, that's where we're going to land at some point in the not-too-distant future as a board. One of the things that has been kind of in the back of my mind during the course of the presentation and the discussion is the fact that we're not the only local government in the region that has this opportunity with ARPA funds. And so perhaps one of the tasks we want to heap onto everything else for our staff would be to look at what our surrounding sister counties are doing in the way of food security. These are counties in some instances that rely even more so on agriculture as their kind of fundamental economic base, namely Yolo County, is what I'm thinking of. And but I mean, you know, it's something that is not just an opportunity for Sacramento County, I guess is my point. It's something that I think all 6 counties in our MSA in our region can and should be exploring, and perhaps there is some kind of economy of scale to it where we might want to help lead a conversation with the other counties and maybe how best to leverage our respective ARPA funding. So I am really thankful to Brenda for her thoughtfulness and all of our food advocates, food security advocates here in Chambers today and those that called in. I will tell you that during the first couple of months of the COVID pandemic, I had the opportunity to join Blake Young and his staff with Sacramento Food Bank at Christian Brothers High School, my alma mater, for 11 consecutive Fridays to volunteer 4 hours at a time each of those Fridays, and it was very eye-opening. And I was literally working alongside different volunteer groups, whether it be the Boy Scouts or even our own Sheriff's Department was out there one day, our probation department was out there one day, and it was our job to help put the food boxes into the vehicles and do it safely and with respect for minimizing the transmissibility of the virus. But what was so eye-opening about it was you really got to, at least I received a clear understanding that food insecurity is no longer reserved for those that we would traditionally think is economically disadvantaged, which is, kind of speaks volumes to where we are, at least where we were. Perhaps it's even more challenging now with the nature of our economy. But, reflecting back on that experience and given what was presented to us today, I'm extremely optimistic that we're going to do something we can be proud of, and not just us as a government, but us as a community alongside our advocates. And hopefully we can look back at this moment in time and think of today as kind of the beginning of that. And again, I just want to leave you with my sincere gratitude for the work you've done. Thanks.
Other members of the board? Well, I would just very briefly, as you've said, capture this moment in time. I know Sean said that, and you've said that, Supervisor Cerna, but I think this does present maybe a once in a very long time opportunity, maybe once in a lifetime, to, I think, build upon what we already have, establish this community that really does, I think, not only offer tremendous opportunity, but gives us the foundation from which to build off of. And the work that's been done, what we've learned certainly through the pandemic, but what was presented here today. And I think we're poised to do something that's pretty awesome. And, it's certainly about some dollars, but it's also about really knitting together in a secure way a food system in all its various components, from the farm to fork, but education, distribution, production, and all the various elements, planning and so forth. And, the request obviously was before us today is, several $1 million. But when I think about the opportunity here to hopefully for generations to come, to have, farming in a variety of ways as a part of our ongoing legacy, and even as it's evolved, to have a distribution network that gets the nutritional foodstuffs to folks who are at risk. As Jonathan Burgess said, to see local growers have their products on local shelves for purchase, and just tremendous opportunities. And I think the work that has been done thus far, and the folks that spoke here today, and many others who obviously are here in spirit. Again, I would just hope that in the weeks to come, as we've all listened and learned, that we can have something back before us that would allow this board to help support that investment, but also to continue to move forward in a positive way on a number of fronts, and support the efforts that are ongoing in this community, and to really, I think, achieve something that could be great and for generations to come. So this is, one of those things that doesn't come around all that often. So at any rate, I'm encouraged, and I heard Ethan say they'll try to get back, and Ann, I appreciate your leadership. Obviously, as Supervisor Stern said, staff has a lot of different tasks, but this is very, very important, and we have certainly some funding streams that are available. And I appreciate our Deloitte folks and our staff, finance staff here, because some of this will require dollars, but the coordination and the foundation is there. If we choose to build upon it, I think it'll be something we'll all be proud of for many years to come. So anyway, there's no action on this item at this point in time, but I don't know, Ann, if you wanted to add anything. You've listened very intently, and yep, okay. All right, we'll be back in a few weeks. And again, thank you all for those who are here. Thanks to our callers, and thank you for your patience. So I know we've had quite a long day here. We just have a couple items, and then we'll be back in these chambers in less than 24. So let's finish the items of business. And thank you all, and have a good evening. And we have appointments, I think, and just board member comments, and that's it.
So that would be item 54. And you are considering today, continuing to May 10th, Building Board of Appeals, Cemetery Advisory Commission, Community Review Commission, Developmental Disabilities Planning and Advisory Council, Fair Oaks Community Planning Advisory Council, First 5 Sacramento Commission, Orangeville Community Planning Advisory Council, and South Sacramento Area Community Planning Advisory Council. Your first item is Adult and Aging Commission.
Chief Staff recommend continue to April 12th.
Arden Arcade Community Planning Advisory Council.
Please nominate Alex Carl and continue the remainder to April 12th.
Thank you. Assessment Appeals Board.
Continue to May 10th.
Children's Coalition.
Recommend reappointing Robin Banks Guster, and continue remainder to April 26th, please.
Thank you. Delta Citizens Municipal Advisory Council.
Continue to May 10th.
Continue to May 10th. Okay. Equal Employment Opportunity Advisory Committee.
Continue to April 26th.
Human Services Coordinating Council.
Continue to April 26th.
In-Home Supportive Services Advisory Committee.
Continue to April 26th.
Natomas Community Planning Advisory Council.
We'd like to reappoint John Casillas and nominate Noel Mora, and waive the process.
Okay.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second? Okay, moved and seconded. Make the appointment and waive the process. Please vote.
Unanimous. Oh, sorry. I was too.
Almost unanimous. I didn't get in quick enough. Okay.
Thank you. Unanimous vote. And Public Health Advisory Board.
Continue to April 26th.
Sacramento County Employees Retirement Board.
Continue to April 26th.
Sacramento County Mental Health Board.
April 26th.
Okay. Thank you. And Sacramento YOLO Mosquito and Vector Control District.
Continue to April 26th.
And the Veterans Advisory Commission.
I would continue to May 10th and have a pending interview.
And Supervisor Kennedy.
Continue to April 26th.
Thank you. Vineyard Area Community Planning Advisory Council, Mr. Kennedy.
Continue to April 26th.
And Mr. Natoli.
Continue to May 10th, please.
May 10th. And that concludes your nominations.
Okay, County Executive. Comments?
No comments, thank you.
Okay.
See you
thanks.
tomorrow.
All right. Board member, comments, any adjournments? Okay, all right, well, thank you all for your patience. Mr. Cerna.
Yeah, thank you.
Gotcha.
Just wanted to make mention of something that I observed last week out in the southeasterly corner quadrant of the first district, and I'm sure our CEO is probably well aware of this, but there is, I know District 5 is certainly aware of this, but along or near the intersection of Elder Creek and South Watt, there is a growing collection of derelict campers, RVs, tents, and it's obviously a growing area of folks that are suffering the consequence of being unsheltered. There's also a lot of rubbish and looks like literally piles of metal recycling of some sort. It has gotten to the point where it's beginning to encroach on the travel lanes. It's definitely within the county right away. And what I would ask respectfully of our county CEO in terms of looking into the matter is I've been made aware that in the past, as this issue has been brought to the attention of our Department of Transportation, there's been, I guess, a bit of reluctance to intervene. And I can understand some of that, but when it has an impact that begins to infringe upon the ability of the traveling public to use the dedicated travel lanes, I quickly switch my thinking to one of public safety for both those that are feel like that's their only choice but to reside out there, as well as those that are traveling by vehicle. So this is along the border between districts 1 and 5. This is primarily on the west side in District 1, but certainly I know Don has some residents that may have reached out to his office in recent days and weeks about their concerns over this. So I'd really appreciate County CEO using her own judgment about how best to look into this and perhaps look at how we can offer those folks some assistance and at the same time do something about this this public safety matter.
Yes, I will look at it from all angles, both for the unsheltered and the garbage, et cetera.
Terrific, thank you.
And I would just say just some very late breaking news. I just got a text from a member of my staff that there was some activity to remove some of the items earlier today, just very late this afternoon. So you may have a report on that as well. And I know we have a team that meets every Wednesday, right? I think Lisa sits in on that.
That is correct.
Okay,
Yes.
so obviously
Maybe one for tomorrow.
That's what I say. Supervisor Cerna is very timely. So okay, very good. Anything else then? If not, thank you all and have a safe evening, and we'll see you back here 6 o'clock in chambers, 5 o'clock for a closed session tomorrow. So we are adjourned.